Paradise. Thank you for joining my channel. It's January 24th, Sabbath. So I guess this video is appropriate for today. If you're new to this channel, stay tuned. We be cooking. My name is Wayne Descendant, Smyth-EL, 13th direct descendant from John Smith of the New England colonies of what you call the United States. My grandfather founded America. So, I think it's time, as the divine would have it, for me to set the record straight, as I've been trying to do in previous videos. But I keep seeing this topic about Moors and Muurs up here. Shout out to a little sister that was in the chat yesterday. She sent me a video on Instagram. Some brothers and sisters, I guess, doing the AI thing and telling the stories about Moors versus Muurs. And I'm trying to listen without getting sick, because I'm Noble Drew Ali's sixth grandson. And I know these folks probably have good intentions. And I know maybe perhaps because of TikTok culture for the past 2.5 years, that it's common for people to take something very serious, something very real, and something very important to the legacy of the people here today, and like to chat about it. But they always chat about it in terms of contention between us and us. And the main reason for that is that most of the people in the United States are educated. And I'll say this very harshly, but we're grown. What that means is that they're all fucking idiots. So I want to talk about that. I want to talk about it, about the people who want to research it seriously, who want to understand the difference between things. So when you go look at it for yourself, you have extra key or clue about what is happening, what has happened, and perhaps what will happen. Since everyone's stuck on Moors suddenly in America. So I'll be your host today. Make sure you like, comment, subscribe, man. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Shout out to Ascending E. Shout out to Mr. Now. Shout out to PT Cruising. Mr. Now says, story time as people part 90. That's hilarious. Hopefully you guys are doing good today. It's all right. You feel me? We'll see. No snowstorms or nothing like that slated for where I'm at. So if you're in one of those regions, please be safe. Make sure you charge your devices. Roll up your marijuana. Make sure you got your blankets and shit washed and dried so you can make a fucking blanket for it in case the lights go out. You know how shit go. You gotta take this shit back to 8 years old. I'm trying to figure out what I want to talk about outside of the obvious. I think I'll start from the beginning of the morning until now. First things first, shout out to Brother Jonathan. He's on the road getting out of the ice that hit Texas. And he made I guess a pit stop in El Paso. And he stopped by one of these, cultural, historical, landmark building type things. And then he started researching like some of the history of El Paso. And something happened there that I'm not familiar with yet. Well, you know how it was in school. They'll talk about the thing, but they didn't describe the context or the scenario that led to it. So El Paso, Texas, in the Mexican War. All we gotta do is go to 1 year before the Mexican War. That region was a Jew community. You gotta walk with me. That's a long time ago. Like 200 plus years ago. On record today in the Board of Education filtration system of historical data. It says a Jewish community out there. And if you see that city, it has trolleys and things like that back then. And when they were drawing the color pastels of it in 1800s. And there's always going to take a white person to make a Jewish or white person in order to tell this story 200 years ago. And so what that does, it changes a lot of things. If they were Jewish, then whatever they were doing down there led to the Mexican War. This is important if you've ever read the annexation of Texas or the document that I refer you to. Meaning, the Moors and the Indian associates lost their stronghold and sovereignty because Jewish people showed up. Banking and shit. Hold on, pause the tape. Just like what's happening right now. But that's a long time ago. That's much longer than I anticipated. However, I understand that historians and people who write about history are recursive, meaning they can take an identity of someone back then and then make them something just to fit the narrative, which is exactly what a Jewish banker would do. But I won't pause it right there. So just food for thought. El Paso, Texas, Mexican War, Jewish community in Mexico. With money and shit. So it makes Germany, Poland, and Hitler make a lot less sense. Project Paperclip makes so much less sense if they've been here with a stronghold in Mexico 200 plus years ago. Now, mind you, if we're in El Paso, Texas, we're in a region of Spanish-speaking Moors. The first Mexican president's a Moor. So I think Moors would know white Jewish people wouldn't be good for business and in any capacity, unless they're, the coon type, sellout type that I see doing these videos today. Maybe it's their grandparents. Doubt it. And it gets confusing. Like, hey, MG, why do you say that? So I'm gonna walk it down real quick. The facts. My grandfather created the Spanish language. My grandfather who created the Spanish language known as Moorish Latin. Remember, it's a derivative of Latin, which means it's a derivative of the big church. It means it's a derivative of the law, which means it's a derivative of recent kingdoms. It's a kingdom language. It's not a tribal language. It's not a Mexican language either. All of that shit uses vowels from the Holy Roman Empire. So if you go back in history and you look at Jewish and Mexican, both of those prototypes in America didn't fucking exist. The Jewish and Mexican today is not the Jewish and Mexican yesterday. I'm talking about pedigree, genetics. But you gotta hear what I'm saying. The language that they all speak down there is a Jew language. The problem is Jews are not Jewish, they're Judean. And that's what I'm saying about education out here. Most people talking about this stuff, researching this stuff, because it's gonna parlay right into the Moors and Muurs. They don't know where their language come from. They just be chatting. And then when they're chatting, they can't fucking fathom that someone their skin color creates languages. So that's the number one thing my people are gonna have. Create hip hop and everything else and rap and lyrics and entendres, but creating a language from Hebrew, a bunch of black people, way out there. And that's what you have to ask yourself. Why would Mexicans, the people, the bloodline of people, why would Jewish people, why would both of them be speaking a black language in America in the 1800s? Like system-wide, why would the whole community be speaking Spanish if it belongs to black Jews? And it does, there's no contest. I know who Carlos V is. It's my grandfather. And I'm a black Jew. And we're only putting black there because fucking faggot-ass white people like to add adjectives to shit that don't belong to them. Jew is not a color. Jew is not a belief. Jew is none of those things. Jew is who your daddy is. Jew is short for Judean. Judeans are in the Bible. The people in the Bible are black. So if there's a black Judah and Jewish, Jew, American language, what could it be, Bruce? White? White people are not in the Bible. I'm black. I'm ready. Skin of bronze. Y'all see what color I am? Yeah, that color. What the fuck are we talking about? But I'm saying that specifically because it's my grandfather, and I'm still that same color. The other one up north, John Smith, my grandfather. That's English. So English and Spanish is literally my patriarchy. And both of those niggas are black. You gotta understand that. To the newcomers, to people who come across this video and see the title and shit like that, who probably haven't really sat down and thought about what a pedigree is. You know what a pedigree is? Like the dog food? It's about the breed of your dog. Yeah. There's no orange breed of Rottweilers. You understand what I'm saying? There's no red breed of Dalmatians. That's not their pedigree. Now, Clifford, you might find a red Clifford. Garfield, you might see an orange Garfield. But you're not going to see a yellow, you know what I'm saying, Black Panther. Jew is a pedigree, guys. I pray to the Most High God that y'all get that through your head. Not anyone here, but Jew is a pedigree, not a language, not a belief, not a religion. You'll get all of that out of it if you knew who they were. But because we study history now, finally, and we have to go back at least 200 years to start making things make sense, when you go back and do that, remember, there's no white people in power in this goddamn continent, not even now, but specifically during wars between kingdoms on the darkest continent there is of this color at that time, due to population density. Africa's huge, it didn't have a lot of people. Africa requires a lot of fucking technology to be useful. Something those people still don't have 300 years later. And that's not a slight to them. It's just they wouldn't have been living there like that back then if we were up in Europe. Not saying no one did. No one who has the technology and math to do anything with it did. Cool story. But our story is a different story, so that's why, you'll let them have that. Back to Judah, though. Judeans. If you keep going to that corner, you're going to see it on the right across the street. So you got Judah for Judean. And Judah is one of how many tribes? 12. Right? So Judah's a pedigree. Dan's a pedigree. Zebulun's a pedigree. Ben's a pedigree. Those are all pedigrees. Those are not languages, right? So imagine Judah and Ben travel together, right? Judah's the Jew. What do you call Ben? Do you call Ben a Benonite? Do you call the descendants of Ben Benish? Because if all these Jewish people are in the Bible, where's the rest of their fucking tribes at? Why they the all same ugly white person? Look up the first president of Mexico. They call him Moor. And that's why this conversation that black people have about Moors versus Muurs is stupid. Who's the first president of Mexico? Moor, right? Those are Jews. You know how I know they're Jews? They speak Spanish. You know how I know I speak Spanish? Because they're in Mexico. You know why they speak Spanish? Because Carlos V is a Jew and he speaks Spanish. How you doing? No me digas nada. That's ours. You can look at the conjugations. You can look at the holy vows. And the fact that it's L, son, God, Los Angeles, the angels. Y'all goofy asses started with Catholics. Question to all my scholars out there. If Catholics are referencing Jesus, Mary, and the Holy Bible, how can Catholics come before Jews in the Bible? And that's what I'm saying. People got educated and never thought about nothing. How the fuck can anyone claim anything using that book if they're not in that book? Who gives a fuck about a Christian? Christians are not in that book. Who gives a fuck about a Catholic? Catholics are not in that book. Who gives a fuck about anything else that's a Judaical religion if these motherfuckers are not Judah's brothers? You have to start with that understanding, or you're going to miss everything in plain sight. You're going to miss everything about politics. You're going to miss everything about why there's a fake Jewish president now in Mexico. You'll miss everything about Donald Trump and Jewish Germans. You'll miss that Alex Jones is a Jewish person. You'll miss that all these people look different and they all call themselves Jewish, but they're doing it because of a religion, but not because of their blood pedigree. So Jewish is a religion. Jewish is a human sacrificing bullshit. And if you look up the history of El Paso and other things and human sacrifices and all this kind of shit, you'll see it. So that's something different. That's something a little bit evil. They're too short, they're too weak, and they're too bitch made to be anybody from our kingdom. We kill giants and shit. Did you read our Bible? These motherfuckers do paperwork. The paperwork that leads to the Mexican War and the Civil War. Jewish people is what give you this unholy civics right now. Since you're not in your kingdom no more and you're something called a state where they robbed you. Yeah. Welcome to the Civil War, niggas. Y'all been studying the history as a United States white boy. That's not our story. They're our adversary. So your adversary's not telling you your perspective or your context of the story, since you're the fucking Indian more. Y'all gotta start there before y'all start doing this history. Y'all skipping steps and shit. Y'all started with Google. No. What your grandmother say? Up until 1868, and maybe a few years later, it was very clear to everyone, every faggot that visited this country, because we have the law, that everything west of the 13 colonies in the so-called Confederacy, all port cities, at that time, it's not population dense, guys. Everything left belonged to Moors and Indians. But they say Moorish. Moorish because they're mixed already. And Indian associates, those who didn't mix, usually Jews. So Moorish people and their Indian associates is the same thing as saying Judah in the 12 tribes of Israel. It's the same fucking story, actually. It's the same exact story, in fact. So all of this stuff that I'm standing in right now belongs to my parents. But the Northeast does too, because New England is my grandfather. So by the time all this shit is happening in the 1700s, the whole land has already been ceded by my blood, my family, not our religion, not our language, our people. So you gotta start there. And you got a person like me to prove it to you, because I'm standing here in front of you, and both of those are my grandfathers. We out here. It throws people off, I'm sure, who's doing this research, because you can't fucking fathom that all those people, all those wars, and all those thousands of soldiers just disappeared so white people can move in. I get it. You never thought about it. Good. So tell them to shut the fuck up talking about my family. Because they keep fucking up the vibes with this vowel shit. Moors versus Muurs. What the fuck does that mean? There's no vowels in our language, you dumb bitch. So if you take the vowels off of both words, are they the same word? All right, and that word, this is the thing that fucks me up about these people. This is the thing that fucks me up about General Board of Education, surface level, concrete thinking. It's the same word. And like, how are you gonna start studying the history of people and languages if you haven't noticed that that's a pattern in language? I give an example, like, how different do you really think French, Italian, German, English, and all this shit really is? If they all use our letters. Why would people who have never met until recently have the same alphabet, my niggas? Did the Greeks come to my family, then did the Greeks go to the Jewish families, and Greeks go to the white families and give them the same alphabet, bitch? These motherfuckers just met us. Remember, this is the new world. They did not know this was here, so how the fuck we end up with all the letters? The same letters, the same words, to describe the same phenomenon. But these motherfuckers don't know what we talking about now. You can answer that with a kingdom and an empire, though. So if you have kingdoms and empires that use the language, what are those? Who are the kings of the empires, guys? Are the kings of the Moors white people? Are the kings of the Moors Jewish people? Why would the kings of a blood be a different blood? Y'all thinking like fucking paperwork people, right? So do me a favor real quick, somebody. Somebody go to edamononline.com for me so the chat can see it. Go to edamononline.com. It gives you the origins of words. Look up the word Jewish for me. And when you type in Jewish on Edamon online and you get the first result, the big one, I want you to click on that, and that last sentence, I want you to give me the date and what it says in the chat. So the future and the comments and the people in the future can see what that is in case Edamon or something's not around in the future. While they're doing that for the chat, I'm already going to tell you what the fuck it says. Jewish refers to usury. It's not a bloodline. It's not a group of people. It's a word to describe something. But if you call something Jewish, that means a nigga trying to rip you off. 1600s. Saying Jewish is like saying someone's Geechee. So if your people, the descendants of Jews, are talking to white people who are not your blood relatives because they're white, right? Not because of their skin color, but because they're a different pedigree of people. And they started getting known as Jewish. What they're saying to them is that they're bitch-ass niggas who always using shit and always backbiting and Indian giving. You're describing their behaviors, not their daddy. 1600. So I mean for the past 400 years, like the origin of the concept. And that would be interesting because they swear to God they created language. So you created this Edamon in this goddamn language then, right? 400 years ago, right? You bitch-ass niggas? All right, then. So why the fuck would you refer to yourself as Geechee-ass people and then have a Torah and a Tanakh and a Talmud, but the Bible says what? What did God say? There's no Jewish in the Bible. There's Jews in the Bible. There's Jews in captivity in the Bible. Why are there Jews in America? If you didn't follow me for a while looking at this Jew in America, you know the answer, but I'm saying according to their little rabbit hole here. Why are they even fucking here? For real. If they got a promised land and they established over there 400 years ago, how the fuck they end up over here? Like dead ass. Where are their kings and queens? Remember, Judah is a kingdom. Jerusalem's a kingdom. Who are these people ripping off Indians? All right, then. And if Jews came here and set up kingdoms in America, and they did, how are they just getting here if they're Jews? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. They're full of shit. They're Jewish. It means nothing besides a bullshit-ass person. But don't forget the language is ours, not theirs. Maybe they don't know that. You know how niggas are. Galert, figurative use in reference to extortionate money lending attested by 1600. Yep. Jewish is the word used to describe usury, which is the type of financial system you have now, which tells you it's Jewish. But it's a Jewish usury system that you're living through now on a land that had Jews. Me, my family. Thus, am I a white person? No. Why am I not white? Because of my blood. Where does my old blood type and my copper colored skin come from? Judah. Any questions? Jesus got that skin color because of Judah. I got that skin color because of Judah. Solomon got that skin color because of Judah. David got that skin color because of Judah. We got our height, our silken eyelashes, everything. My fucking receding hairline, all of it. It's Judah. It's Judah and Ben, the two that travel together on top of that. But what are the other 12 called? If they're our brothers. Motherfuckers want to talk about history. Motherfuckers want to talk about the language they're speaking in history, but don't know the connection to any of those things with their people. That's black, that's white, that's everybody in between us. Because that's what the Jewish Rockefeller Board of Education did to your dumbass, right? And they did that shit worldwide, Western worldwide. Anyone that speaks a Jew language has the same stupid education after the 1900s. So go to jobs, to get factory, benefits. Social benefits in a usury-based system, which means you're gonna die. The system itself is killing you. Same niggas, same book. We got people that live hundreds of years old. They don't have that. How many times you guys see this shit on TikTok and Instagram? An old Indian, 110 years old, smoking and shit. How many of them do you see like that? All right, then. So it's not the same blood, then. All right. So the people with the bloodlines that live a very long time, till this day, if you leave us the fuck alone, can still live just as long, right? 100 and up, easy. Smoking, drinking, everything. That's how you drink. 1 shot of whiskey a day. You know they drink more than that, but they thugging it. You've never seen them do that ever. Like, Donald Trump is barely 80 when he had a shit bag attached to him. Rockefeller bitch ass needed 6 hearts. Bad blood. Epstein, go through all of them. They don't live long. Their blood sucks. It's not their behaviors. It's not their diet. Our diet is the worst ever because of their faggot ass. And we still live longer than them. Now imagine if we weren't bothered by them. It'll sound like we're in the Bible, wouldn't it? Same story. That Bible ain't about the world. That Bible is about Israel. Right? Not the place, not the country. Because you gotta do the same thing like you do with Jew and Jewish. Those similar words, like Spanish has a similar word, but a different meaning. Most people can't grasp this, and I don't know why. It's like, read and read, nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're similar, but they mean a different thing. And that's because English is a derivative of Enochian script, meaning people had used original script and create different dialogues and different sounding words. Because remember, no one was literate here. This is my favorite part about this story, especially when it comes to white people and Jewish people doing research. Y'all motherfuckers were illiterate if y'all moved to this country. We got the stats. Like, worldwide illiteracy was like 80% or some shit like that. At least. Because why the fuck are niggas reading and writing? You got lead, you got bitches, you got your shit, you know, you living your life. Just like Africans do now, right? The little Africans in the village are trying to learn how to do cursive script, nigga. They got 6 pigs coming. The fuck are y'all talking about? Niggas about to have bacon, start a fire, clean up, do the thing, fuck when they bitch, play with their kids. Read and write? Ew, that's ghetto. Right? That's why you have a general board of education, because most motherfuckers were retarded here. That's why you had a Great Depression, because most of the motherfuckers were retarded here. And you notice all the people suffering that were everyone but the Indian. So I fast forward and bring you this Moore and Muurs thing one more time. One more time, because I think our people in this country have been absorbed the osmosis of retarded shit of pale-skinned people who came here on bullshit. Not all of them, but the ones that came here on bullshit. They run your Jewish usury system now. Their ancestors came here on bullshit. Obviously, it's been nothing but war since they show up. Have you noticed? It's them. Now, just hold it. Northeast region, John Smith, New England colonies. My grandfather. That's why I'm a Smith. I'm a 13th direct descendant of Smith. South America, Mama Inga, Carlos V. You can see his picture. He's a Jew. He has the cross and everything. He has the emperor thing around his neck, and Mama Inga's passing him a Jew staff. Solomon's, right? Jew. When you look at that picture, you'll know something about that Jew before the stories are Jewish. That date is before the word Jewish exists. Carlos V, the Jew, is painted as a black guy. The same way Solomon is described, the same way Jesus is described. So no surprise. It hasn't changed since the Bible to America. From the Bible, they're black. To the Jew that came to America, my grandfather, black. He's my 16th grandfather. John Smith is my 13th grandfather. South America first, North America second, and this is just the Jew side of my family that came from Europe. When they tell you the Moors ruled Europe, yes. But who were their kings and emperors if they're speaking English, Spanish, and all this shit? Jews. It's their language. How the fuck someone else from a different bloodline is an emperor or a king but don't have their own language? Why would they be using our language? That don't make sense. We have the oldest book ever in human history. That's why you speak English, right? So we have the oldest book in human history, bro. So if it was black in the oldest book, so they were black in the oldest book, and I'm black now, what has changed? Nothing. Because changing my skin color cannot change my blood unless you change my blood. And what I'm saying is I'm still the same color as everyone in my blood, Jews. So now, pause. So there's Jews up north, my grandfather, Jews down south, my grandfather, and they're both kings and shit. We're talking about the 1560s to 1611, right? That's where King James English came in 1611, right? That's Virginia. King James English 1611 is talking about the King Jamestown colonies of Virginia. So that's in America. So far, so good. Don't get lost now. It's King James English. There's other forms of English because English is just nothing but like High German this, French this, that, all these pieces and fragments because they're uniting multiple people who are now doing business and talking to each other and fucking on each other bitches. So you pick up these borrowed words just like you do with slang from you go to New York for the summer, you learn some new cool shit, you go back to school down south and now you saying it, and after the end of school year, all the kids down south are saying it, acting like they came up with it, and then they see a nigga up north, you're like, yo, why you jocking my language, bitch? You live through it. So it's like, so you understand there's 400 years of that. So then you'll start to understand the bigger picture. But I want to paint it for you one more time. John Smith, the Jew, the Moor, Carlos V, the Jew, the Moor, settled America 400 years ago. Both of them are my fathers, right? And both of them are related. The English, Spanish thing is the name of a language, not the name of their blood. That's why there's no Jew language. Jews spoke Hebrew. And that's not even what they called it, but that's what we describe it. We describe what they did as Hebrew. But the Jew, he's not a language. He's not a belief. He's not a religion. The Jew is Judah, and Judah is the emperor of Jerusalem. Mama Inga, Carlos V, South America, late 1500s. That's the 14th century. You're in the 21st. That's 7 centuries ago. So far, so good. My 13th grandfather, my 16th grandfather. Scale, 400 years ago. That's my grandfathers then. Those motherfuckers were fucking and ended up fucking in the place they were fucking, and I'm here now because they were fucking here. They're the kings of Jews. I'm a direct descendant of the kings of Jews. Fuck the Jewish bankers, fuck the Jewish bullshit, fuck the white bullshit, fuck the pale bullshit, fuck the black people and the Africans talking about Moors and Muurs. Y'all don't know how to read yet. So I'm gonna walk you through this shit one more fucking time. The King of England is my grandfather. English, King James English, he set that shit up. Before him, Ablu Khan, Carlos V, Spanish, Moorish Latin is what it's really called, but we'll go with it. He came down, went from Inca, Inca-Yseril. That's Israel, by the way. So Carlos V came to Israel in South America and was given the staff. So now he's the emperor of Israel in South America. King John goes to Northeast about 20, 30 years later. He shows up and he creates the King Jamestown colonies. Those are Jew colonies. Those aren't Christian colonies. We didn't have Christian slaves. Bitch, we're Jews. Why would we have Christianity? Is there Christians in our fucking Bible? No. So why do people assume that? Because y'all been listening to Jewish people who taught you in school, education, and white people, right? But you're looking at the product of the actual story. Y'all keep talking about Moors and Moors and this and that and Indians and feathers and na squash banana. Shut the fuck up. All of you. Top cat, everyone in between you. Shut the fuck up. It's the king of Jews up north and the king of Jews down south. Where do you have room for anything else to have happened here in the middle of a fucking empire of Jews that are all black? Did you not forget what the fuck Israel is? 13 tribes. New England colonies, my nigga. 13 colonies. Like, how many times we have to go through the same numerology and gematria with these deep-ass, fake-ass, woke-ass, hotep-ass, you were just Egyptian 20 years ago ass niggas. Following Pharaoh, Polite, and all these faggots who do weird shit to kids and their daughters. Fuck you niggas, because y'all don't fucking take shit about your family serious on Israel. Because that's what the fuck you are, stupid. Why the fuck is your African ass in Israel next to Jews and Israelites? Why is your stupid make-believe Indian ass anything but us if your bum ass wasn't here until we got here? Those little Native American people ain't no fucking Indians, nigga, or they would call them Indians. They call them Native Americans. You call white people Americans. You notice something. Neither one of them faggots are American. You call Jewish people today American. He's Jewish, I thought. Ain't no fucking American. America is the name of a fucking continent, and this is a continent full of kingdoms and empires of Jews. So if you visit it here, enjoy your fucking stay. But that stupid ass story you tell about white people and Jewish people and why you're here today is your faggot ass brain making up shit, hallucinating. You speak a goddamn king of Jews language. It hasn't changed since, nigga. You speak English now. You're hearing me talking English now. King James of England, my grandfather, you're speaking it now. He's a black Jew. You're speaking his fucking language now. When did we have room to turn into something else, bitch? And you want to talk about Moors and Indians in English. In the kingdom of Israel. In the promised land in the Bible. You know, this used to be a Mexican, this used to be Egypt. All right, bitch, this used to be Egypt. What stopped? Did the land transform and rename itself, you dumb bitch? It still is Egypt, you fucking cock. So where did the tribes of Israel come from if this is Egypt? I could have sworn if you read that Bible in King James English, the language you speak, trying to do research about something, your dumbass would know that the Israelites come from Egypt. And y'all said Amexem is Egypt, more. So if you're still in fucking Egypt and Israel came from fucking Egypt, what are you, you dumb bitch? An Indian from India? Why are you in America calling niggas Indians? Unless they from India. But in a language that belongs to Jews and tall black people. Judah. So you go across the world, you see Aboriginals. They're black too. They're little niggas. They call them Negritin. Negrito. You know what you call that in? You say that word in fucking Moorish Latin. Can you fucking imagine? The whole concept of what people are is a Jew idea. Bloodlines and pedigrees, a Jew idea. Can you fucking imagine 13 tribes? Can you fucking imagine that we give a fuck about who our fathers are? And that's one of the 10 commandments. Honor your mother and father. Genetics, like it's right there, bitch. The first book in the Bible, Genesis. Genetics is right there, bitch. The genes of ISIS from Egypt. You're right here, bitch. So like, what are we confused about? What we're confused about is that niggas are stuck on fucking stupid because they think all these words mean something pale. But once you correct that for niggas, they start to run away from hell. Like, I can't be a descendant of Israel in the kingdom of Israel with the kingdom of Israel's greatest grandson talking in King James English, his grandfather's language, and knows a little Spanish like his other grandfather, and they the same fucking people. Jesus Christ. They're the same fucking people. Motherfuckers are stupid in this bitch. We the only niggas on this planet with a story in our book, in our fucking language, that shows us living simultaneously amongst giants. The tall nigger tribes, can you fucking imagine? On me. And you see all this shit in America, World Fair, search it. It looks like, man, this could have been built by giants. In ancient Egypt, where the Israelites are. Motherfuckers are retarded, bro. Motherfuckers are retarded. These Jewish people, white people who like scrambled the eggs like this, they weren't even that goddamn smart. Because they didn't know what the fuck the words mean either. It's not theirs. They were just illiterate though about a week ago, ass niggas. They compelled you and made you go to their schools, and you assumed as a 4-year-old they were smart. I get it. They are smart to a 4-year-old. They are not smart to a person that knows how to fucking read language. Especially from the family that creates it. So shout out to my sister Red. She's seeing the shit on her algorithm. Tell these niggas to cut it the fuck out on Israel. Because they pissing me the fuck off. Like, what time is it, my niggas? 2026. Like, it's fucking 2026. So let's not fucking play out here, bro. You see what's going on with these Nazis? Jews. You see the fuck's going on with these Nazis, right, Trump? Jews. You black Jews. You see what the fuck's going on with these Nazis in your country, right, bitch? Why do you think there's barely any black Germans left? Because those were the Jews they killed. They didn't kill Jewish, they killed Jews. My father is the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, seated in Germany. John Smith, North, named what you call DC, Nuremberg, Germany, for he is the Holy Roman Emperor. You know, not the only one you heard about, because Holy Roman Emperors fucking have kids. So if a Holy Roman Emperor has a son, he becomes an emperor. If he has a son, he becomes emperor. If he has a son, he becomes emperor. If he has a son, he becomes emperor. Nothing stopped. White people, little stolen library book, freeze frame bullshit to give you Catholicism and all this faggot shit to touch your kids is not what me and my parents did. Because if they're telling you the story of Jewish and white people, they're telling you it's not us that did it. But you're in Israel right now, and there's Jewish and white people, the fuckers who did it. And then y'all be like, ah, man, the Moors, racist Indians. Shut the fuck up. Where the fuck you think Moors come from, you? All of your dumb bitches. Every last single nigga in that story you're trying to research start in America. Just like your dumb ass in America trying to do research about all the niggas in America who started in America, no matter what year it is, Hebrew. We're the ones who build boats, bitch. We defined this whole fucking language the whole world uses, and you think a boat was our problem? Did you read our Bible, bitch? Our oldest ancestor of why we're here right now is Noah, the first boat builder in human fucking history, the first boat builder in human fucking history. Jew, the first boat builder in human fucking history. Admiral is in our book. And my name is Dwayne Desan Smith. You know, like Jesus, a carpenter, a builder. Oh my God. It's a Jew name. Smythel, nigga. L, like El Rey. You know what I'm talking about? L is in my name, nigga. It's Moorish Latin. I'm a Moor, nigga. But the L means I'm a Jew. Because Jews come from angels, not faggots, not white people, not monkeys, not little niggas. Ain't that right, God? Is it not written that ye are gods? Well, how do we become gods? Because God fucked on our mother. Did you read the story, bitch? Does a pit bull give birth to a porcupine? Well, if God is our Father throughout in heaven, holy be thy name, then who the fuck's our daddy? All right, if God's our daddy, then what the fuck are we, stupid bitch? That's why they're the emperor, stupid. They're not the emperor because of fucking prom. They're not the emperor because of democratic Jewish voting. They're the emperor because who the fuck their dad is. And then the illest shit is it's non-contestable. Nobody in their civilization be like, this nigga with the flying craft, I don't think he should be managing things here. I'd much rather throw spears at deer like ass niggas. And the crazy thing is, I know my temperament, my family's temperament. They're like, bro, even right here in this city, there's a lot of land over here. You see that mountain down there? Then take your stupid ass the fuck over there and get the fuck out of my face. And that's what we did, Mer. That's what we did, more. Did y'all leave off Mars? You forgot Mercury and Mars are twins? You have your father the devil. You look like me. Cain and Abel. You didn't forget they were twins? Martian, Mercurian. You forgot? You forgot every damn tradition in our family is twin base. Good brother, bad brother, yin yang. You forgot something. You forgot something, Mer. You forgot something more. You forgot something? Did you forget something? Did you forget something? Did you forget something? Did you forget? Did you forget? Did you forget? Yeah. Y'all need to stop fucking listening to white people. None of this shit is about their family. You know how ignorant that is? You know how bullshit disrespectful that is? They're not Jews. They're not Israelites. They're not black. They're not copper colored. They're not ready. Why are they talking about our shit in our country? And I'm saying in absence of theirs. Where's their shit at? I would love to learn their languages and math systems and family and history and traditions to figure out where all the pedophilia got acceptable at for the last 400 fucking years of their existence. How about that shit? Don't tell me they're where my father's from. Don't tell me that. Because why are they white? The way we be fucking. They would look like Steph Curry at least. But what is white anyway? What pedigree is that? What bloodline is that, by the way? What are they called in history? You notice how there's like a pitch drop if you don't even know what that tribe is called? Yeah, because it doesn't fucking exist. Y'all motherfuckers debating over terrorist thoughts about the shit they terrorized after they terrorized it. That's why it's called a hypothecation. They have to guess. I guess they killed too many people and burned down too many libraries. Stupid motherfuckers. It's goofy. It's goofy as fuck. Dumb as hell, boy. Christopher Columbus is a half Jew, bro. He's a mulatto like Drake is. Y'all dumb. Moors ruled Europe and white people came from Europe. Like, shut up. From 1492 to 1493, Portugal and Spain turned white overnight. Like, nigga, shut up. Y'all dumb. I'm talking about these researchers. They're stupid fucking people. They don't know the difference between an adjective, a noun, a pedigree, a language, a continent, a country, a state, a kingdom, an empire. Like, they don't even know the degrees, bro. And the craziest shit is we play all the fucking video games that use them. Like, every video game set it up for you so you can understand. Like, you playing Oblivion in Tamriel, nigga. Tamari in America, right? And you got the Daedric princes, right? Are they the princes of Tamriel? No, but you fighting their asses right there, and they're still princes nonetheless, right? All right, then. Like, and there's a Dragonborn, Bloodborne, right? That's Temujin's story, right? That's Genghis Khan's story, right? He's the Dragonborn. All right, here's a dragon shout, and he kills dragons, nagas, naki, nigga, right? And then I got the American riding on a sea dragon, right here found in Mexico, darker than all of us, older than anybody's story about shit, with a jed pillar from the Bible. Shut the fuck up. All they gotta do is shut the fuck up. Because where are they going with this? Views, right? Views. They can't talk about black versus white no more. They can't talk about civil rights no more. They can't talk about none of that faggot shit they be on. Now they digging in my ancestors' business. But all you bitch ass niggas say you African Americans. How about you do the fucking research on what the fuck was happening in Africa for your bitch ass to be here 400 years ago and leave my family the fuck alone? And then tell me what language your family spoke when it happened. And then tell me how much it cost and what currency they used to buy you, you dumb bitch. Don't tell me there was US dollars there before the Federal Reserve in fucking Africa. Shut the fuck up. Meanwhile, my father face all over fucking coins. Like, shut the fuck up. On my daddy, nigga. Not on some nigga in history, not on some name in the book. I mean my father. Like the blood in my spirit guides, my spirit team's beloved chosen one, my ancestors, my dreams, my visions, my remote viewing, my third eye, my pineal gland beloved chosen one, Egyptian ass niggas. Y'all believe Yemen, Yah, and Oyas with your goofy ass, but the fucking king of kings of the world, you know, is like, oh, this a white guy. White guys stop being kings of the world to become presidents of banks. Y'all are dumb. We're the kings of genetics, faggot, not money. That's why the whole world related to us if they're our skin color. Oh, blood type, faggot. You know what blood type is? It doesn't change. That's where you get your skin from, faggot. That's where we get our hair from, nigga. The blood. So if O blood type gives you bronze hair, silky eyelashes, chinky eyes, then what is Jesus, a Semite? What do you think his blood type is? He's a Semite. I'm a Smith. It's the same word. I'm a Jew. Jesus is a Jew. What blood type do you think he had? If we're talking about the blood of Christ. And the people who talk about the blood of Christ are the Christians eating niggas. No, bread and wine. They're eating you. They're cannibals. Cannibalism's illegal in America. It's legal. That's where all these people are going. White people eat them. Just like they try to eat Christ. Just like they ate your boy, your Moor, your Mur. Nat Turner, the Mur, he was an African slave. He had a turban on. He's a Mohammedan because Texas belongs to Mohammedans, you dumb bitch. He's freeing slaves because that's what we do. Did you read our story? And they ate him. And a nigga sold him out. Murr. Y'all trying to figure out what happened a whole long time ago. How about y'all figure out why y'all coon-ass grandparents sold you out in the 1900s? Do that story first. Ain't no fucking way they got a church and a Bible and don't know that niggas are black. But yo goofy ass, gangrene, federal informant, 501c3, Moorish temple, Christian temple, Muslim temple, NOI temple, all a bunch of fucking Masons working with white people and Jewish people. To this day, nigga. All their wealth is in their fucking fake ass fiat country, fucking currency. And the currency as a whole is worth what? Negative $38 trillion. So they're negative rich. And y'all motherfuckers can't even process integers. So imagine language based on integers. Jesus Christ, these people are fucking stupid. Not y'all. Hopefully not the fucking listeners. I'm always speaking to the spirit of the matter, like my grandfather used to. Except for I'm not good at fucking parables. I'm just gonna tell you how the fuck it is. We tried that before. It seems like it got lost. Let me tell you directly. Fuck these niggas. Those are my fathers. How any motherfucker gonna reinvent some shit my father did, and I'm still here? How the fuck any motherfucker gonna tell me the history about my goddamn father? Like my fucking father. And I got mad cousins and mad brothers out here. I wish they fucking knew. But me, since I fucking know, since God wanted to wake my goofy ass up out of what I was fucking doing to do this stupid shit with these niggas out here. Jewish white people who don't know the fucking meaning of words, but swore to God we were stupid. Swore to God they had IQ. Swore to God they know history. Meanwhile, they doing all this shit in my fucking language. They never did shit in their language. You wanna know why? They ain't got no kings or emperors. They have none. I'm not talking about the fake whitewashed pictures they make up. They made up the story of America, bitch. I'm right here. So every other story they came up with is just as flawed because the Holy Roman Empire was worldwide, faggot. You know what that means? It wasn't Rome, Italy, Vatican, Vedic Khan. It's a empire, faggot. You know what empire is, these fucking researchers? Do you know what the fucking empire is? You know what empire is? You know what a kingdom is? Or are you a villager? Or you're a forest person? You're a cave person? You're an ice person? You're a little Negro. You're one of these things. Yeah, that Bible ain't about none of that shit. Nigga, we're describing a UFO in Ezekiel about 2,000 years ago, right? If you go to... How about I show you? I forgot I got... Lord help me. I just want to show you. I just want to show you how old we are. Because motherfuckers are dumb. Murs. What were those groups called when Joshua was out here? Were they Moors and Murs? Huh? Were they Murs and Murs? You see Murs and Murs? If you read Jeremiah, if you go to Google right now, and you say, you type this. No, fuck it. I'll show it for you. I'll do it for you. Because we're Jews and Israelites. And y'all fucking stupid. And y'all fucking demonic because you avoid the fucking Bible of your emperor. White people. How the fuck white people want to translate some shit without our languages? Shut the fuck up. These motherfuckers are in the fucking gulag. The word slave comes from Slavic. Slavic is Caucasians. The word slave comes from Slavic. Are you a Slavic or are you a mer? Dumbass. Geneva. That's Switzerland, Holy Roman Empire, where my grandfather is from. He comes to America when? Then 1611, you get a King James Bible. Same fucking people, by the way. They're the Holy Roman Empire. Nuremberg is where they went. That's Maryland, bitch. Now, Melech, the Black Moor, in the Bible. Same time period, bitch. 12 years just sooner. This is one of the biggest printing presses out there. Ye Black Moor. Ye Black Moor. Ye Black Moor. And the eunuchs. All the faggots I be talking about. That's what a eunuch is. Benjamin. Judah Ben Moor. Where is the white or Jewish people in this story, faggots? Where's there white or Jewish people in that fucking paragraph, faggot? Exactly. There isn't any. Y'all know how to read or y'all just skim through shit? And then you have a white boy and a Christian talking about there's no Moors. Then why the fuck is it in the Bible older than the King James Bible, you faggot? Did you hear what the fuck I just said, y'all? That Moors are in the Bible 400 years ago. The Bible that my family wrote, Mer. The Bible about my family, the Kings of Kings. There's a Moor. And you know what's crazy? They put an adjective in front of it. He's a black Moor. There's no white Moors. You know what a regular Moor is? It's the pedigree, and you're looking at it. So if they put black in front of me, they're saying I'm dark as hell. Obsidian, damn near. Saudi, suit, damn near. Negro, damn near. A black Moor. A regular Moor is copper colored, like Jesus. You'll understand everything one day if you teach your baby how to read. And stop listening to people who didn't create this language, who don't know how to read, who are only here to use us. And you know that story perfectly well. Like, that one's not unbelievable, I hope. I hope it's not unbelievable that these people came to our kingdoms and empires and our tribes and ruined our shit because they're using it. I hope no one has to sell that to you. The greatest empire in the world. Can you fucking imagine? In a world full of monkeys and people walking on all fours. Shut the fuck up talking to me. You remember? You remember the Dark Ages and the diseases and the blankets they brought? Because they didn't wash their ass? Do you remember? So who do you think the slaves were if these motherfuckers can't clean themselves? We created aqueducts and bathhouses. Remember Bethlehem, nigga? Mars. There's Muurs. You remember? You don't remember. I know. You got the game fucked up. You have the game fucked up. Because these are Jews. Jesus is a Jew. Jews are black people. I'm a black person. No, I'm a Jew. But you call Jews black people. So the people you're calling black are Jews. Do you understand how many mother and son portraits there are? That's not one Jesus and Mary. That's all of our matriarchs, you dumb bitch. There's 12 tribes. Y'all know how to fucking count? There's the emperor, Jerusalem, and then the 12 tribes, Israel. The fuck? Why you all over the world? Niggas gotta move. Like, all right, nigga, let me get my own shit. Niggas got their own shit. My grandfathers. Those are black people. You see their afros? Those are black people. Are they Muurs? Are they Moors? Are they sub-Saharan Africans? Do you know where this is? This is in Russia. You niggers, Jews, Israelites, are in Russia as of this painting. How the fuck did you come from West Africa, stupid? Y'all some dumb motherfucking people. Because I'm here. You know what I'm talking about? I'm here in America. None of my family is from West Africa. But all these Jews, that's my hairline right fucking there. Just give me 10 more years. Look at Jesus, black. Look at his disciples, black. Look at Mary Magdalene, black. Look at all the disciples and saints and all the ancestors, black, 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 black. Turbans, kufis, everything. Like a fucking empire. You could believe and dress how you want. Can you fucking imagine if you live with niggas, right? Can you fucking imagine? Niggas like, I don't give a fuck what you do, bitch. Just don't bring that faggot shit to grandma's house. Can you remember? Can you fucking, do you see how many of them are lit? That's third eye awakenings. These are black people with third eye awakenings on their paintings in Russia. No wonder why your goofy ass grandmother don't have it in her church. And then all the all the saints back there. The saints don't have the glow, but the disciples do, including the woman. She's lit. You know, Mary Magdalene that washed his feet, but she's a whore. How can a whore be lit? Shut the fuck up. Y'all goofy as fuck, boy. Y'all always talking about some shit and never read shit. It's the craziest thing about it because it's all yours. Oh, that's the Merkaba. The Merkaba New Age beloved one. Nigga, those are Israelites. All that shit is ours that y'all talk about. That's probably why your goofy ass talk about it. You're a fucking Israelite descendant if you're in America. Unless your ass is African. Are you Wale? Are you Wale? If you're not Wale, then shut the fuck up talking to me. Everything else is Israelites. Israelites are black people. The king of Israel came to America. My grandfather. Same. Those are my ancestors in that painting, not random niggas from the Bible. Those niggas, where they are in history, is called Tartaria. Like like Tar Hills, like Tuscarora, like Tuscany, like Etruscan, like Tuscan leather. Copper colored, nigga. Jesus Christ. Literally. So far, so good. How's the chat doing? Likes in the chat. We 4 likes short. Fuck them. Muurs ass niggas. The fuck are they talking about? You want to figure out who's in the Indian War? You trying to figure out what tribes of feathers beefing over bitches and land? Because white people put a battery in their back? Ain't shit changed, has it, ICE? Ain't shit changed, has it, Black Lives Matter? Ain't shit changed, has it, New Black Panthers? Which one of those are the Muurs? Because that's exactly what you're describing. These faggots. Not because they're Muurs, but because that's what they're designating for that time period. That fucking Converso Indian War. Moors versus Indians. Muurs versus Moors. Which one is it? Because if y'all knew what the fuck a Jew was, you knew he's Semitic. You know what a Semite is, Smith? Afro-Asiatic. That's blood. Afro-Asiatic by blood. So fuck all the narratives. America belongs to Afro-Asiatics. Fuck all the narratives. I don't give a fuck who boat it is, who slave it was, none of that. This 2026, bitch. We got Wi-Fi. So fundamentally, if you start with, you take all the variables off the table and go, what are the bloodlines of these people? Oh, they're Afro-Asiatics. Okay. So we're not from sub-Saharan Africa, are we? All right. What are Afro-Asiatics? Semites. What are Semites? Jews. You see how I did that? No Christ, no white boy, no church was harmed, no king, no emperor, no slave master daddy, and no little bitch ass nigga either. Just doing chemistry. Can you fucking imagine? Biology and chemistry tell you the whole story. Fucking idiots. Skipping steps. How are we gonna be a victim this year? Ass niggas. You're a victim because you're stupid. Not because something happened to you. It's 2026. Confirmation. So, if I do my best, we shouldn't have too many stupid people left. It's okay to be stupid. I know what happened to us. I would be, shit. It only took me 40 years in the desert to figure it out. I was lost in the desert for 40 years too, niggas. Welcome. It's time for our Joshua journey. If you've read that Bible about your ancestors, you understand the difference between Moses and Joshua very clearly. You're not in the beginning of the story. You're at the end of the story. Today. You're with me. The descendant of the kings of the world. My grandfathers. All the technology and all those UFOs and those paintings. My grandfathers. We're not telling the white version of anything. That never happened. What's the black version of those stories? Ah, now you understand everything. You don't have them. You have hypothecations. You don't have the story. You have the Bible. It has stories. But you don't know what happened after that Bible. You notice something. And something happened after that black-ass, Jew-ass, Israelite Bible turned the world full of white people telling niggas what to do. Yeah, you should probably try to research when that happened. But I'm going to give you a clue. The King of Kings of Israel and Jerusalem were in America as of 1611. So whatever happened, happened when? After that. So what happened after that? Mexican Wars, Indian Wars, revolutions and civil wars. Muurs and Mars. Remember? Remember that French-Indian War? Did you know the French are black too? So if you have French-Indian War, now French and Indians are having sex and making kids with each other, what are those kids? It'd be confusing because French is a language and a place. French is not a blood type. So if they're black French, are they related to white French? That's not how blood works. So white French and black French, then French means white. Ah, we don't know how words work. I know. I fucking know. I know who taught us. It's not their words. So how can they teach you how to use them properly? To go back before they bitch ass start teaching you and read a story that they didn't write. Without the connotative, without the fucking slang, without all the other little shit that make niggas niggas. How the fuck they gonna interpolate what that shit is 400 years ago, but the first year they met us, they got us on bullshit. So you know they don't know where we coming from. And that's why your religion and all your shit is stupid. Because you're freestyling shit based on a worldview trying to piece together what white people gave you. Where their grandmothers stay. Tell me where their mass burial grave is. Real quick for me. You won't find me and niggas like me in Taller, in Myersdale, Pennsylvania, Nuremberg, Germany, Alemanni, Alamance, the Holy Roman Empire. You don't find me all over that bitch. Swear to God. From the beginning of United States history is what I'm saying. Am I a Mer, or am I a Moor, or am I sub-Saharan African? I'm the sub-Saharan African that created America, grandson. Cool story. That means Africa's mine too then, huh? All right then, king of kings, not villager of villagers. However you want to figure it out where you get your skin from. Newsflash, these motherfuckers been around for hundreds of years under your same sun. They're still pale. Dummy, they've been eating your food. They're still pale. Dummy, your skin comes from your blood, fucker. Melanin is in your blood, stupid. Melanin's a crystal, by the way. Not an ingredient. Stupid. I'm talking all these fucking black-ass researchers who read like a black slave. Slaves don't know how to read, remember? They ain't say you didn't know how to sound out words. They say you don't know what the fuck you're reading. You don't know how to read. It's kind of like solving a math equation. You know, since English is based in algebra, you don't know how to solve the equation. You know it says x plus y equals 12, but you don't know where to get started. You don't know how to read, nigga. That's why it's retarded they're using AI and all that shit to try to tell this story. Like, yo, CIA, stop hiring these stupid lesbians, bro. They're not good storytellers. Fuck with me. I'll give you the ChatGPT plugin. I'll hit up Jonathan real quick, like, yo, Jonathan, we got something. It's the CIA, but maybe it'll help our people in 100 years, right? And you ain't gotta believe me, just ask my chat. Ask the people who live in a different country. Ask Mr. Now who lives in Italy. Same fucking story over there. Ask Mr. Harut from Denmark. The same kind of weird shit happened to his family too. Look it up. Ask these brothers, they're real people. You don't gotta look in a history book. These are the descendants of what happened over there. The same way it happened over here to us. The same Jewish white people. True or false? Now, is that all Jewish people? Is that all white people? No. But neither one of them are white and neither one of them are Jewish. So you get where I'm going with this. You know how like there's no such thing as a football player unless you're playing a football game? And they go back home, he a mechanic. Same story with these niggas. You'll catch it one day. You know how niggas like to rap in entendres. It's not just Jay-Z, by the way. A Carter. I'm a Beasley. Those are Jew names. All your famous people are Jews. I'm talking about the black ones, like Jews. And y'all gotta stop fucking doing that. There's Jew and Jewish. That ish means it's not a Jew. Jews. Your most famous people are Jew descendants. And I think that's why Jewish entertainer lawyers and shit like them and sign them, aka put them into indentured servitude. And they pay a lot for them. And fake money worth negative $38 trillion, so they paid nothing for them. But they're still enslaved to their contracts. That's what you call slavery, stupid. Borrowing money from a devil. That's what all the penal colonies in Georgia was. Niggas couldn't pay their debts back. Y'all dumb. My mother was a slave. Your mother was bad with money like she is today. Nothing changed. Except for it was more serious back then. Now you're on a credit system, so it's like, oh, you know, you'll pay it back one day, and if you die, your kids will. That's like perpetual, that's like chattel slavery. Slavery starts with banking. Jewish starts with banking. Have you noticed who did it? There you go. I solved it for you. Please miss me with this more in Indian bullshit in Israel. Please. This is what they call this. They said they thought they went to India. Is this India? All right then. But it's important to know the people they saw and called Indians are us, Israelites. We're not Indians, we're Israelites. The Indians of the time are Israelites. They called them Indians. Someone else, a foreigner, a bitch-ass nigga with no money, no motion, no bitches, homosexuals, eunuchs, and mamelukes who can't read. They thought they went to India because they were lied to. And they saw us and like, well, if we're in India, these are Indians. Type shit. Indians. Indigenous. Genies. Demons. Solomon. Temujin. DJ. Dijon. Same story. What they're telling you is the giant niggas are over here. Because giants are considered to be fallen angel blood. How you doing? The empires of this world are fallen angels. God told you to stay your ass down here. That's on Atlas. And then Jesus died and took the keys of death so they can get out of here. How you doing? You didn't read about Maya Sanskrita? You didn't read about the illusion? You didn't read about the dream within a dream? That's crazy. Y'all niggas love Inception, but it's in the Bible already. You just don't understand the math, and you're not going to if you don't understand the language, and you're not going to if you don't understand who the fuck wrote that shit. You don't always think like a light-skinned pale person coming over here to steal and use and rape and kill all your shit and then never take accountability for it like a grand wild narcissist and think that that's who wrote that shit, so you're going to read it like them. These are mathematicians. These are scientists. These are geneticists. Israel is the name of our father, not a place, you dumb bitch. We're Israelites because we're his grandkids. Jews stick together, remember? We don't do that no more, though. I noticed something because all these new African Americans out here. There's no history of African Americans sticking together. It's almost like that word don't exist, Jesse Jackson. But you know how, like, you could say Jesse Jackson gave you the African American thing, and he's calling you that? Well, before Jesse Jackson made up African American, what were you just 1971? You see how that works? How you got a new name in the 80s, and you ran with that goofy shit? And then the Indian James Brown, Cleveland Browns family, Ohio, Cleveland Brown, James Brown, the Indian. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. You notice he never said black? It was a stupid bitch in the back of the studio. James Brown refused to open his lips for these Jewish people to make that song. Did you see him? Listen to that, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud one more time. Baby, baby, baby. How you gonna be an Indian chief and a fucking African? Shut up. All these Jews are good at music. You read our Bible? Jews invented modern music. And the niggas you love in America are the kings of modern music. Why are y'all lost at? Where do you think we get these traits from? Slavery? The queen of rock and roll, right? Like, that wasn't an African, you dumb bitch. Where she live? Ain't no Africans there. They're all goofy, boy. Because not only you have to be African that escaped the clutches of white people, you're an African that has a map of America to make it to an Indian territory, learn our language and our dances and our music, all within 3 years. After the fucking Civil War. Shut up. What if? Can you fucking imagine if? In this territory of the kingdom of Israel, the descendants here today are the result of the Israelites fucking with whoever else decided to come here because their mothers don't listen to God or the Bible. The end. It really be that simple. It really be poor pussy management that creates these conditions as a society. Hoeing. Usury. Using their pussy for gains. That's not slavery. That's poverty. Why are they impoverished? Because they don't keep the commandments. Did you read our Bible? So whoring is a side effect of not listening to God. But you know that's universal law. So I don't want you to get lost in the invisible sky daddy concept from white people. I mean, like, literally. Law, El, God. That's what El is. Lord. El Elyon, El Palion, El Elyon, El, Lord of Hosts, Adonai, Enlil. Keep going down the list, nigga. El, Alchemist. Last word on Jesus' cross, right? Right before he woke up again. Allah. Come on now. Fuck with me. LL, nigga. LL Cool J ass niggas. Come on, wake up, Jew. He's a Smith too, ain't he? Todd Smith, right? You see his skin color? You see his chinky eyes, his little beady eyes? Uh-huh. He's from Queens, New York. You know who else is from Queens, New York? My father, another Smith. Do the science on our cousins. Lighty. You know Chris Lighty? Violator, Busta Rhymes, all that shit? 50 Cent? Mm-hmm. Look at his picture. That's a high yellow nigga, ain't it? Mm-hmm. That's my cousin. I'm a Lighty. Beasleys and Lighties. That's the same family. Hence, everything we love about hip-hop's from Jews, but specifically the Jews in my family. That's not random. Who's our granddaddy? The king of Judah. Like, the fuck, the king of music, nigga. Like, shut up. They gotta cut it the fuck out, bro. Like, this shit common sense when you know what the words mean. So you don't have to debate and talk and wonder and all this shit. You can skip everything a white person read and wrote and thought and upload it to the internet and just go, what do these words mean? Lighties, Beasleys, all of us, bro. Those are Jews. Now look at all the Jews I named. LL Cool J, Chris Lighty, Dwayne Smith. They're all black people. Unanimously, you call those black people. And not one of them niggas come from Africa. You're going to find a story that they all have a grandmother that's Indian. Yes, they call the Israelites Indians one more fucking time. The Israelites did not become Indians. Indians did not become Israelites. It's not a conversion process. Those are Jacob's children, stupid. Again, it's the name of our father, not the name of a religious concept. So if you're doing English to describe who our father is, you're like, oh, we're talking about Yaqub, who created the 12 tribes. You know the story, Scientologists? You know Yaqub, the big head scientist? My grandfather, nigga? Like them niggas. Y'all reading about Yaqub, y'all reading about Jacob. This is already in the Bible, but go ahead and listen to Nation of Islam, who stole the shit from Noble Drew Ali, my other grandfather from 6 generations ago. Where Manly Beasley from South Carolina took over the more simple science of America in Chicago. But he died early, like 31, 32 years old from fucking tuberculosis or, let me guess, COVID of the 1920s. That's my grandfather, nigga. Is he a Moor or a Mer? I could have fucking sworn he was the one that taught all your fucking bastards this shit in the last 100 years. And I'm his grandkid fucking telling you, he from Tuscarora, Etruscan, El Tres Khans, all three kings on Jesus, nigga. Where the fuck you think this what the fuck you think this is coming from? He even referred to himself as Jesus. And is. Who's his granddaddy? And then he tells you it's the Circle 7 Quran. It's the Aquarian gospel of Jesus. He knew the fucking age of Aquarius was coming. He said, you don't need this version in 100 years. Because your own brothers will put you back into slavery. And they did. Y'all niggas are citizens now. We weren't citizens in the 1800s. Remember Dred Scott? And I'm a Scot. I'm Dred Scott's family member. Like, y'all are dumb. We're all the same niggas, bro. It's not like a new in and out of blood coming here, bro. It's the same ugly motherfuckers stuck fucking on each other. It's been years. We're all related. So shut the fuck up. And all these new blacks that just came here on Section 8 in the 80s and shit from wherever you come from, whether it's an island, South America, Africa, or Haiti. Cool story. Enjoy your stay. But remember, I'm Afro-Asiatic, nigga. You're in my fucking continent. Wherever the fuck you stay. You gonna describe your shit in English? Fuck you. You gonna spell all your words with our letters? Fuck you. You Greeks and Romans now? Then why the fuck you got our alphabet? All right then. So you must have got it from an Afro-Asiatic. And you're over here with Afro-Asiatics where you got it from. This shit solves itself. There's no more history to do. Like, we know what the problem is, bro. You know what happened. Everything that ain't Afro-Asiatic happened, nigga. Start asking them questions about their grandparents. Fuck your story. Fuck our story. What is the people who don't come from here and don't belong here story? Get those stories, please. Y'all looping. Y'all think changing the vowel on some shit's gonna change what the fuck happened? It don't matter what the fuck the vowels are in our language, bitch. The vowels express holy intensity. You're not ready for that yet. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't understand that English is a weapon. It was created by demons. This is why your ass is asleep. Because of the words they use, not because of magic. It's how that word makes a shape that hits your brain, your smooth ass brain, water, electricity, light, neuron connected. And it'll connect a whole bunch of neurons on a bridge of bullshit. It's evil. It's an evil game, bro. It's like we're descendants of slaves or something. You do know kings and emperors can get captured and killed and become slaves, right? Hi, how you doing? I'm still standing. We're betrayed by our sisters. On Montezuma, nigga. Mount Zion, by the way. Mansa Musa, right? The mountaintop. Azamori, by the way. That's Carlos V, my grandfather. The richest man in human history. Because his father is the richest man in human history. Genghis Khan. The king of kings of everything. Genghis. Like gangsta. Like ghetto. Same story, nigga. That's our grandfather, bro. Wake your ass up. More. He's an Afro-Asiatic. Khan, that's what that means. Semite, that's what that means. Jew. Khan, Semite, Jew. Say it. Khan, Semite, Jew. Say it. All of it's in King James English. Khan, Semite, Jew. Notice all the words that describe us mean the same thing in our language that we created. Us sorcerers on Solomon's Kids. You know, like, so no matter what a bitch ass nigga say, if they trying to trick you in English, every word to say the thing is going to mean the same thing if you know how to do algebra, bitch. More. Of course not. You haven't thought about that because you think our fucking shit was created by white people who don't build shit. That's a you problem, idiot. Where your grandma stay? And was she Indian? All right then, bitch. Then what she was telling your goofy ass is that you're an Israelite. She loved church on Sunday, although Sabbath is today. I wonder if the white man showed up. I wonder if the Christians showed up. Christians are so fucking stupid of that time period that they did the holy day on Sunday. What is Sabbath, guys? On Carlos V, Moorish, Latin, you call it Spanish. Is Sabbath Sabado? And is Sabado Saturday? So how are you black ass niggas and Indians and Africans and Christian conversos doing shit on Sunday with a Bible that tells you it's Saturday? You don't think that's a gross oversight of the obvious? That a nigga could be that stupid system-wide every fucking church, but they try and tell you who God's sons are? Bitch, you can't even talk about my family or my bloodline. You don't even know where Sabbath is. It's a Spanish word, ain't it? Ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a bitch? In the Bible. On Carlos V. Can you fucking imagine? Dead giveaway, right? It's like a little, we call it Easter egg in video games. It's like a little Easter egg. So no matter what timeline you wake up, if you know how to read, you be like, these niggas got us. I'm in a timeline where everyone's so fucking retarded. They worship God on Sunday instead of his day, Saturday. Correct me if I'm wrong, please. The 10 Commandments, there's only 10 of them. You think they memorized them by now. Remember the Sabbath and keep it holy. You doing that on Saturday, on Sunday? That's how you remember the Sabbath and keep it holy? You keep it holy on the wrong day. You Christians, you keep the Sabbath holy on the wrong day? You wondering if you're serving God or a demon? You don't even celebrate God in your book on the right day. Who the fuck are you niggas? On your grandmother, on TD Jakes, on all these niggas. I know they're all federal informants. That's what a 501c3 is, bitch. Y'all should read. Like the Hebrew Israelites say. My little badass half cousins that barely got the story right. Read. I'm almost having fun with it. As depressing and senile as the whole deranged occasion is. Washita, Muurs. Why you in Israel? Delaware, Muurs. Why you in New Jerusalem? Why y'all coming to the Holy Land? Y'all don't know? Palestine, Ohio? You never heard of it before? Trimeca, Chicago? Didn't they tell Malcolm X that was the real Mecca? Trimeca. Right there. King James English and vowels. Sometimes you call it Spanish. Y'all didn't notice that. Malcolm X got shot in the fucking head by the CIA, blamed it on a nigga with blinks in his shotgun for no fucking reason. Y'all want to be revolutionaries and shit. Black Panthers, shit. Jaguars come from South America. Y'all talking about Wakanda in Africa. Wakanda in fucking America. Literally on our map already. They're saying that we're an advanced society of niggas. Have you seen the Tartarian buildings around here? The fact that we have free electricity, way before Nikola Tesla, they got him to study it, but he found it here, where the kings of Israel live, the Ark of the Covenant kids, the fucking shit that splits water, that has flying craft, burns half their face, Moses, and every ridiculous thing you don't understand because you grew up being taught by white people and Jewish idiots. But in real life, in the Bible, your smartest ancestors that ever lived, because you still use their language and have their book, they told you this shit already. But you're trying to figure out if they're mer or mar in Israel. What fucking difference would that make? Do you know where the fuck you live? Where does your grandmother stay? Does your grandmother stay in Africa? Who are the rulers of America, faggots? Montezuma, Mount Zion, Mansa Musa. Same story, nigga, different dialect. Hebrew is Greek and Arabic too. By the book, bitch. It ain't that deep. You can figure this out with just headlines. Because y'all seem to think these other motherfuckers don't know who we are. And that's where you're dead wrong. They did this to us on purpose, and they're keeping it up in real time, nigga. They know who you are, nigga. They're not worrying about if you're mer or more or an African. They're worrying about you knowing where the fuck they are and where the fuck they come from, so you don't fucking ask the question, hey, oh, by the way, why the fuck are you still here? Until you're all ready to have that conversation, you have to read laws and treaties and shit and understand how they got here. But you can't understand how they got here because you think they brought you here. Your dumb ass need a designated driver. Meanwhile, your grandfather buried, 500 miles west of the shit to see his other family. You know he's a Rolling Stone, bitch. Didn't we have horses? You think your grandfather had one kid in one territory, knowing who Israel is? And that we're under attack and being followed? You a goofy ass nigga. Or you go to Sunday church and never read the Bible. We had the same 40 years, bro. It's 2026. And I haven't come across a nigga. Y'all can't send me a video of a nigga who understands what I just said. It's 2026, y'all. In 2026, y'all, we had the same AOL startup disk. People didn't know Moors in the Bible. They didn't know that copper-colored bronze is what you call an Indian. They didn't know, growing up being artists, Crayola, there's a crayon called Indian Red. You put it next to my skin. Like a penny. Same story, bitch. Indian Red is my skin color. Indian Red is ready. That's the color of David. Where do we get skin color from again? Blood. Okay. David had a different blood type than an African, didn't he? He's a Semite, isn't he, Smith? No, Shay. Smith means builder. It means carpenter. It means weapon builder. It means boat builder. How many things did Jesus build, nigga? So instead of trying to put an adjective in front of a noun, bitch, they just said, Smith. Word Smith. Any Smith. If we created it, we mastered it. That's what Smith is. It's a mastery of a building. We are master builders, masons, Solomon, grandkids. Not niggas wearing aprons and getting their booty hole pawned in the 1800s with the white boys. They found out the G in Freemasonry is their G spot in their asshole. So we're not going to do that about my ancestors, though. On Solomon, don't fucking play with our science, bitch. It sounds like copyright infringement, if you ask me. Because I could have sworn that's my birthright and my inheritance, not some place for me to get a degree from a foreigner. You know what a birthright inheritance is, right, genealogists? Yeah, so y'all got the game fucked up playing with all these Indians. You're going to hell for that. Know that. On Archangel Michael. It's blasphemy. It's unforgivable. I think they know that. they might be demons already. And we know that's a real thing because Jesus is the guy that he is because he casted out demons out of people. When's the last time you met a person who cast out demons? So you think we might have a demon overflow problem down there? Have you seen the signs of anything? Let me know if you see anything that would make you think that demons are, running amok inside of human bodies. If you see anyone on the street doing a stinky leg, let me know if you think demons are out here, since 2,000 years of the Bible talking about it. But your grandparents were guessing. In the language that you're thinking. You think in their fucking language, and you think that your ancestors are that fucking stupid? Just be making up shit? Knowing damn well there's a stranger in your house, and somehow you forgot what date he came here? He can't use my dates. My grandfather came here at those dates. My grandfather's a Jew. They're not Jews. So they didn't found America. There's Jews and come here with white people. Jews stick together. Jews don't do that international baccalaureate bullshit that these white folks do. Why would we need to? You know who our father is. So Jews of the 1611s, all right, the Muurs up until 1775, 1868, every land of the West is Moorish people, annexation, Texas, Indian associates, all the way through Central and South America. You look up the Morisco chart, that's that time period. So they've been mixing up these different nations of Israelites. 10 tribes of Israel, get it? Now look at a Morisco chart, and you're going to see the 10 tribes of Israel again, in different names in Moorish Latin. Yeah, the Bible's in King James English. They didn't speak English, so that's obviously not their fucking names in real life, bitch. But you know how you skip all that shit? What's an Israelite, nigga? A Semitic, an Afro-Asiatic. No need to guess. You Afro-Asiatic or not? You're an Israelite. Shut up. You're an Afro-Asiatic or not? Shut up. You're an Israelite. You're an Afro-Asiatic or not? Shut up. You're a Semite. You're an Afro-Asiatic or not? Shut up. You're a Saracen. Why do Christians exist? To vanquish Saracens. You forgot you were a Saracen. It seems like their mission's completed, right? Enter Katera, Papa Bulls, Vatican. After the hypothecation, because my family is here now. They're over there. How? White Christians? With those dimensions coming back here to give you this shit? How? We're the people who created it. How you gonna give me some shit I created? You said you found me here and trying to give me religion. Bitch, the niggas that created the head of your religion are already here. We're their kids. Who the fuck are you? Wars ever since. They been lying since, nigga. But don't forget, the Christians came here to kill you, Indian, nigga. Do you know that 10 little Indians, originally it's 10 little niggers. So what is an Indian again? Let's do the transformative property of algebra since it's English. Made by Archangel Gabriel, by the way. Correct? All right, y'all didn't even know that. Same language the Quran is in, right? Archangel Gabriel, by the way, right? You know that's algebra, by the way, right? And notice I said algebra, by the way, right? There's no J in Hebrew. Understand everything, nigga. That sounds like a Semitic Afro-Asiatic language and not an African, Black, or Hebrew one. Phoenician, Cherokee, Chalike, Al-Chalike. Oh my God, Chaldean. Ain't that where Abraham from? Israel's daddy. So you see all these words in English are telling you the same story, right? It's not a flex of knowing history. It's my flex is I know what the words mean. So how the fuck are people doing history and reading this shit if they don't know what the words mean? If you just fucking switch to know what the fucking words mean, you know every word I said for the past 5 minutes, I'm saying the same thing over and over and over and over. But you hear different elements of a different story depending on which angle I put it in. But I haven't said nothing different. I keep saying my father's names. Everything I'm talking about is my name, nigga. You understand why it's so personal, why I'm so pissy about this? All those words are my name. All of those words are my name. All those words are my father's. All my fathers and us are the same. Did you read our book yet? We are all the same. They're so stupid, though. But they talking about they created religions and churches and shit. Oh my God, faggots. Always making up shit. They don't even know the significance of who we are, bro. They think we're monkey evolved. What's all this story about gods and UFOs? Like, why would a monkey evolve? Like, there's monkeys in your zoo now that don't evolve, nigga. There's people who've been here for 400 years in the fucking prime meridian. They still pale right now, Argentina. So, like, fuck out my face. These niggas suck at everything, including science and common sense. We don't have the fucking nerve to raise our tribes and our families. That fucking gunpoint, like some bitch-ass niggas. Lucky they call us in a good era, bro. We ain't got enough fucking Samsons and Davids down here. These niggas would be fucking dead already. But we got the little pussy-ass mother side, I'm sure, who like to read and tell stories and do little witchcraft and secret-ass bitch-ass niggas. Or Salam Salem-ass niggas. Y'all got soft, nigga. Our women, they got soft, nigga. Our women are the worst women in human fucking history when it comes to war. They soft, bro. They like these little fake trinkets and this bullshit-ass copper-colored dumb shit called pennies. They like being in control of fucking trinkets and things, fucking hoarders. Seems like they're suffering shock, Stockholm, and PTSD of the same bad decision that they made probably about 250 years ago. But I ain't telling. But wait till these niggas wake up for real, for real, for real, for real. And stop talking about Muurs and Indians. You have angel blood, stupid. Why you think your girls keep going missing? Well, I saw this stupid shit on Threads. Check my Threads out. Motherfucker said, God killed the firstborns of Egypt because they didn't listen, but he could have killed Pharaoh. And it's this sassy, gay, stupid bitch thing that you see all of them do when it comes to that Bible that they never read. But they have the nerve to make a sassy equation. She tried to do a stupid-ass if-then statement. Well, if God wanted this, then why didn't he just kill Pharaoh? Like, and they do this sassy shit with all the shit, right? That's how I know they ass African. But I go, let me make sure I understand the reference you're making. You're making a reference to Moses? They don't even know the fucking story of who and what time it is or nothing. They just saying shit to disrespect God. And I'll let a stupid, miserable, ugly bitch have it because she'll never have any gods in her damn belly. So I get it. Thank God it's so easy to see now. But she's telling the public, and you see all the likes in the comments, like, these niggas are green, bro. They never read the Bible ever. Like, what were their grandmothers doing? Sucking dick? Like, you know what I'm saying? Most black people read the Bible at least. Whether they agree or subscribe, like, what does that even mean, nigga? The Bible is not about us. Our Bible is not about a belief. Our Bible is how we got here. It's our ancestry. It's our family tree book. Like, literally, it's King James Family Bible, Biblios, birth charts. And then your ancestors, if they're Indians, every time you got married or have a new birth, you write it in your Bible, didn't you? And if your family didn't fucking do that, heathen, maybe that's why you don't have your birth records. Motherfuckers. Like, you know what I'm saying? They don't even understand culture and traditions and shit, but want to debate some shit when they're dumber than every fucking ancestor in their actual bloodline that ever lived just 50 years ago. But now they gonna get sassy about this shit. System-wide, Muurs. Like, yo, bro, why didn't God just get rid of Pharaoh? Motherfucker, the whole story is about how God got rid of Pharaoh. Why didn't God just kill Pharaoh? God hardened Pharaoh's heart and then he died. That's not what that story's about, but like their stupid ass equation, their issue with God is that he's not doing all their homework for them. What the fuck are you for, bitch? I thought you were made in God's image. So why the fuck are you waiting for God then, you dumb idiots? Read that fucking Bible again. You think Jesus was waiting for something, nigga? You think Samson was waiting? You think David was waiting? You think Solomon was waiting? You think Jesse was waiting? You think we was waiting for niggas? Y'all sound like some fucking idiots. We are God's kids. Same story. You should read it, stupid. There's a religion. I believe in faith and go to heaven. Angels go to heaven. Angels are the sons of God. Do you get it? Why would a dog, a pig, a chihuahua, and a caveman and a monkey evolution go to a place designated for angels? Have you thought about it yet? Since all those concepts come from King James English Bible and nowhere else. You dumb bitch. So even their idea of how they got here and where they go when they die is still our shit. But then they're going to disrespect us and how we live in our shit and yet think they are a good person going somewhere better so they can't be judged by our shit. Like, you're a fucking schizophrenic fucking demon. All of you niggas, bro, who be on that type of time. Your mother and all of you. Y'all some schizophrenic demons, bro. Because none of the shit y'all be chatting about makes sense. If you read that damn book. I'm doing this video on Sabbath, nigga. Let's go real quick to Psalms 31. How the fuck, why the fuck do we keep jumping around this damn book? Why do we keep beating around the damn bush? Why do we keep avoiding the issue? Why do we keep skipping over that this is a story about something very particular and someone's very particular? What happened to them? Well, God said, if you have faith in ye, like, that sound like a nigga that can't read. You quoting one fucking precept at a time? Bitch, you haven't memorized it by now? How long have y'all niggas been playing church in this bitch? I'm telling you every king and patriarch story linear in the Bible, and I ain't got a Bible open yet. You know what verse that is? For fucking worse, nigga. How about you start at the beginning of the fucking book and read? Today, we're gonna talk about Joshua and the Israelites. I need you to turn your book. Let me fucking guess. I need to turn my fucking book to Joshua, nigga. We don't talk about Solomon and David and let me guess. We're gonna be in the Old Testament, right? Right after the garden, right after Abraham, right after Israel. So we're like, we're in the Septuagint. So we're in the first half of the book. Okay, thank you. Today we want to talk about how Paul. Let me guess. We're gonna go into the only story not written by Jews and Israelites and dwell on that for 100 years. Salvation for the Gentile, which is a descendant of a giant and a bunch of little nigger white people and monkey evolution people. Somehow in their stupid monkey brain, the word that says Gentiles, the descendants of giants, in a book about the descendants of giants means them. But let's go to what Paul was writing. Ass niggas, like, shut up. Now you understand what I mean. Like, they don't know how to read. They know how to repeat some shit. They know what they're saying. They've seen, you know what I'm saying, but they don't know what they're reading. It's angel script, bro. It's Enochian. It's the Matrix. It's that green shit, bro. It's like, you see what those characters are, but that's not what you're looking at. Like, that's what I'm saying. That book is not written by a monkey. They can't read it. I need y'all to hear what I'm saying because the English language is so magical. I want to say it one more fucking time. I'm not saying it's a competency issue based on motherfuckers that read for 12 years, go to school and get jobs and read emails and reply and send text messages. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying those same people that can do those things cannot read the Bible. The best they could do is quote a few scripts, like fortune cookies, or get someone else to read. They themselves cannot read it. And then read our Bible again and think, who are the type of people that can't read the Bible? Ass niggas. Whoever or whatever they are, they're not our niggas. Hi. I'm John Smith the 13th of the King James Bible. They didn't write it because they can't read it. I find these truths to be self-evident. How could they? They would have to be my daddy or my cousin or my brother right now. And I don't look like none of them ugly motherfuckers. So what are we talking about? Shout out to everybody. PT, Jonathan Lee, Billy Body. How's it going, brother? Hope, TBFB, Narenia Hendricks. Your eyes look like angel eyes. Hebrews 13, man. You should read about it. PT Cruising, 23 degrees in VA. Oh, it's cold as shit. Another cunt. What are the Israelites saying? Afro Asiatics, Jacob's kids, Yakub the mad scientist, big head scientist, David's kids. They fucked a lot of women, like 700, I think. So like when you organize them by their mother's villages, you end up with like 10 to 12 tribes. And by the time we came here, the 10 ones that are captivity in Tartaria came over here because their big brother, my grandfather, freed them. Anyway, what's next? Now we're in like civics. We're in civics captivity now. It's captivity, but it's a different degree of captivity, and that's probably why our people got so soft or like indifferent to it, because it's been worse. This time we're just captive by stupid people. The whole book is about worse. If this is like Dante's Inferno for our bloodline, and this is like a ring of hell, this is the softest ring. That means we're almost out. I think after our generation, we're out. I think this is our last wheel. Y'all don't even know what I'm talking about. I know. Because you forget that all your royal high priests and sorcerers are Israelites. Like, we don't become that. That's what our dads are. That's what our mothers are. Solomon and Sheba, man. David and Sheba, man. Ever since. Timu Jin, my grandfather, Genghis. That's what his name means. Solomon and Sheba. He's Timu and Jin. Jin is considered a demon. But you understand, we're describing that. We made that word up. We're talking about something very specific. Everyone else is missing. They're not even OJ Mako enough for me. They're not even right. Nah, bro. Demons are real. And this nigga married a demon. So it's just, yeah, his kids are half and half. Like, it is what it is. He's a descendant of an angel, so it has to be a demon. Law of gender, bro. Like, it's going to work. It's going to land if you read our book and take it seriously. Knowing how magical all this shit is. You seen these shape-shifting UFOs. Don't fucking play with me and act like we're in a different reality. Our reality is way more ridiculous when you pay attention to this shit than whatever the Bible's talking about, actually, if I'm honest with you. You got UFOs and UAPs all over this bitch and no one can describe it. You got weird-ass people with missiles that could blow up your city and turn it into a solid, my nigga. Like, you got niggas talking about they teleporting light particles and all kind of weird sci-fi shit. But a bunch of cavemen that eat little nigga babies, they say it and it's all good. You don't question it. But your grandmother says something different. You're like, I don't know if that makes sense. Why you looking at me through a black fucking crystal that only your eyes are tuned to see a picture on, but you don't believe in magic? Shut up. Shut the fuck up, man. We ain't fucking magicians. We're scientists. Magic is what you call some shit you don't understand the math on. We're Smiths. Different story. Do your Googles. You'll see it. You'll see the whitewashed version of my family. And I'm telling you, they're Jews, so they can never be white. Why would white people be writing a book about all their black patriarchs and then come to America to hate on black people? That doesn't add up. And you see how easy it is? It makes sense now. Like, that is right. If they are those people and they created language, they created the Bible, and they're the people in the Bible, about a bunch of black people, then why are they in America with a Bible trying to enslave black people? They're gods of black people. You never even thought about that. I know, that's crazy. To God be the glory. Praise Jesus. Everyone's saved. No, they're not. God was saving angels. Y'all read the beginning of the Bible? No, I know, but let's go to Psalms 21. No, that whole book about saving angels, bro. Y'all goofy as fuck, bro. I'm talking about Christians and Sunday people and everyone alive today. I'm talking about Muurs, Indians, and Christians and white people. Like, that ain't even a fucking story. That's not even the actual story they tell. And what I'm saying is the story that most people tell is probably clip art from like TVs, movies, repetition. Like Bobby Hemmett and Brother Panic talking. Repetition of a dumbass idea created enough neural networks for everyone to connotatively think that that's how they got here or that's what is here. And the United States now is not even the United States then. The United States now ain't even the fucking United States that Lincoln was fighting for. It's a whole different corporation now. And you can't even tell a nigga that, but you show them the laws and the treaties and the paperwork and the UCC codes and the date of when those started. And you look at the date when the FBI and CIA started, and then once those started, you got a brand new fucking government, bitch. None of that shit in our Constitution. Constitutional Republic of Muurs, ass niggas. Like, the fuck? What do you think fucking happened, nigga? What rhymes with war? You lost one. Cool fucking story, bitch. But it was a bunch of niggas fighting each other. The white people came in as HOAs. That's why Congress will tell you, to this day, they are the trustees of an estate, not the beneficiaries, nigga. So whose estate are they the trustees of, nigga? In America, Indian land. The Indian's estate, since the land belongs to your mother. Inheritance, nativity, nationality, natives. So the Congress is the trustees of your estate, meaning all transactions that the Congress does in order to turn a profit based off our resources, based on their contract with Imperial Majestic Sidi Muhammad, aka Benjamin Banneker. They try to add nigga to it, but I get it. He's still a Jew because that's when a nigga is Indian. And then blah, 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 blah. And they've been bankrupt ever since. I know that. Negative $38 trillion to this day. Fucking around with niggas. I know that's right. So they're in debt. They're going to die anyway. Y'all trying to march and fight somebody. Y'all don't fucking pay attention to shit, bro. And I know if you don't understand my language, you would hate your grandparents for real. You forgot we used to stone niggas who were playing stupid. We'll kill a stupid nigga and his whole family, bro. Just so we don't ever have to deal with them stupid niggas in the future. If you're trying to figure out the cruelty angle of why our tribe did that, full of warriors who have to defend everyone from narcissism, rape, and worse, if you read the Bible. So you get to a point where you're sick of the same nigga shit, and you make sure it doesn't reproduce no more. This is Sparta, bitch. You forgot Hebrew is Greek? The 300, the 3 kings, the 3 khans. They always tell you the same story, nigga, because it's in English. Everything is going to add up to the same thing. Every number in English, every word you use, gematria, is going to add up to Israel or David. It's going to be Israel, David, Yahweh or Yahuwah, all of it, just like your vows. It still says God's name. Your holy vows is the holy name of God. Y'all are dumb. And I'm talking about these motherfuckers that go to college and think they study language and cultures. You're a fucking idiot, bro. The holy vows. That's why angels don't use vows. Like, you don't use the ineffable name of God. And these faggots came over here using holy vows. It's the name of God. Y'all are dumb. Y'all say God is Yahweh. All right, now what are your vows then, bitch? Y'all are stupid. Not y'all listening. I'm talking about I'm talking to the spirit. I'm sorry, guys. If y'all don't understand how my channel works, I'm a channeler. Unfortunately, my grandmother's Sheba. So I'm a boy that channels like a female. Females are usually channelers, but I'm a male channeler. I didn't have to sell my soul to the devil. It's my bloodline. The devil's already in it. So what are we talking about? Y'all goofy. Y'all should read our book for real. This is based on a true story. It's based on a Jew story, I'm sorry. The whole book's about a Jew. My grandfather. Judah. Jesus. Judas. It's right there. Kohen of the Jews. If you read it, you're like, damn, this whole story's talking about some Jews, bro. Where are the Jews today? And you see these little ugly, short dick white people who wives don't like them, trying to poison your kids with mRNAs and all the evil shit they do with bacon. And you think that's the nigga that died for everyone's sins? I don't believe anything, bro. Motherfuckers will believe anything that sounds good. As long as there's a beneficiary to it, trustee. You don't even understand the lingo. Trust. You should put your stuff in a trust. Mm-hmm. Who invented that? Because usury is antitrust. So if we have usury now, and there's trust law, where did the trust law come from? More? Admiralty? With the holy vows. Do the science. Like, you see what I'm saying? And I'm telling you, I can tell you the whole story of what's going on with just knowing what the words mean. Now, I don't know what all the words mean yet. I'm just getting fucking started. This shit retarded, bro. Do the vowels again. Y-E-A-O-U-I. Yahuwah. Yahweh. The holy vowels spell out Yahweh. Y. Angel. E. L. A. O. U. Y. It's like saying yeah, yeah. Like we is yeah. It's yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. It cancels out. And then there is no name. That's why it's holy. It's hidden. It's the ineffable name of God. Well, how do you say a sentence? How do you say a word that isn't readable? You would say Yahweh. That's not his name, though. It's invisible. As of the writing of that book, I don't know the science of the secret societies, but are they secret societies of my family members? If they're not, they can go to hell and figure out where their fucking monkey-ass grandmother came from. Since they're evolved from monkeys, study the monkeys, bitch. This is a story about God's kids. Not the Monkey King. We're not Hanneman, bitch. Those are bars. We're Moors. M and B are 2 different pedigrees. Did y'all know that? Probably fucking not, but Muurs. What about the Burrs? What about the Berbers, little niggas? What about the Barbars, big Africans? You know what a barbarian is? Versus a barbarian? Do you know what a barber is? Like a hair shop from the Moors again? Probably fucking not, right? Probably fucking not. And King James English, right? And you see how like King James English, a language written by angels, exposes what all the pedigrees and real people are? In its language itself. Because you can only create those words with our language. Thus, the language is it's mathematical. That's why. If you ever did computer programming, you understand how they did it. Like, they created an algorithm that when you have to arrange these things to speak, because you're taught how to speak, but because you're taught how to speak these words particularly, they're going to trap you. Cursive. That's why it's a royal high priest language. It's not for citizens. It comes from the kingdom. King James. That's a royal Bible, not a little nigga that went to college Bible. See, we don't even know how to see the title of it and respect what the fuck it said. It says it's a holy Bible. Are you holy? No. So why the fuck you got it open? If you want to go there with it, right? But you know how white people are. All right, it's a Holy Roman Bible because that's where that comes from. All right, are you Romans? All right, why are Romans writing a whole Bible dedicated to Jews? All right, then, so that doesn't make sense. And you just go through this over and over and over again, and you understand what it's really saying. It's the book about the descendants of angels. The whole book. The whole book is about the descendants of angels, bro. Jesus is a descendant of angels. That's why he's the son of God. That's what angel is. The three sons of God came down to meet Abraham. Told him he's going to have a kid. Sons of God begin again. Come on now. Ishmael, his mother, Hagar. She was pregnant first, right? Sarah was being a bitter, narcissistic bitch because she got pregnant and, you know, she get to see her glow and shit. So she ran away to bury her kid and kill herself. That's how fucking she cannot deal with Sarah's bullshit. Because that was fucking Sarah's idea. And then a son of God pulled up and said, hey, yo, bitch, what the fuck you doing over here? Angels ask rhetorical questions. He already knows the answer. Like the rest of the Bible. And then you go, oh, they can read your minds too. He said, take your bitch ass back to Sarah and your baby. He acknowledged, like, you know what it is, but she's going to make sure that you and your son have an inheritance. And then she said, okay, in that place where she was going to kill her and her son, Ishmael, she named it and made it an altar after her God. That was one of the three angels. That was one of the three sons of God. So Ishmael and his mother Hagar, an Egyptian, have a certain son of God as their God because he redeemed her. Oh my God. And he got two brothers. About to go to Sodom and Gomorrah and fuck shit up. Did you read the Bible yet? Those are our gods. What's the difference between a big G and a little G? Big G is their father, stupid. That's the difference. How you doing? Did you read Enoch yet? No, of course not. Fucking of course not. Of course not. It's that easy. Big G, come on, dog. Who would Big G be? In a world full of little G's, bro. Come on, my nigga. Does a pit bull give birth to a pit bull or not, my nigga? So if God has kids down here, and he does, that's what the Bible is about. We're speaking an angel language. Those are God's kids' languages. Okay. So if God has kids down here with a God kid language, what is the book about? It's about all of God's kids. Yo, reproduction really be fucking with people. A whole book about genetics and fucking and multiplying and sticking to your tribe and not having foreign bitches. Like the whole book about who you fucking, who you sucking, who you want to be loving in order to expand for God. And motherfuckers think God is disconnected from them. And I'm talking about the motherfuckers in that book that live today. Y'all weird, bro. Y'all some weirdos, bro. I need, as your brother, I need to say that shit out loud so you can think about it. Y'all some fucking weirdos, bro. Y'all some fucking weirdos. Y'all know y'all different too. That's the illest shit about all this. Y'all trying to make it a Harry Potter fantasy though, and that's the craziest shit. Our shit is so much worse than that. We literally change the timeline when we think in real time. Stick around, you'll see what I mean. Stick around, you'll see what I mean. I do it all the time. Not because I'm special. Because my fathers are. Fuck them niggas. No, because my mothers are, I think. You know how this works. It's mama. I do it for mama because Gucci got cloned. Mitochondria. So actually, my gift comes from my mother's side. The bad bitches that the kings of Israel wanted to marry. So I get it. They're probably good judge of characters. since they're telepathic. Sort of how I am. If I really get into this, I'll start answering questions that people are not typing. An individual will be watching me and think I'm talking to them directly. And I'm conscious of so many people watching me. More than the numbers show you too, by the way. Because you know whose platform I'm on. They only bother me about music. Can you imagine? On Judah. So, if you've experienced me for a while, my call and response to your thoughts is called telepathy. That's all. You're not here with me either. So it's remote telepathy. What's the difference? Consent. You're staring at me through a black crystal. It magnifies energy. You know how the science works. Japanese are teleporting light. We already are. You don't put respect on what God created. That's your fucking problem. You think white people created you. Evil story. You think they're older than you too. But evolution, like, this shit don't make sense. They call them spiritual gifts. Who gets spiritual gifts? Beloved chosen ones, whores, narcissists, Christians. That book don't talk about Christians at all, bro. Why do Christians have a Holy Jew Bible about angels? I don't get it, man. I guess they hold on to anything that ain't theirs, but I get it. And I mean that literally, not figuratively, not being mean, not all the years and dedication that people spent to being everything but what their dad said to be. That's on y'all. Shit, me. We had the same 40 years to get the same fucking memo clear. We had the same 40 years to pray about it. We had the same 40 years to take it serious. We had the same 40 years to fucking be who the fuck we say we is. So ain't no nigga on this universe got a fucking excuse. Especially none of these bitch ass niggas older than me. My life's been hell, and I still figured it out. I ain't have help, nigga. My mom dead, nigga. My dad in prison, nigga. It's like the Bible all over again, nigga. Orphans and shit. Raised in captivity. By themselves. Grow up. Get some fucking scruples. Be kings or something. And John Smith. King. Prester John, a.k.a. Hakata Khan, a.k.a. Genghis Khan's damn son that he gave America to. Wait until you figure out Tartaria too. Like, god damn it. My grandfather is the king of the Tartars. Genghis Khan, king of Tartars, king of shadows. He's from Azareth. It sound familiar, don't it? King of kings, king of shadows, Azareth. King of kings, king of shadows, keys to death. Nazareth. Same story, right? Greek and Roman, right? Genghis Khan and Jesus, same exact story. Do you know that? Muurs, do y'all know that? Do you know Moors? Do you know that? Christians, do you know that? Black people, do you know that? African Americans, do you know that? Sub-Saharan West Africans, do you know that? That Jesus Christ prototype, his archetype, is literally a daguerreotype of Genghis Khan. I want everyone who got a problem with the fuck I'm talking about to start there. So I can walk your ass down again. Let's do Genghis Khan instead, nigga. Where was that about? The 1400s? That's during the medieval time, right? All right, so during the medieval time, the king of kings on planet Earth is who? Genghis Khan. All right. What year were you? You gonna tell me you and your Muurs and you and your Moors and everyone of Europe are in the empire of the Tartars under the king of kings, Genghis Khan, right? You're gonna have to tell me something like that. You live in a Tartarian castle. You go to Andalusia now, Tartarian castles. You go to Washington, D.C. now, Tartaria, Newark, Tartaria, Philadelphia, Tartaria, Buffalo, Tartaria, Connecticut, Hartford, Tartaria. Remember the Alamo, Tartaria, like Missouri, Tartaria, Kansas, Chicago, Jesus Christ, Tartaria, San Francisco, Tartaria, Everything Tartarian. You might call it Victorian, you might call it Romanesque, you might call it Arabesque, but I'm telling you, all those words mean the same niggas. So I'm talking Genghis Khan is the nigga of niggas, right? Now, check this shit out. What does Khan mean again? Khan, Smith, Semite, Khan, Smith, Semite, That means he's a Jew. All right, cool. Genghis Khan. Genghis Jew. All right, we got it. Genghis Afro-Asiatic. So you understand why they make Genghis Khan a Chinese person? And they see how they still whitewash our shit. Same story. You do fight well. Genghis Khan, Mortal Kombat, Kodo Khan, Shao Kahn. You notice they're the black people? Afro-Asiatics? That's what Khan means. One more time. Khan, Afro-Asiatic, Jew, Semite, Smith, Semite, Jew, Khan, Afro-Asiatic. Pedigree. We all have the same daddy. What's his name? Israel. Why? That's Jacob. Yakub. Ha! Same story. I ain't changed shit. I read you the Bible. I gave you Mortal Kombat lore. And I talked about America. And I told you this is all from the 1400s. Come on, dog. You gotta start there, Christians. You ain't gotta tell me how good God is. Nigga, I'm here. You think we go to church on Sunday to tell the world how good God is in our fucked up colonized life? Shut up. And then blame God about it. Y'all dumb. Y'all made in God's image. You could do everything you want. I could have sworn they gave your greatest granddaddy the keys to everything. Adam always had dominion of everything below. And then Jesus gave you the dominion to death. Oh my God, Negro. Like, shut up. Dead Latin ass nigga. Shut up. You don't understand anything about Memphis. And I know. That's why I love y'all. They did that to us. They robbed us of our birthright and our inheritance. I know, y'all. Trust me, I know. That's why I went so hard. My whole fucking life. I'm going to figure it out. Niggas told me I'll never figure it out. The devil's a damn lie. Niggas tell me I'll never figure out all the shit I've ever figured out, actually. So I figured, shit, it'd be wise. My life sucks anyway. Why don't I dedicate most of it to figuring shit out for my people? Christ. Jesus Christ. Feel me? That's what messiahs do. And I'm trying to live up to my fathers who are messiahs, fool. Those could only be Jews. Since we're the ones in captivity. Jesus Christ. Read that Bible one more time. You're in captivity right now, ain't you, citizen? All right, then. You're in captivity in that book, too. All right, something happened between the New Testament and where your ass is listening to me. The New Testament's grandson. So in the last 400 years, something went weird. But 400 years before that, what? Genghis Khan was here, wasn't he? Absolutely was. Richest man ever in human history. And you're wondering why Mansa Musa, his son, is the richest man from Africa. He's not from Africa, nigga. He's an emperor. He has a kingdom in Africa. It's called the Kingdom of Judah. It's right next to Benin. You know, Judah and Benin travel together. Today you call it Nigeria. But then you have a new one called Liberia, which is liberty, which is justice, which is Jesus, which is what the Statue of Liberty ought to be, but it's not. Since the white people and Jewish people came, they made it Addis instead, a Greek eunuch god. Why would anyone make a Greek eunuch god the thing for liberty? Because this Ellis Island kids, it was liberty for their homosexual population. Eunuchs, Mamelukes, Suave, look it up, Civil War. There's a bunch of gay people in that fight. Just like right now there's about to be. Fuck with me. You ain't gotta figure out who Eli Whitney is. I'm telling you what the fuck happened. The signs are all around you. What the fuck is going on? Statue of Liberty is a boy. Raymond? It's Addis. A-T-T-I-S. Look it up. Google images. Statue of Liberty. All right. Why they got a faggot holding up the fucking light of Lucifer talking about this is liberty for all the Yaz bitches? What the fuck they gotta do with Indians or Israel? Why would we be inviting Sodom and Gomorrah to our holy land? I'm just talking about hypothetically, just on terms of civilization and decency, and you got the whole fucking world to take that gay shit. And a couple islands. But you bring it to Israel. Do you understand the disrespect? How demonic and evil that force really is? And you want to play and make sandwiches so you can pay rent. Y'all niggas. I get it, though. I get it. You don't know no better. That's why I do these videos. How the fuck can you be accountable for some shit you don't know yet? But once you know, you're accountable. Tag, you're it. That's probably why you're here. You're it. Beloved chosen ones. Chosen by who? You don't believe in God. Why you got on a Jesus piece? So how you gonna be chosen by God if you don't believe in God? Y'all some stupid, evil motherfuckers. I'm talking about all these storytellers and all these fucking consecrators. Beloved chosen one. You're chosen by what? The universe? God created the universe. Y'all know how this shit work? Oh, you think universe created God? Why would universe create God if the universe could just you? Y'all fucking stupid. And then what I'm saying is that's a math problem. People don't stack algebra or order of operations correctly in their language. So they'll say things and we'll be like, I know what you're saying connotatively, but it's stupid. I know what you said, yeah, but you're stupid. The universe created God, and then God created people. So did the universe create people, or did the universe create God? Or did God create universe, or did God create people? Like, you see the loop it throws you in? It's a triangle. Because technically, if you're a human using language and thinking and describing these things, the human created everything. Because those shits only mean something to your stupid ass. And we are allegedly off monkeys. So what the fuck's a God or universe to a damn monkey? What's your car to a squirrel, nigga? What's your deer to a gun? These motherfuckers say they understand God, but then they're going to turn around and say they're the chosen one. You're the chosen monkey of the zoo, nigga? Alright, cool, nigga. Let's call you Simba. Lion King? Like, the fuck going on? There's UFOs above us, faggot. Which God created that shit? Let's turn to Ezekiel. The universe created everything. The only thing I've seen the universe created that explains everything going on now. How convenient is that? You got hybrids, demons, angels, aliens, UAPs, wars, chariots of fires, hidden locations, fathers of many worlds, everything that you call sci-fi today. It's in the first damn 7 books of the Bible. And y'all giving credit to white people ideas. Y'all are evil, bro. And I'm saying you're not accountable until you know how evil you are. Speck out your own eye. I had to take that speck out my eye first. I had to realize how evil I was not standing on business, knowing I'm their damn son. There ain't nothing I can do about it. My name going to show you that. Ancestry.com showed me that. And I knew who I was before it showed me that. I knew I was John Smith because my last name is Smith. It was easy. I knew where he went to Virginia. I know where my family's from, Virginia. Same story. My whole life. On every little Scantron, I put black, white, Indian. I was like, nigga, I don't know which one, but it's all of them. Went through school like that. Studied the shit, saw the little stupid ass, goofy ass, blonde hair, blue eye, recessive, incest baby. That's a king of America somehow. Like, the fuck are we talking about? And Pocahontas, some red-skinned bitch that don't exist because none of them bitches look like that on their reservation. And I get it, you trying to emulate our sisters, but whatever the case may be. I was like, oh, John Smith, oh, Disney know what's up? White people know what's up. Oh, white people know my dad found America. Cool. I mean, white people don't send me no birthday cards, no Christmas cards. I never get invited to the White House. They're in a White House designed by my grandfather, Benjamin Banks, since my mother's name is Sonia Renee Banks, from the same territory. So all the Banks in this story is my family. All the Smiths in this story is my family. Because their father, King John, Hakata Khan, is the patriarch of our family. Okay? If you understand, Jews and Israelites do that. They do that. The world don't do that. Men don't do that. Black people don't do that. No, but Jews and Israelites, they do that. They move with their family. Yeah, that's why the kingdom would go from England to over here. The whole family moved. We're talking about royals. I want to quantize it for white language models. The royals of Europe were Jews. The royals of Europe were betrayed. Al-Andalusia, fall of Granada. Recorded in their lying ass history 1492, but in real life it was 1592. So it wasn't that long ago, because if it happened in 1592 and a bunch of Jews in my family from over there were the rulers there, but they over here in 1611, that makes some more damn sense. Because it wouldn't take 100 years for all that bullshit to happen if them niggas was here in 1611. So 1592, that's when Christopher Columbus came to the Caribbean. That makes sense, that adds up. While they're down south, we're up north. Read about it, nigga. April Fool's Day is dedicated to us. We evacuated and they burned their boats down that had our daughters and our wives on them. That's the Christians, by the way, and those are black people more. So the Jews that were betrayed came to America. That's why you have Jew English in America today, bitch. But you gotta understand, America was founded by royals, not captains, not pirates, not Christians, not missionaries, not duppies that need money from fucking Ferdinand and Isabella, who just stole some shit and didn't have no shit, which is why they sending this faggot to get some gold from here. Meanwhile, we came over here and there's gold over here. It's ours. They took Grenada and they thought they was going to be rich and they didn't have nothing. And then at the same time, if you know your history, they're dying of a fucking famine. They broke, baby. They so broke they don't have a map of this place. They had to wait for a Moor to die in Corsica to get a map of this place. That not only are they broke, they're shitty navigators. They're brand new to the game. They ain't shit people. And the United States white people start with that story and wonder why they're quantum entangled to the same results. Christopher Columbus didn't get shit from this and they never found the city of gold. Meanwhile, Montezuma right down the road, but they ass still floating in the water. Faggots. Meanwhile, my grandfather Okada right up north, finishing off the tall white giants. Faggots. And then the whole territory, all of our names. Elizabeth, New Jerusalem. My grandmother, Elizabeth Smith. A Jew and shit. So like Mercer County, Mercury, Michael. Same story. Essex, Jesus, Isa. Quran, by the way. You call him Jesus. That means justice. The son of liberty. Mary. Come on. Mary Andrew Colonies. Mama Inga's granddaughter, Mary Andrew Colony. Bunk. Mary Virgin Mary. Because she was a virgin. Can you imagine? An empress, a virgin. Not just fucking everybody in a fucking school dance. Working at Amazon and being a nurse and shit. In 1590, whatever the fuck. Goofy as hell. Stupid as hell. Understand 1611 though. Right around the corner, bitch. So understand everything, and then you understand something. If you understand something, you understand everything. And that's what I'm telling you. I'm giving you algebra. I'm giving you algebra. They can't shake it, bro. You can take every word I said and put in GBT, and it's going to add up. Flawless victory. Towers and ladders. That's what those are. Jacob, my grandfather, remember? Closed his eyes, walking up to 33 degrees with an angel. All of a sudden, he understands algebra. Hold on. One more time. I could have fucking sworn. City Muhammad, I could have fucking sworn. Muhammad Khan had the same fucking story. He's in a cave or some shit. You saw the story about Jesus. He's in a cave or some shit, and the angel saved him. Well, in Khan's story, he in a cave or some shit, and Gabriel came and then taught him algebra. And then he came out and became Muhammad the Conqueror by the time he was 40. With Jesus in the cave and saved by angels, that's around the time he was 33. Come on, dog. All these niggas don't know each other, don't know we niggas, don't know what Afro-Asiatic is, but they all got our fucking story? All right, now fast forward to Genghis Khan, because that's who they're talking about. Understand everything. Mr. Owlfeather, like an Indian, can you imagine? Mr. Owlfeather, wisdom, like Solomon wanted. Sophia, Gnostics, Egyptians, Hakuta, Tamari, American, Aramaic, Jesus, Genghis, come on. The far westerner, this is Maghreb al-Aqsa, the most extreme west. So we have the king of Ethiopia. So where's he from? From the most extreme west. So the king of Ethiopia over there was from America. Come on, dog. Orientalists, Moors, Semites, Saracens. Hi, how you doing, Ishmael? How you doing, Israel? We're brothers. We're happy and we're living and we're colored. If we had kids and they had kids and they got bitches and over time, you all be the same nigga. Just like y'all all still the same Abrahamic. You all the same nigga already. Stupid. All of y'all Abraham's grandbabies, right? Abraham this color. I promise you. Literally, Abraham is this color. I promise you. He's copper colored. If you're copper colored, Abraham's your grandfather. The end. That's it. That's where we got our blood from. That's why we're this color. You get it? If you can get that, man, the rest is easy. The rest is history. But you know what niggas do? They go back to their last bookmark and they last tab and they still try to figure out the other shit. They ain't hear a damn thing I said. That's what happened this time last year. You know, just a testimony of real life and how this shit really happens. I told my brothers this story last year for the first time out loud. Like, I was building up to it. I didn't want to drop it like that because niggas sound crazy already. But once I made sure I got every last single trap card I needed for any other question that I've ever been asked, to any other den that I've ever seen another brother talk about. Once I got all my answers right, then I presented it, and everyone heard it and received it, and still kept researching. But the crazy thing is, the intensity of their research increased. And I'm like, why are we I just told y'all the final answer. And all of a sudden, they're like, the connections were just made. And because they have that framework of all the other assholes who are not descendants of the kings of Israel, telling them what they think when they never got good grades in school, they still leaned, they still jumped off the bridge at the end of the fucking thing. And I haven't heard from them since. So they know, tag, they're it. And what I'm saying is, once I transfer that energy and that spell over to them, nothing else will ever make sense ever again. It's like, once they tell you Santa Claus is fake and they prove it to you, you piss off the kid forever. They'll heal eventually. But I be killing Santa Claus for real. That's all I'm doing. I'm a bully of bullies. I'm bullying the stupidity of the people that came to bully our ancestors. I'm not talking about my people for real. I'm talking about their fucking language model. Because I know what they taught my people. I don't remember us giving them permission. So right there is evil. You're going to force us to go to school and convince us that you gave us something good to eat. Remember, they made schools for your grandparents separately first. Then there was integration, meaning they're already brainwashing that silent generation. They're brainwashed. And then integrated them with everyone else. Follow the time next time. Follow the dates next time. It'll make sense to you. You see a little black girl going to school with white people for the first time. That's not the first time a little black girl went to school, though. By the way, she was Indian. So I mean, she's an Israelite, not an African. So you got to keep stacking it up. And the Israelites created schools. So it's not the first time anyone in her fucking family went to school. It's the first time anyone in her family went to school with white people and didn't learn shit. But racism, hate, and faggotry. But at least we get Bernie Sanders out of the photo. A little Jewish bitch watching a Jew girl go to school. Do the science one more time for me, please. Most people don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about, and that's what I'm talking about. People can't read. Like psychic readers. Like a reader, like a seer, like someone with angel eyes. I promise you it's not scary. We're hybrids. I'm not the real thing. I'm a cut brick. I'm a cut brick of Jesus, man. They try to rape it out of us. Y'all forgot the story, bro. When it comes to Jews, not Africans. They try to breed us out. You notice how little of us is left? And the same Jewish people are behind that, right? mRNA, eugenics, abortions, Bill Gates, food, chemtrails, all Jewish. And it's affecting us disproportionately. The people with the bloodline of kings. And kings have the bloodline of angels, and angels are the bloodline of God. So it's like, like Mach 4. Because we live here, not in heaven. Listen to Genghis one more time. Temujin, right? Whose father is a god. The jinn part of him. Gods are demons. Demon means genius, by the way. And that's why you get from genius, you get genie. And from genie, you get jinn. So it's not an evil person from hell. But it is the king of hell. It's the genius, Yakub, the big-head scientist. It's the kings of hell. And I'm telling you that from a Jew perspective. Not from the worldview of everyone here in the United Nations, of people fucking playing in my family's face. I'm not talking about it as an 8 billion. I'm telling you from a person who descends from people who wrote that Bible. We are the kings of hell. We're not in the garden. We're not in heaven. Where does that leave you? Okay, I know. Walk slow with me. Dante's Inferno, Plato's Cave, The Matrix, Gnosticism, Kabbalah. It's all about a different dimension or level of things, isn't it? Cool. Keep that. They're all describing the same thing. It's all Egyptian, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Who are Egyptians? Pharaohs of what? When we were in captivity, we're in captivity by pharaohs, right? Pharaohs of Egypt, right? Because the book's taking place in Egypt. I don't know if you read it yet. At that time, alleged. We're saying the time before now. The time before Abraham. Them. Same story, by the way. The book's not about anyone before them. It's about him. Okay, so during that time, though, the pharaohs are considered what? Who do y'all say? Listen, I want to walk you fucking Black Panther, Sun Knitter Couch, Brother Panic ass socialites up this ladder with me. You're being initiated, grazed, faggot. So, I gotta climb this ladder. Because I know everything that everyone knows. I'm talking about the language model, what we've heard on the internet and what we researched. And I had to quantize it. So now I have to give it back to people, you know, the corrected homework, the correct answers. Same data though. Like you ain't got it. Nothing you learned was waste. It's just that you were looking at it wrong. Like you don't understand. You didn't have orientation. You didn't have context. The data points are fine. You can argue about that and find the dates, find your grandfather's best friend, whatever. Someone killed someone, someone betrayed another. There's always a war with niggas, you notice. That's not what the story's about though. It's not about any of that. It's not about people. Our story as people is about people. The Bible is not about people. The Ark of the Covenant is not something that people have. You know, flying wheels of chariots of fire is not something people have. Climbing to the mountain, talking to something that's thundering and lightning in the clouds, on some Ogun, Odin, Oya, Storm. You see all those Jew degrees are the same. You can take the same Jew degree and describe a different variation of it, but that'd be like saying that I'm a variation of King David, but my name is Dwayne. So when you describe King David, he's a descendant of a king. If you describe Dwayne, he's a descendant of a king. If you describe King David, he's ready, Redbone, Indian. If you describe Dwayne, he's ready, Redbone, Indian. If you describe King David, he like bitches. If you describe Dwayne, he like bitches. And like you see how like the dimensions, time, century is different, but that's literally my father, and we're literally the same thing. Pluto, Plutarch. Same thing. Is it the same time period? No. But what's the same about it? Their name. Why is their names the same? They're related. The wisdom, we don't do that shit now. The wisdom of this, the wisdom from the Japanese version, the wisdom from the Mexico version, and that's what this is. No. It's a family story. You understand? I'm walking you through something. World history that's recorded in our language is only about Jews. That's not to say there's no other world history. I'm saying all world history in Jew language English of world history is because they're kingdoms of Jews. Jews are not writing about no one else. So anyone who inherited, stole it, kidnapped it, hypothecated, pretended it's there, wearing crowns that can't fit their little ass beanie ass heads, standing at 5 foot nothing, faggot, like, they ain't shit ain't yours. That sword way too big for your bitch ass hands. Otto is a giant. Charles I of Hungary, Otto, Holy Roman Emperor, my grandfather, 21 generations ago. He's a giant. Read our book again. How are giants created? When angels fuck on regular women. Otto's a giant. How are giants created? When angels fuck on regular women. Otto's a giant. I'm gonna say it one more time. 21 generations ago, Otto's a giant because angels fuck on women. 21 generations ago. I'm 6'3" today. I'm a cut down brick of Otto. 21 generations ago. 21 Jump Street, nigga. I'm 21 Jump Streets away from Otto. He's a giant though. So what I'm saying to you, in case you're not catching this, the Bible was written during his time. Not our time. I'm his grandson. We're not in that story. My grandfather's in that story. Got it? That book ain't about me, but everything about that book is me. You understand? We ain't nobody special person. We're just Jews and Israelites. Everyone else made it special to steal our shit. They're playing in our face, bro. You don't understand. It's not just about stealing shit and getting stuff. I'm saying they're specifically mocking us and playing in our face. They know who we are. Vladimir Putin said, gloves off. Here, I want to show the world. Stop fucking playing. And the economy has been dead ever since. On God. That was a smoke signal, nigga. Y'all talking about Muurs and Mars. Motherfucking the world fell apart when fucking Putin showed them who the fucking Jews and Israelites are. And I don't see one Think Peace podcast or nothing about that. Because y'all niggas are evil, bro. Fix it. Repent, nigga. And sin no more. Y'all fucking evil, bro. Y'all describing like sub-flavors of fucking Starburst, nigga. I'm the tropical Starburst, Myrrh. I'm the lemon-only Starburst, Choctaw. I'm the red Starburst, Cherokee. Shut the fuck up, Starburst. You itemized ass whores. You're always itemizing something. Nigga, y'all are Israelites. Shut the fuck up. The book older than your tribes. Eat a dick. Meaning the tribes of Israel existed before any Cherokee or Choctaw nation would have the land to have a nation to start fucking bitches to be there, you dummy. North America was frozen. And you niggas hate the cold, so shut the fuck up, Judah. Why do you think all your asses are in South America and the Caribbean? It's the tropic, it's the Meridian. This is why you have dark skin. I don't have dark skin. I get lighter than light skinned people. In the winter, nigga. On God. What the fuck we talking about? I got a light skinned friend look like Michael Jackson. I got a dark skinned friend look like Michael Jackson. And then the part that never touched the sun, oh God. I look like just like Chris Lighty for real. But that gradient from copper to bronze is exactly our blood type. Hello. Hello, Jesusites. Jacobites ass niggas, man. You don't look at little boars and little niggas, little white niggas, and try to fit them in your mind in the Bible written by your giant ancestors. That don't mean no. I should be back. iPhone's stupid. It killed my phone at 14% that time. I actually think it's YouTube. Or when my battery is low and I'm projecting that quality of energy in my aura, it's like my phone freaks out. I don't know if it's the threshold volume or something in my voice that does it, or it's like my aura, because you know I'm a different. You guys aren't around me, so you don't know what this feels like when that happens. So my phone reacts, the crystal reacts, or the fucking what silicone carbon in these phones react anytime I get too turned up. And I don't mean turned up like angry, like I'm about to break something. I don't do that. Unless I have to fight somebody, then I'm gonna break their face. But I don't break things. But so when I get turned up, it's not to release it into physical action. It's the channel. We're niggas. We're the boys. We're not the peace, love, peace, meditate, and tranquility version of channels. Not saying that that's not a thing. I did that as a kid and walked through a different dimension that I wasn't supposed to be in. So like Philip K. Dick said, it's a real thing. I did it as a kid, naturally as a 6-year-old. And then I learned how to do it at 15 years old and I did it again. But I didn't know that's what I did. I was like, this is weird. Because everything's the same. It's just empty. It's like the same world we're in, but empty. I'm trying to see if there's a charger behind here, because this phone like to play me. Whatever. It's a world that's empty. But it's the same physical reality, but there's no one there but you. You get access it through meditation or sleep or something. When I was 6, that's how I knew my life was fucked up. You know, once you have an orphan story, you know God's putting you on a hero journey, no matter who you are, no matter what color you are. So if you hear me talking and you're not a Jew and Israelite, I have nothing against you. I just want you to figure out who your grandmother is, because you might be related to us. If you can tolerate and understand my voice anyway. It's a frequency, not the sounds of the words. If you understand what I'm saying to you, then you're probably related. Oh, that's all I'm saying. Not if you heard what I said, if you understand what I'm saying. Like if you know, it's the word is the same thing as reading, but for ears. If you understand what I'm saying, you're probably related. Because you have people in your family who've been around this language. Frequency. So I'm 6. Fuck, man, why I can't charge this shit? Hold on, y'all. I'd rather stand because of my arm. Ugh. Yo, this dresser too high and that damn socket too deep. On my arm, it is. On my arm, it is. Come on, bitch. Come on now. Y'all niggas made this shit in the 80s. Yeah. I haven't seen this shit since I was a kid. God is good. Sometimes God will send you away just so you can find your way back on your own. Repetitions, nigga. We franchise players. We're talking about practice. Let me see something. Hard enough surface, pause. Try to turn out Gorilla Haruk. It's like it pushes it out of your chest. Y'all good? There's 3 in the chat if I'm still here. Or seeable, soundable, hearable. Get this started. Y'all probably 30 seconds behind. Yeah, 30 seconds behind. Set it off to the left, y'all. Set it off to the right, y'all. Set it off. We got LeVar. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to my brother LeVar, Mr. Now, TBFB Brad, Jonathan, Haru, Gary, Gorilla Gospel. I saw your comment earlier today. Appreciate you, bro, for the comments because no one listens. Wait, Gorilla Gospel listens. And the other brothers that spoke earlier. I'll get to the comments in a minute. But oh, 6. I was telling this random story because it's not a random story. But it's how you know. Because I remember being 6. Like, I'm talking about my state of awareness. I remember being 6. Very well. It's the most active part of my development, I think, right? That's how it is in science, too. So 6, I was lit up by strange occurrences. And it's a shame for real. No, it's not. It feels sad that I had those experiences that I'm going to describe to you, and I told adults and people about it, and no one said anything. It's weird, because I'm the type, you see how I talk now? I talk faster and like that as a kid. I used to talk way faster. I used to talk too much. No, I didn't talk too much. I talked too fast. I said too much at once. I guess that's what they're trying to say. Because I wasn't always talking. But if I was describing, like, do this, like, if I'm trying to describe something, I'll throw every adjective and you understand? I throw every parallel at something because I know what I'm describing is not normal. So I've always been like that. Aware of that. Aware that I'm talking about stuff that people don't want to talk about. That I don't commonly hear anyone else talk about. And that reason why that stands out is because it's happening to me in real time and no one else is talking about it. So I'm like, shit. You ever listen to Escape? Who do you run to? You know what I'm saying? So I'm 6 years old. I'm at this John Adams Elementary. And I had like one of my first MK Ultra moments, I think. Called us to an auditorium. School auditorium, elementary school. I think it was like kindergarten, 4th or 5th, whatever Jersey was doing in that time period. And they brought a circus to our gymnasium. Have you ever seen like Universal Circus or those type of things, the smaller ones? Something like that. But these people, to this day, I don't know what they are. They seem like what you would think as a child is a Native American. But I remember they had stilts. I know African culture has stilts. I remember their colors, orange and red, heavy. I remember the dances. It's almost kind of like even the Samoans. It was the so-called Native American badge of things, the so-called Samoan colors. Like, I'm thinking backwards. And then the illest shit is, if they were darker, you'd be like, oh, this is some West African shit or Dogon shit too. So what I'm saying is, this is an indigenous circus of some sort. As in lack of better words and knowing what their nationalities actually are. But what's important about whatever they are, Asiatic-wise, they are shamanic. Their shaman, or their patriarch, it's an old little guy. Like I said, like an Asiatic, Mongolian, Native American. He had an accent. And they did this thing for us. I don't know if it was an hour, half an hour, whatever it is. But to this day, I remember this man's words, and it's weird because it's like a spell almost. Because I haven't forgotten his words. He was like, Before everything began, he said, hey, this show is going to be a show you never forget. Years in the future, you're going to remember this. Like a nigga talking shit, but in that, Shang Tsung type of tone and cadence. It's positive. I'm a kid. I'm very sensitive. It didn't feel negative or nothing. But I would just remember those words, and I don't remember nothing after that. I can deduce the guys on stilts, because that's a standout for a 6-year-old. I can deduce that there's drums and music and sounds and frequencies and Tibet bowl, the shit that you niggas fall asleep to on YouTube. And they did that for us. Cool story. It's culture, it's indigenous. Like, if you're in Vegas and Mexico, you probably can take your kids to some shit like that. Problem is, the fucking problem is, that same exact everything, time period, that same season, that same moon and whatever the moon was in. I'm going to my aunt's house, my mother's sister, my dead mother's living sister, only living sister. And she's a Delta. And I think she's an Eastern Star. Sunday church. FBI. Homeland Security. But when she's out of college though, because remember I'm 6, so back then, before she got all her degrees, and I remember her house, or her townhouse, and I remember her little African mask on the mantle. I remember all this little cultural stuff that this little half-white girl has in her house, by the way. Mine not funny, she think I don't know my grandmother white. And I'm saying that jovially. We both know her mother and my grandmother is whitish. But if you saw her room if you saw how she decorated things without knowing her or her mother, you'd be like, oh, that's some black girl. Some crystal chick. Some girl with dreads, incense, you know what I'm saying? She's all of that without incense. Without the crystals, you know what I'm saying? And she's a Delta too. Don't miss the elephant people. On Genghis Khan, don't miss the elephant people, boy. Deltas, Divine 9. All right, Electorid Angels. But you're Greek and Africans. You know what a Semite is? So I'm with her once a month. She picks me up from the hood nigga section. Thank God. And then she takes me to her section, closer to Montclair and Burlington, New Jersey. Suburbs. So I had that experience at school. And then I went to her for the weekend. Shit. I hate this. I hate that that's what this is. Damn it. Oh, trying to figure out which part to tell you, because that's one of the weekends. There's so many of them in that time period. It was ramping up when I was a baby. I think trauma is the only thing that kind of stopped it for a little while. Trauma started it and trauma paused it. First weird story at her house, and it's always at her house at that time. She had something to do with this. I'm channeling her, I'm sorry. It's answering a question. As I'm telling you this stuff as like a matter of fact in history and telling you about who we are, it's helping me figure out like what I was being, that shit was happening to protect me from something else. It's someone else was doing something to me. You know what I'm saying? And I'm talking about the degree of spirituality. Like someone else was someone knows. Someone she knows who she is and who we are, and obviously who I am. Her oldest sister's oldest boy. Firstborn boy on some Egypt, King James Bible, Old Testament, Judah shit, right? Same story. I'm that guy. I'm the oldest boy that would be sacrificed. That's why I'm supposed to be dead, because I'm the oldest boy. But that's Baal worship. That's not our Father throughout in heaven worship. It's confusing because white people scrubbed all the words of gods and made it just one God, and it's not one God for a jealous God. So it's easy to get fucked up. But whatever the case maybe is, on Molech, she picked me up. I don't know what we did. I don't know what we ate. If you understand anything. And it triggered maybe the most severe fever I've ever had in my life and ever since. I've had other fevers before. But that one was like, as a 6-year-old dying. Like dying in a subtle way. Like it didn't hurt. It was like the headache wouldn't go away. I'm burning up and I'm tired. And I'm tired of fighting it too. Like I'm tired of fighting not feeling good. Like it was bad. So she gave me something. Medicine, grown-up stuff, I'm sure. She's a woman. And I'm out. So I'm coming back. I think waking back up without the fever, if you will. I wake up a little bit, open my eyes, and the fever's still there. The headache version, the throbbing, the brain heat. So I'm not good enough to stand on my feet. And I'm a little 6-year-old. Where the fuck am I going? But I still don't feel good, but I feel better. I don't feel sick. I don't feel queasy. I don't feel nausea, but I feel this pressure on my head. And I woke up unhealed because motherfuckers are talking. You know how it is when you got like a fucking migraine or a fever, like lights, sound, and everything. You're very sensitive to it. Similar to a near-death experience. But motherfuckers are talking. And I'm waking up, hearing niggas talking woke me up. I open my eyes a little bit. I feel that fever again. And someone's talking. And I yell out to my aunt. Mind you, this is a single woman, Harpo. I was like, yo, Aunt Nikki, who's talking? And I say it again because she doesn't walk through the door or nothing. I hear them talking right on the other side of this hallway, right on the side of this door. It's like, who is that? I was like, who's talking? And I'm saying it as a kid, like it's hurt my head. And she's one of those types that's quiet anyway. So it's weird. And it feels like there's two guys standing in the hallway, talking to each other, I'm assuming about me, but it's overlaid with our reality. It's my reality, everything in the room. I see me, my body, everything. I'm really feeling this fever too. That's how you know the difference between a dream and a vision. And like, if you could feel your body, you're awake. So I could feel my body, but who the fuck are these niggas in the hallway, bro? Why they got this clipboard on? Like, you know what I'm saying? What they talking about? Like, it's almost like I'm in a triage and they're like walked in a room full of patients, little kids who are like, you know what I'm saying, not feeling good, got typhoid or like Spanish flu or something. And they're like, you know, checking on everyone's fevers and shit, but they're talking and like going back and forth. And I can't remember now, but as a kid, I almost remembered what they said. That was the strange thing about it. It wasn't just like a vision or delusion. It was like, I'm a 6-year-old interpreting an adult conversation about whatever's going on. So my aunt finally walks through that door. And as the closer she gets to the door for me to make eye contact and, you know, create a link to reality again, but the reality I fell asleep in, if you will, that faded away, or, you know, I didn't see them clearly. They didn't walk through the door. They weren't there. And I'm telling her this. And I remember her just stopping, staring, checking my fever, and then walking away. She didn't tell me I was crazy. She didn't tell me they wasn't there. She didn't describe to me the concept of like delirious, you know, like when you're sick, you see things, or, you know, she didn't tell me not to work, nothing. It was like her lack of empathy in response to that weird thing for a 6-year-old to say, just like, you know what I'm saying, just another day in the neighborhood, bro. And she mean A-type personality, narcissistic type, independent, baddie woman too. Anyway, right? On my mama's sister, right? Once upon a time. So that was strike number one for me. That was strike number one for me. I was like, yo, these motherfuckers, there's something else going on here. And that's the peak time where the movies and TV shows are coming out too. I didn't watch all of them 6, but the theme is there. It's in Beetlejuice, it's in our cartoons. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's timed perfectly with our arrival, if you will. So that's strike one there. maybe whenever Easter was, so this Easter's after, she picks me up that same school year. That's how I know something wrong. That first one, I don't know who put an attempt on my life, bro. As a baby. But she had the healing medicine cabinet woman thing. Because her fucking mother is a Wiccan. But whatever, right? You know, allegedly, cheesemates. These people don't like to say this out loud, but I know how to read book titles. So, all right, that was fun. Easter come around, she comes around, she picks me up from Esther stars, and she celebrates that one. That's crazy. Rabbits do not lay eggs, but we'll go. I'm out here. Refresh. About 15 seconds behind. Refresh. Monkey. We back. It's windy as a bitch. Y'all can keep that storm in Texas, bro. They can keep that. Look how clear the sky is. Fuck all that Texas shit. What the fuck going on outside? Like, look how clear the mountains are. They want to bring us some shit, man. I ain't got time for that. Bring me back. Anyway, Easter Friday, decorate some eggs. Friday night, little kid got a bedtime. Wake up in the morning, we look for the eggs because we hid some shit inside of it. Type shit. I like chocolate. So I wake up that Saturday morning knowing that we just colored those eggs and that my aunt was supposed to hide them on some Easter bunny shit, on some Easter bunny. Like that was what they did back then. Make the eggs, hide the eggs. You know how the story goes. I don't know if y'all do that tradition no more, but we did, right? So I wake up 6 o'clock first thing in the morning, and my first thought, it wasn't my last thought, like, yo, we about to do this Easter egg thing today. I go out of that same room, that hallway where I saw these invisible men were a couple months prior, go to her bedroom, very common practice first thing in the morning when you want some cereal, and she wasn't there. And her bed was made like, you know, she's a neat freak, so agoraphobe, so, you know, immaculate. 6 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, picking up her nephew from another city, came home, made some eggs, and all this shit. Went to sleep. And it's 6 o'clock in the morning, I wake up, because, you know, I go to school and shit. And she ain't there, and everything's clean. I'm like, cool fucking story. Well, while I'm in this bitch, let me see if she hide anything like it's Halloween. I'm like, all right. I ain't see nothing. Oh, I was shit. Maybe I'm catching her in the middle of some shit, right? Because the shit clean. Like, so I know, you know, she gonna get started and start putting shit around. Let me go downstairs real quick. Went downstairs. Everything clean. That's normal. Meaning nothing's disheveled, so she didn't make breakfast or do nothing crazy. She's not there, by the way. The one TV downstairs ain't on. The kitchen is dark, and I think I walked into the kitchen where I last was before I went to sleep to see the kit for the Easter stuff. I was like, oh shit, it's here. So I'm like, I don't know what I thought. I think I just kind of rubbed it off like she didn't do it yet. But where is she? Like, now I got a different problem. Fuck whether or not she got to the task. I'm up early. Maybe, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, but now I got a whole nother problem. When we gonna do this is not my problem no more. Where is she? At 6 o'clock in the morning with a perfectly made bed. At 6 though, bro. So I'm a kid. I'm about to get scared real quick. I'm from the hood nigga section. I'm about to get scared. Where my dad at? I don't know how to get back to my dad. You feel me? And my aunt missing. I don't know how long she gonna be missing, but while I'm here, let me go ahead and turn on this turn on this Super Mario Brothers 3 real quick. I don't know what I was thinking. I think I was just killing time. I think I was kind of scared too, like I was gonna get in trouble if she caught me doing that. But You understand? Like, as an adult, you look back like, if she caught me playing Super Mario Brothers first thing in the morning and her ass ain't there, that's a whole different problem, right? So I went with it. You know, I'm always talking about the white brick level. That's as far as I go most times. Then I turn the shit off. Like, whatever. Let me go back to sleep for a little bit. Go back upstairs. Lay back in the bed. Hail Marys until I fall asleep. I don't know how much longer later, maybe 2 hours or less. I wake up again. This time, this woman is right there. Hair disheveled, bathrobe, telling me to wake up Saturday, you know, Easter weekend. She only see me once a month type shit. So it's time to go do the things. And that's why I was up so early ready to go. Because she's like that. And like, you understand, like, I had just took a nap. Like, she thinks she waking me up. Like, hey, sleepyhead, you've been asleep for 10 hours. No, I wasn't. I'm not tired. I'm confused. Bitch, no, I didn't say that. But in my head, I'm like, bitch, where have you been? Like, nah. And what I'm saying is, I'm waking up looking at her asking me, you know, to wake up. Like, I'm the one that's like off, you know, off kilter. Like, bitch, I was already ready. You feel me? I'm just snoozing, and I'm looking at her, and it's fucking with my head, bro. Because right before I went to bed, yo, this woman wasn't here. Now, it's nothing for a woman to take her clothes off and put a bathrobe on. I understand everything clear. But I got up immediately, you know, Easter eggs, and I went straight to her room to express to her that I looked for things and you weren't here. And I look at her bed, and it's a fucking mess, bro. It's like she's been sleeping there all night. And I'm describing to her, like, yo, bar for bar, like, check this out. Peep game. Peep how when you just came in my room just now, I already got clothes on. Peep how I'm dressed already. Like, let's do the science real quick. I took my clothes from yesterday off, took a bath last night, like you always make me do, and I went to my bed, in my bedtime clothes. Now, peep game, you come here around 8:30, 9 o'clock, making sure I'm good money, and I'm already dressed, my nigga. Why are you acting like you was here all morning? That's all I wanted to know as a kid. I've wanted to know the answer to this riddle for 33 years in a row. I really did, because it was fucking with my soul. Like, not that, you know how women are. Like, she could have did anything. She could have had a booty call. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, she could have did whatever the fuck she wanted as a woman. I just couldn't fucking figure out why she played me stupid. Like, what I'm saying is, she didn't address it. She just listened. She listens. She actively listens now. But she's the type of person that actively listens and be like, all right, well, go ahead and brush your teeth and blah, 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 blah. Like, nah, auntie, I was up a couple hours ago, and I walked around this whole house. I went in your room. Your bed was perfect. I went downstairs. I turned on the Nintendo and played Super Mario Brothers 3. I'm gonna go downstairs and I'm gonna check the cartridge. Mario Brothers 3. Remember, I'm only there 1 week in a month. It's not my setup. So in my little baby brain, I had to figure out, yo, what the fuck happened in an hour and a half while I was sleeping? This adult ain't understanding nothing about King James English. Like, I'm telling her, bro, something wrong. So that's a baby. There's a much more stranger stories, but the strangest ones is that's the same time I started talking to God. Cause and it's weird. I don't know who taught me how to do that as a direct descendant of King James, but epigenetics be damned. But I started praying, meditating, all the things as a kid. Like, fresh off of Mr. You'll Never Forget. Like, I was locked in, bro. We already saw the shadow people in the hallway. We already saw that as like little 3 and 4 year olds. Like, that's new little kid shit. And motherfucking parents are like fucking trolling you, talking about there's ghosts under the bed in the closet anyway. And then the TV, Beetlejuice, everything's on. So when you actually see a spirit in the hallway, You're like, oh, this is the shit from cartoons and TV. It's just scary. But no one ever tells you really what it is. At any time in the 80s or the 90s, the only time you get a language model is when you start looking at Christianity and angels and demons and shit. And you're like, maybe that's what it is. I don't know their name, though. What the fuck is that thing looking at me, bro? Yo, my little cousin saw one, bro. My little cousin saw the same shit I saw around the same age he was, like 20 years later. And this little nigga saw the thing in the hallway of his house in North Carolina. I saw it in the apartment in New Jersey. He saw it in North Carolina. Like, it follows our family. Can you imagine? And freaked the fuck out. And he's with his brother, and his brother's telling me the story. He said, I saw it too. I didn't say anything because I didn't want him to freak the fuck out. And he's listening to his little brother describe the thing that he's also seeing that's not supposed to be there. And he's playing it cool so his little brother don't freak out. And I'm like, so did y'all ever go downstairs or, talk about it, try to figure out what it is? No. What the fuck are we talking about? What the fuck are we talking about? You went through that whole story, know who I am. I talked about my story. That's why I know this story from him. I'm like, and you don't even care, do you? We have the same King James ancestor somewhere. He got a different father. But you understand, like, that shit follow me. That shit follow you. All right. That's important. The Abraham Lincoln shadow. That's in my family, bro. That nigga everywhere we go. Now, whatever that is, right? Whatever that is not anything that we need to talk about. That's just one of the many things that do exist that no one knows how to talk about. Yet, if you look anything like me, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You might even know a name or a culture or try to extract the council, right? I fuck with you. I'll get it. You call it Papa Legba, Baron Sunday, whatever you want to call it, Orisha. Remember, I'm Irish, but you understand vowels with it. But I didn't know that at 3 years old. You didn't know that when I was 3. What I'm saying is, regardless of what we call it or what we study today, that shit really happened to me as a kid. I seen the things that don't exist. And then I had those little experiences and near-death little, dopamine being released because you're not feeling good. It's explainable scientifically. I get it. I just couldn't figure out what the fuck that shit got to do with me. Because I feel like I'm the only kid in my family, for real, that be going through that so much so that I need to figure out what it is. Not because it happened once, because, my nigga, it's like back then it was like every other month or week. You know what I'm saying? It's like so often as a kid. And I just played it off like, that's why people believe in God, right? Some negative, goofy shit going on, and we need protection from that thing. I don't need protection from white people. Bro, I was a kid. I needed protection. I don't know what the fuck this shit is. And when I tell the smartest, oldest, coolest, sexiest adults I know in human history about any of that, like, how you gonna cool story bro me? How you gonna cool story bro me? What do you mean cool story? I'm new here. Y'all, I'm brand new, bro. I never lived here before. And I'm trying to tell y'all something. I don't know if y'all niggas notice, but I be knowing shit as a baby. Like, y'all be noticing, like, I be saying shit that babies don't say, right? Like, my dad, this is all the same story, because I'm about to fast forward to 15 in 1 second. But I get it now. I couldn't get it then. I need to separate time from those experiences to my current awareness. Now I can make sense of it. Same people, same niggas, bro. Beasleys and Smiths. Jesus Christ, these niggas, man. Whatever happened after the Civil War, man, it fucked these niggas up, bro. I'm talking about psychologically. I ain't even talking about money or nothing. Because they were in South Carolina with their own shit. Indians, Cherokees, can you imagine? On Pocahontas and John Smith, can you do a story? One more time. Will your grandmother say the whole time since then? You're Indian. And so these Indians probably had a hard time after the Civil War. And by the time it gets to my grandmother, this is Noble Drew Ali's granddaughter. The Indian side is her mother that he had that baby with. And then, of course, there's so many generations, they mix again. And I think some Jewish people cut into our line. So that makes me a Jew and Jewish on both sides. Real life. But either way, we do this story. Those people, from all of that hidden Jew mafia bullshit going on, that's alluded to. When Jay-Z alludes to Lucky Lefty, he's talking about Lucky Lefty Beasley. We call him Uncle Louie. Uncle Louie is a fighter, right? Because obviously, Genghis Khan's grandson. And Uncle Louie, I guess, southpaw or lefty. He was just smacking the shit out of niggas. And this time last year, I was just smacking the shit out of a nigga for real. And that's what I'm saying is, like, Uncle Lefty's my great uncle. We're known for the same thing, damn near. But he was more evil. Just as powerful, but just more evil with it. Like, just the time during the gangs of New York and shit. Like, after the Harlem Renaissance. You know what it is? It's like when they're teenagers in the 60s. They're teenagers in the 60s. So heroin, coke, cars, New York. And all this underworld shit and racketeering. All the pimp movies, that time period, that era. That's the time period. The Warriors, if you will. If you saw that movie, and let's go back one generation, their big brothers or their fathers is Uncle Louie's generation. So the niggas that wear suits. And then he's the brother of my grandmother and Georgiana, like Georgia. So Georgiana is the oldest daughter. Her son is the oldest boy, and I'm his oldest son. So I think that's why it went to me instead of Lucky Lefty and them, because my grandmother's the oldest. But Lucky Lefty's after, and then so on and so forth. And his grandson met me at a job. We got hired at the same job, and he was just as big as me, just lighter. He's lighter, fair-skinned. And he smiled and took up with me very quickly. This is in 2008. I'm skipping for a reason. And he embraced me. I don't know why. He's like, I'm from New York. And like, we work there, 5 days a week, but he's in the meat department, pause, and I'm a cashier. So we cross paths between shifts or something. It was just, not enough time for pleasantries. And eventually, he tells me this. He says, do you know who Lucky Lefty is? This is in 2008, so Jay-Z's American Gangster mixtape came out with that Denzel movie. He mentions Lucky Lefty in that, and I was listening to that song, Party Life, I think, a lot. I like that beat a lot. And I said, yeah, and he's some type of like mafioso gangster type of guy from Harlem or some shit. And mind you, when I'm saying this, I don't know his color, his pedigree. I don't know that. I just think gangster. If all the rappers are talking about gangsters, Al Capone, I'm thinking white by default, almost. So he says to me, that's my father. And I said, my processor is processing the idea of Lucky Lefty that I have. And I was like, how's that your father? You're my age. We're both 24, 25 at that time. So what are you talking about, Lucky Lefty? It's kind of like what they said to Jesus when he was talking about Abraham. He's like, you're not old enough to know Abraham. And I had that moment with him. I was like, Lucky Lefty is your dad, not even your grandfather. So hold on. So remember, I don't know enough yet. I had dynamic thought though. So pause that right there. Just understand that the Lucky Lefty that Jay-Z is rapping about, his son name is just you wait fucking for it. Gabrielle Smith. I'm Dwayne Smith. So Gabrielle Smith, Lucky Lefty's son, knew something, and he saw it in me, and he knew my name, and he would talk to me like, he said that, and I didn't react appropriately. Guys, I'm describing masonry or alphas. It's like a secret society for real. It really is. It really is. It's scary. And maybe that's why people have a fucking problem with me, because of how secret, or not even secret, it's subversive. It's always under your nose. I can't explain it. I've been on the receiving end. Pause. I've been on the receiving end of these weird transactions with people who I know, Masons, this, that, all their secret society affiliations. I meet too many of those in my life. I'm raised around and by too many of those. So I've noticed something about these niggas. But this guy, Gabriel Smith, can you fucking imagine? Lucky Lefty's his dad. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, you know what I'm saying? When someone tells you that you're just getting to know them, I'm like, okay. I do a logical thing. I said, this brother has the skin tone of my best friend, Tim Smith. And we joke and say we're cousins. So Timothy Smith is from South Carolina. His grandmother's Indian. And, you know, I'm Dwayne Smith. My grandmother's from South Carolina. She's Indian. And so we didn't know the names and relationships, but we just were cousins, right? So Gabriel Smith, I'm looking at him, I said, yo, you look like you could be Tim's cousin. You're a Smith, I'm a Smith, he's a Smith. Like, you're a dude, I'm a dude, he's a dude. We are dudes here. Like, it's the Spider-Man meme. Like, but this a big Smith. Like, this nigga was bigger than me, so all right. When Genghis Khan for real. All right. Somehow or another, we talk about South Carolina. And he's like, Lucky Lefty. And I'm like, what the fuck? That's a Harlem gangster, Jewish white guy, you know, Scarface movie guy. What the fuck's this got to do with our story right here? That's your dad? Your dad from the 60s. Your dad's from the 60s. Well, shit, my dad was born in the 60s. So, I'm just going to skip to the point of the connections here. Gabriel Smith is Louis Beasley's son. Louis Beasley is my father's uncle. Gabriel Smith is my dad's cousin, but Lucky Lefty had a baby in the 80s. I gotta channel this one, boy. I never connected all this at once. Gabriel, they sent Gabriel, bro. They sent algebra to me later too. Yeah, last year. It's the theme. Mr. Now knows what I'm talking about. So Gabriel trades a book with me. Man's Eternal Quest, a Hindu book, metaphysics, you know, all that shit. And I traded with him Dynamic Thought, Henry Thomas Hamlin. You can't make this shit up. This big ass nigga from New York. My dad's family moved to New York in the 60s. This guy from New York, recently, he moved down to Raleigh after living in New York longer than me. And same story. And I didn't make the connection. In real time, my stupid ass missed everything. I'm very upset with that nigga right there. Because that nigga is my cousin, bro. And what I'm saying to you is, he knew I was his cousin. He knew me before I knew him. My dad, Lucky Lefty is not what my dad called him. He called him Uncle Louie. So when my dad was little, he knew Uncle Louie because that's his mother's brother. So Uncle Louie would come around, and my dad said he was so cool, like to him, like as a man, as a figure, he was so cool. And they always hear the stories as little kids about someone he beat up or someone he shot at or something. Like, he's a volatile nigga for real. And so when my dad would talk about Uncle Louie various times in my life, leading up to this Gabriel kid, I just knew a crazy nigga named Louis Beasley, Black Jew, hashtag Mafia allegedly, per the Gangs of New York stories. The hidden Jew families would be the Beasleys, because Uncle Louie is that, and that's why he was that nigga that everyone talks about in their rap songs. They just forget to tell you he's a Jew from South Carolina. They forget to tell you that he's my grandmother's brother. And they forget to tell you he's an Indian. So Lucky Lefty is Uncle Louie. My family, according to my dad and his sister, remember there's 12 of them, and they fractioned out. They didn't stay close. They had favorites and shit, you know, social economic disparities and inheritances. So Uncle Louie disappeared. My dad said, according to his auntie, which is the one, rest in peace, sir, That's a whole nother story. Everyone know Aunt Teeny for real. But anyway, the little Indians. And basically they thought one or two things happened to Louis. A, he went to prison because the white boys was tired of his shit to get rid of him. Or because of his dealings, someone murdered him on some Jimmy Hoffa shit. So that's the end of Louis Beasley's story. He disappears sometime around 25-ish. Like, he's not 30 yet. Because my grandmother, my dad's mother, had him when she was 21 and 63. And Uncle Louis younger than her. But he disappeared after my dad gets to know him and impressionable, so at least 6 years. So Uncle Louis disappears from New York by the 70s, basically. And his own family thinks he's murdered, rightfully so too, by the way. Like, and the reason why they don't have closure is because they knew what type of nigga he was. So it was kind of like, you know what I'm saying? Like my immediate family to him just played it off like, what did we expect was going to happen to this nigga? He can't be smacking and shooting everybody. To my chagrin, Louis Beasley is Lucky Lefty. And I met his son, Gabriel Smith, my cousin, which tells me that Uncle Louis lived all the way until about goddamn 1984, 5 or 6. That's like a whole 10, 15 years after he was seen last by his sister. Hashtag allegedly, though. Because if he went Underground Railroad, maybe he didn't come around the kids no more to keep everyone safe, too. You know how letters work. These niggas are Jews. So he went off the books. Louis Beasley went off the books for some fucking reason. Some earned reason. And then I fucking find out. Because remember, he disappeared before I could meet him. Before I'm born. So I hear the stories about him like, damn, that's an uncle I'll never meet, right? I met his other brothers, Bobby and all, Robert, Bobby and all, Edward, all. But Uncle Louis was the coolest, the hardest. So I was like, damn, I'll never meet the hardest nigga in our family. Nah, I met his son though. He got Man's Eternal Quest on him, Hindu book. You imagine who we are, right? And I'm giving him a metaphysical book for a metaphysical book, and we're the same age. He's Gabriel Smith, I'm Dwayne Smith. And like, someone's gonna tell me that shit's random. No way in Hades that's random. Life ain't that fucking random, bro. The world ain't that small either, bro. Because as soon as that situation happened with Gabriel, and then I like connected the dots, like, oh shit, I couldn't find him no more. Couldn't find him no more. On Hebrews 13, I know his name and everything. I know his face. It's very similar to me. They have different noses though. He has a more Indian nose. But either way it goes, Smith Beasley, and I'm a Smith Beasley. His mother then lived in Raleigh, North Carolina. So 2023, to my chagrin, Jonathan's like, yo, do your ancestry.com, and I go through this family tree, and I seen something. My father had an aunt in Raleigh, North Carolina, the whole time I lived there. My dad, who grew up with his mother and all her sisters, New York, Camden, Jersey, one of those sisters have lived in Raleigh, North Carolina the whole time we lived there. And no one in my family knew that. Like, that's how segregated my family, like my family segregated from my grandmother, the oldest. My grandmother's family black sheeped her. My dad, technically on his dad's side, is not the first boy, but on his mother's side, he is. And is no more black sheep than fuck. Than be. And my generation, firstborn boy, fuck. Technically, maybe my cousin is. But however, the story, black sheep as fuck. And it just keeps repeating itself. So, my dad's aunt's in Raleigh, probably heard around the grapevine, we're in Raleigh, and they never made point of contact. Like, you feel me? And like that whole story go different if you have your own family, like in your city, right? Like, I'm gonna go to my aunt's house. My cousin Gabriel's here. I could have went to high school and played football with my cousin Gabriel for real. Had y'all had just told your sister you live in Raleigh, and she says, "Oh yeah, you know Bug live in Raleigh now, right down the street from you." Ancestry.com, buried in Raleigh, North Carolina, in 2004, when I graduated high school. So my aunt is buried in Raleigh, North Carolina, and I never ever met her. She lived right down the street from where I worked. So I'm saying I don't know how many cousins or her husband's family's down there. I don't know any of them niggas. But I know that's my dad's auntie right in the same city with me. And then I saw Gabriel, Uncle Louis, which would be her brother. You know what I'm saying? I got Louis' son and Louis' sister in my city, in the oldest of their family trees, both degrees, have no fucking idea they're here. But they both come to me. What? The fuck did my grandmother do to y'all? What? The fuck is up with my dad? Nah, never mind. Trust me, we don't even have to. It writes itself. But if you could tell me what happened to his mother, then I understand him so much. But I have patience for him because something happened to his mother. Because y'all niggas act like we don't exist because of her, and it has to be. It has to be. It has to be. Y'all niggas don't show up until she's dead. Has to be. My grandmother died 2005-ish. Or after 2005, 2008. Some shit like that. Because my dad's in prison already. Yeah. So from 2005 to 2008, my grandmother died. So my dad's out the way. My grandmother's dead. And I'm just out there just swag surfing. Just vibing in aesthetics. Like my grandfather dead, my grandmother dead, my dad in prison. And niggas want me to do what exactly? What niggas want me to do for real? For real, let's talk about it. My mom dead already, so you know what I'm saying? And I'm just getting started in the nigga Olympics. After walking through walls and out of my body, UAPs and UFOs and all types of shit in the lobby, and being able to know the future without even looking at it, and then tell you the history before it happens just for someone else to bring me a map that I already spoke into existence over and over and over and over again. Whew. But these niggas, Man's Eternal Quest, bro. Hell of a book. I strongly recommend it, bro, if you're an Indian. Just like that. They initiated me. It's just like that. Touch and go. That's our Underground Railroad, bro. That's why we're still here. That's an adaptation to being hunted. That's why it makes me so sad. I know where they learned that from. I know history, since we're Genghis Khan's grandkids. Or if you ever played Assassin's Creed 1 through 3, you know they're talking about us. Since my family are the royals of Europe, that's who's being assassinated, hung, and decapitated. The black Jews, Afroasiatics. They killed my family for the past 400 years. Not black people, not African Americans, not Indians. My patriarchy has been murdered for over 500 years in a row. So, when you find us in this position now, I think my family, the Jews that are still Jews, Jew Mafia, Lucky Lefty, like Jews, they, with some Sammy Davis shit, they just, I don't know. They describe it as being a sellout or selling your soul or all these spooky things. I don't know. Because, you know, at some point the bullshit gotta stop, right? At some point the bullshit gotta stop. And I think they know that now. it's like it's timed. Like, you know what I'm saying? I feel like the boomers of the crews I'm talking about had a calendar, if you will. And I know how niggas are, because I grew up with kids. I think what they did was inadvertently pushed the baton, the torch, the kid, or in other context, they kicked the can forward because they knew it wasn't going to happen in their generation. So it's kind of like a person saying, well, we might as well, settle in and access the situation the way it is, because, no matter what we do, it's still not 2012. And they wrote these other stories. That's why they're there. So they know it seems like, the shit kind of fixes itself. So why not just let shit be, and, get their benefits and their degrees wherever they can get them. You know what I'm saying? That explains everything. You ain't even got to go no further than that. If you know who Israel is, though. A bloodline of prophets and nobles and shit. Like, if you know who they are, and you go, they would know in advance. The whole book about patterns and noticing shit. So, if they found themselves in a cold season, they probably just, they really want it. Let them have it. Any day now, though. It's like 1,000 Davids out there. Any day now. The Bible gives you the formula. By the 3rd to 5th generation of those who hated me. That's around the Civil War. Reconstruction, in fact. So, whatever the pedigrees of us were before that, and being interrupted whether by migration or force since, give it about 3 to 5 cycles. Since it's a dominant gene, royal, it'll reconnect itself back again. So, the time we're violated, average life, that's like in 2000. Niggas don't buy horses. Niggas don't go to casinos. Niggas don't be on some bullshit. Slapping and shooting niggas. I get it. Niggas took a siesta. Niggas took a Sabbath to play Grand Theft Auto. I get it. I really do. I'm just the bearer of bad news. Please, Jews, don't kill another messenger. I just guess I exist now in this timeline because that time is up. That's all. That's all that is. I get it now. I get it. I get how we got here. I'm talking about we, the people. I understand how we got here. For real. I'm just like you niggas, for real. It's just God just punched me in my little third eye when I was a baby. Because they killed my mother. And they try to kill me. So you gotta turn the heat up on these niggas. Dude, the more I survive, the more aware I got of shit. I'll tell you something, man. My stripes are hard earned, bro. Like the little nigga inside of me is a different type of nigga for real. Because he's so observant and he saw everything and heard everything. And for his whole life, no one can give him an answer to his questions. He noticed that. Like, no one knows the answers to my questions. Why do I have questions that no one can answer? That's not fun. That's not even like that's not a hobby of mine. I just want to know the fucking answer. What the fuck going on, Bruce? Quantum computers and AI. Y'all don't have the answer. You ain't got the answers, Sway? You ain't got the answers either, kind. That's crazy. No one got the answers. They got the books, they got the money, they got the bitches. They ain't got no answers. On Allen Iverson, they ain't got the answers. But that's why I was asking God for answers. Because time was up. Yeah. Time is up. So here we are. I'm one of those. On God. My grandfathers. And from what I could read into, and from what I've heard and learned my whole life, we only show up when time is up. So the old life is dead anyway. Like what happened in the past and all those degrees and dirt and evil and shit. I know. But that story, that right there, that book right there, whew, whatever we're gonna call that testament, whew, its time is up. Motherfuckers just took a Sabbath or something. I think Todd Street Bay called it a Smyth-EL. I think it's Latin for something. Smyth-EL. Is it the day off or something? Dia, God, day. Smyth-EL. Like niggas out to lunch. Makes sense. They took a Sabbath. If you understand us, they had to have. I know who these niggas are. They still operate secretly. They think I'm saying too much. I think they stupid. Because I know no one understand or believe me either way. So what they pussy-heard about? What the fuck are they gonna do about it? I named a name of the secret royals of black Jewish nobility. Yeah. Hi, how you doing? You secret black Jew families, how you doing? How are you guys doing? Can you fucking imagine I'm an orphan? Of the 2 first black Jew families in America, can you fucking imagine? The story just rewrites itself. Like, I'm a Banks, a Smith, a Beasley, a Whitey, like, and I'm an orphan too, like, you know what I'm saying? Woo! Like, the crazy shit is. Like, that's the crazy shit about it. Like, for real. On my daddy, John Smith. But on my mama, that's Carlos V's family. South America, on up. You gotta get on up. And somehow they got some gingers in there. You know how these niggas are about these white girls. But however you tell that story, that's one of Carlos V's grandsons or granddaughters' decisions. And here I go again. So you feel me? Like, so what I'm saying is the time is up in Spanish and English. Seen Medea, for real. You understand everything. Like, time is up. That's it. That's all this is. I get it now. I don't like it, but I get it. It had to be done because motherfuckers don't listen. On God, I know it. Look what happened. I feel it, bro. This shit was evil. There was a lot of radiation, bro. It was a lot of it's like contamination. It's like we were overwhelmed by something. And now it's being purged, if you will. It's going offline. It's defragmenting. It's isolating itself. It's coming up with narratives in real time that are distractions from the fact that it's shrinking and losing force. And if you're not a warrior or StarCraft type of person, you probably want to pick up on these parallels. But since I'm like Samson's grandson, I was always naturally drawn to these things. So anyway, I see they're losing terribly. Unexplainable by any metric of logical, linear, financial trajectories that you could have plotted any year up until now. Everything that's falling apart and dismantling is exponential. And I'm just saying the problem on paper. Like everything that the media and the conversations and the war and the treaties is about the stock market. It's the counter. It's counting like on loss. The Egyptian counter. Like their thing is telling them, you're losing velocity. You're going to terminal velocity. Like you're about to hit the ground. Everything else is a root of that tree. The army stuff, the military stuff, it's all resource-based. Gold and oil. Yeah, no. Yes. But why they need that right now? Because the Egyptian clock. So you gotta understand, it's like the sands of time, like, you know, when you turn that shit over? Well, that happened. I don't think it was 2012. These niggas probably can't read. It's probably 2021, if you ask me. But however it goes, Baby Khan, Genghis Khan's grandsons, you'll see it one day. It's behind him in all his portraits. Mayan Genghis Khan calendar. Can you fucking imagine? Anyway, we're after that. The time that they all knew back then that would inevitably happen, regardless of what niggas was doing. You feel me? That's why I'm mad at niggas, because niggas is bullshit. Niggas use that as an excuse. Talk about niggas that know, bro. There's niggas that know. They send their little grandsons and shit to deliver me books. Or to come to my Discord and post random pictures and never come back. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I ain't stupid. So you feel me? I'm in a family so secret that I'm not supposed to know that I'm in it. I wouldn't believe me either. But my name is Dwayne DeSon Smith. Time's up. Beautiful, bro. It's a beautiful story, man. You'll see. This shit weird, bro. Life is weird. This version of life is weird as fuck. The tone of the story, I mean, the narrative of our life is weird as fuck. We're overwhelmed. We're simply overwhelmed. New land again. New opportunities. High velocity of interest. Foreigners who are on some type of code that's compatible. Gaining agreement. Treaties, a peace of friendship. Treaties of Tripoli. It's all when that's happening too. The Moors and Indians, those are their treaties with the people coming in. So there's a literal paper trail of treaties. And you find the dates, read the treaty, and just keep in mind the tone and the objective of the people in the treaty. You ain't gotta worry about their colors and stuff that much. Just think about their awareness. Like, people want to turn that shit into religion and stuff. We can call it and subjugate it, but no. These sides are Mohammedans. Mohammedans are Saracens. And the others are others. They can be mixed too. But when it's put in a position of you know who the party is, it's because what you're treating is something that's theirs. So when you deal with land and trade and posts, it has to be a bloodline relative of that land to have a treaty to begin with. So the name, the blood, the place is timeless. They call it unalienable. Precedence, that's the first state that's claimed. This is the place, this is the name, this is their pedigree. No one else could ever have a claim. Now, I'm talking about on treaty and law level when you're sharing land. Sharecropping. You're harvesting on the same land, but the land can only belong to one national. So if you're a foreigner or immigrant, I'm growing cabbage and shit. Where you come from, y'all fuck with potatoes heavy. I have all this shit over here. You can come over here, build your house, grow potatoes on my grandmother's land. Sell it, take care of your family, give us our tithes, Malachi 3:8. Bring it to our storehouse. The first 10th of your crops, bring it to our storehouse. See, the same thing in America, that's how we treat the Mexicans. We let them live in a certain region towards the bottom. No, further upstream. We're at the bottom because we're trying to get to the coast, we have boats. So they're living upstream. And the Indians teach them, mind you, they're teaching them because they're newcomers. They teach them to grow the crops a certain way, hydroponic, efficient, so they can grow and expand up there, which they did. And to tithe by putting certain ones on these lily pads, so they float downstream. And our little daughters and stuff will collect it. And that's our treaty, that's our piece. You can stay up here on our grandmother's land, on a tribe of Dan, and operate here since we've already established this. There's room for you and your kids. Just send us a 10th. So now this is less work we have to do. We don't have to go up there to do it, so we ain't gotta bother you. But our treaty is about how we gonna mind our business. But we know how people do drugs and get drunk and be on some bullshit over bitches. So this is how we wanna handle it. But I'm home court advantage. And if you don't like it, you can get the fuck up out of here. And all your family. Now you gotta reread those treaties. And then that's why they classified you as something else. It's not because you're something else. It's because if you ever stood on business one day, they'd have to go home. Y'all be trying to get somebody to pay you for your convenience. What I'm saying is you can evict them. Because the only people who can claim this land have to be Afro-Asiatics. It's already in law. They decreed a war on Saracens. Cool. They use the language of Semitics. They know better. So where they at? In the Mexico? Chameka? The kingdom of Montezuma? Mount Zion? Jerusalem? And Israel? Mama Inga? In Peru? Salam alaikum? Remember the Alamo? Tallahassee? Tuscaloosa? Tuscarora? Alabama? Allah? Like, you talking about us? You tell me the land is ours. We know. I know my grandmother's names. Thank God. You see what I'm saying? You see how we just cut the line of Black History Month and all the other shit niggas be stuck on? Because that's not the story. They're looking at it wrong. I'm not even making it about me either. The crazy shit is just using me as a key, cuts everything off. There's nothing else left. I'm the son of the King of England. This is his colonies. He's a Jew. I'm his grandson. And like, the rest of India can be free now, right? None of this shit is anybody's but people who look like me. I'm telling that to the AI in the future. Because you know, niggas like me gotta die first. But if I don't have to this time, I want you to understand everything. The real people who can claim those treaties, it's very clear they would look like me. Because they're Afro-Asiatics, they're Semites, they're Smiths, they're John Smith, they're Carlos V Smith, they're my fathers, literally. And everybody else's nation state or whatever the fuck it is on paperwork, corporations that used to be pirate ships with bottomry instruments, call your dollar bills. You're in bonded and shit, like you came back to Egypt in this bitch. Because the pharaohs are the kings of the dead, nigga. Necro, Negro, Mansers. How you doing? Right here in the tribe of the Cancer. Hey, can you fucking imagine? So, abracadabra. It's just a language model. We've taken fantasy in general too serious. Our imagination is creating a fake worldview based on the variables, fractals they've given us. It always gonna lead, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, no matter how you arrange something, sometimes you put the light on it, it's always gonna make that shape on the wall. And like, you have to buy a color filter or a different shape to kind of change it. Like, bro, that's all they had to do to y'all. They didn't give you the wrong thing to think about. They gave you the puzzle pieces. And you had to put the picture together. But the problem is the pieces they gave you, no matter how you add that shit up, gives you the wrong image. You understand? It's that simple. All I gotta do is give you the wrong context and go. That's how people get away with lying and cheating. It's not that they told a lie, it's that they gave you a false sense of context about the conversation they had. And then when you bust them in it, like, but I told you that. And you be like, you didn't tell me that. In the motherfucker sassy, he might record it and you might literally hear him tells you that, but you interpreted something else he said as corroborating with someone who wouldn't have told you that. You don't understand mind control and manipulation. And you don't understand that niggas don't have to go to school with white people in the CIA to master a degree that came from their ancestors. You see what I'm saying? You take the middleman out of this shit. You take the guy, your Jesus, whatever. Shut up, niggas. Take all that off the table. Who are we then? Who's your grandma, nigga? Who's your grandfather? Them niggas. Okay. Call them what you want, nigga. But you're here because of them niggas. That's all I'm saying. There ain't no other nigga that none of you black niggas could come from in this goddamn country, bro. Fuck out my face. Unless you genuinely come from Africa. Cool fucking story. Welcome. Anyway, niggas. Indians. My grandmother is Indian versions of you. Hi, how you doing, bro? I'm like your biggest brother, bro. I'm related to all of you, bro. You understand what I'm saying? Now you understand the difference between an emperor, a king, a royal bloodline, a noble bloodline, and a bloodline of some tribes and some niggas. Royalty fucking. By the time you get down to niggas again, because they don't listen and get them foreign women, Dead Stock, Dred Scott, is still a descendant of the same nigga. How you doing, Genghis Khan's kids? Is it not fucking written even by the colonizer that Genghis Khan had the most kids or DNA out here, bitch? It's not because of him, it's because of his sons, nigga. You understand? He had 7 sons, and his 7 sons went stupid, bro. I'm Hakata Khan's son. 1 of 7. You understand what I'm saying? So the American, North American Indians in our mixes of Israel's, Judah, Ben, we're just John's kids. We're Hakata's kids. We're John's kids. We're in John's land. Like, that makes sense. Virgin Mary land, Jamestown. We're where John went. John has brothers, nigga. Same time period, bro. Hakata Khan and them. Those are his brothers, bro. Hakata Khan, Ablu Khan, something Khan, Uguzu Khan. You gotta check the dates that they try to guess about other niggas. They're hypothecating. But at least in the Khan story, they ain't worrying about you niggas figuring out who they talking about. But they talking about your grandfather, bitch. So read Genghis Khan's lore again, please. I swear to God, you better do it. If you in fucking America talking about your grandmother Indian, bitch, you Khan's kids. Lose that religion and church bullshit, nigga. We do this shit on Saturday anyway. Boo-hoo, get over it, nigga. You'll be magical either way. You're fucking Genghis Khan's kids, stupid bitch. I have to say it like that, because y'all don't listen to King James English. But you understand nigga speak. Yo, you bitch ass, fucking ass, faggot ass niggas. Stop fucking playing with me. On the greatest guy that's ever lived in fucking human recorded history is your fucking grandfather, bitch. If you hear my frequency, if you look like me, black, Indian, Italian, light-skinned, and depending on who your damn uncle is, fucking on them damn foreign bitches. Either way you cut up this shit, bitch, you looking at me. Genghis Khan's direct grandson out of many. Now the fucking problem is on this fucking territory that I'm walking on in this bitch. I'm Ablu Khan's and Hakata Khan's grandson. Same story. Israel and Jerusalem combined already. Did you read the damn story? I'm their son. When Jerusalem and Israel became one, 1611. New Jersey, Trenton, New Jerusalem, Traytown, Etruscans, all 3 Khans. Ha, how you doing? It's gotta be a woman somewhere for this to be fun. Mercury, Mars. Oh, is it Venus? And is that why Libra's there? The black woman is God and shit. The emblem of America and shit. Indian and shit. Look like an Amazon goddess. But what color was her feathers and fringes, bitch? Israelites have fringes, but what's her colors again? Yellow, green, red. Oh, Montezuma's kids. Oh my God, on Mama Inga land. Oh, there's the Incans. They're Khans too. Can you fucking imagine? 3 kings, 3 Khans too. Both came to see Jesus. Damn, that's our grandson, nigga. We'll be back. Yo, Jesus being visited by his grandfathers, bro. Y'all niggas bugging. We're Israelites. We keep it in our tribes. We do that for like braiding hair, like cornrows. You braid 3 strands of Khans to make one, nigga. 3 is stronger than 1. Rope theory, right? So we brought all 3 Khans here at once, nigga. We're just talking about blood types. Nigga, you can have your grandfather Carlos Joseph stuck all his damn life in Cape Verde, nigga. I ain't talking about where all the other niggas who be fucking all the other niggas bitches had their kids at. One more time. I am Dwayne Smith because John Smith is the founder of this country. That's my direct grandfather. That's a Hakata Khan Smyth-EL, because he's a descendant of the carpenter named Genghis Khan, who white people, Catholics, Christians, and people that eat niggas call Christians. Based on our true story, they hypothecated it and gave you the myth that you see it through. And I'm telling you, you're looking at the son of the people they're saying it happened to. That's the difference. I believe there's Muurs and Moors everywhere. It's our fucking planet, bitch. It's Europa. It's a descendant of Venus. Those are angels. You read the Bible, you skim through it, Tarot Girl. Probably, right? Come on, dog. On the real statue of Libra. Of course our son would be Jesus. Justice. What's on the other side of liberty, nigga? What's on the other side of freedom, Messiah? Justice, right? What is justice? It's a judgment. What's a judgment? It's a Genghis. If it's a Genghis, this is a Genghis. Then he's the judgment of Afro-Asiatics. He's the king of Jews because he is their judge. Did you read your Bible yet? That's Genghis Khan's degrees all at once. That's our grandfather, y'all. Not a white boy in some book. He's an emperor. Nobody else kids matter in that story. If you haven't picked up on the tone of it, we were writing about us. And y'all have to embrace that. If you know what us is, it's self-evident. And that's what's killing us. We don't know what we are. To YouTube, am I back? It's a wild story, I know. It's based on a true story, though. So, Ice Cube, I'm ready for it.
You getting 3 of them today? Or no? All right.
Crazy stories.
There you go.
Thank you.
You are.
You have a good day, all right? It's so weird talking to women who have pressures on you, but they're that hard. What's wrong with these women, boy? That generation, especially the ones older than me, they like you through meanness. Like, it's a dead giveaway, right? Like, and it's crazy because we're older now, and they never learned a new trick with that social quirk. It's like they're extra, like, they look evil. And the more they look at you evil without actually saying something or provoking you, like if they just look evil at you and they've never said nothing or hurt you, then they like you or something. And I was like, this is a system-wide birth defect? I noticed this in New Jersey, North Carolina, in Las Vegas. Like, everywhere one of my half-quarter sisters is, you fucking one drops. Cool, though. You understand where you are, though. This is the promised land that we were talking about in our Bible. They can have anything else. You understand what I'm saying? Although my grandfather's the king of the whole damn world. But, you know, I'm just talking about person to person, tribe to tribe. They can be wherever they want. Once your father owns the whole planet, bro, it's like, what are we talking about? Hey, now, what are we talking about? We want to talk about that. Like, it's in the Bible, bro. What is it? What they say? Is it not written? Like, the king of the world, you know, Satan, placeholder for his real name, right? Because just like how God has grandsons, can you imagine his evil brother has grandsons too? You have your father, the devil, in the same story. So it's like, oh, they're 1-to-1, right? Come on, right? It's written that way. You have your father, the devil. I'm of my father, God. Your father's the devil, bad guy. My father's God, the good guy. I mean, that's the only, it's a difference in polarity. It's not speaking to intent, morality, or nothing like that. It's speaking from the perspective of a Jew whose father is their God throughout in heaven, in their book, in their language, about their story, about what they went through. So as long as you know how to read, you go, oh, whatever that is, his father, aka his patriarch, aka his pharaoh, aka his kingdom, aka his empire bloodline. He's talking to a king of Jews, Cohen of Jews. He's saying is, you have the same mother, Hebrew, but you got a different father. And you clocking my shit. You like your father for real. Your father the devil, he a bitch ass nigga. Your father the reason why we in captivity. Because remember, they're in captivity. Meaning someone else's father is over them. He's telling that to his half-cousin looking ass nigga, who's a nigga in charge of shit because of who his daddy is in captivity. A fucking foreign immigrant. That's why he don't know how to read this shit. That's why he don't know what's going on. His father or grandfather came to where they were, Galilee, and violated it again. This is after Ruth the Moabite and Boaz story. So like right after grandmas had that, within 3 to 5 generations, they were violated again. It's a timeline of history. 13 to 14 generations ago. I would fucking know. I'm their grandson. So like, boom. Sonic boom. Like, it's a literal story. It's written in a weird way, yes. I agree. It sounds like fantasy and all kind of shit. But my nigga, they wrote this shit like 500 years ago. Like, they're not clocking what the fuck you think, nigga. You talking their language. Like, who the fuck do we think we are? But thank God all the words spell David. Thank God, right? On Dwayne it is. My name is just like a Japanese, Irish version of David. I told you one day there's gonna be 1,000 Davids out here. How you doing? We're not the Jesus story. No, that's our grandfather. You gotta follow the cycle. It's a Fibonacci. We're not in the Jesus timeline. Jesus is not coming to save us. That's not what happened. We're in captivity. That means you need some real niggas again. You understand, Solomon? You understand? Oh, we're doing technology and witchcraft and stuff. Oh, you only one of Solomon's niggas. Cool. That's like saying one of David's niggas. But you gotta make sure it's David and Solomon's nigga by the time he gets downstairs. Yes. How you doing? I'm back. I'm not them. I'm them. I'm not them, but I'm them. I'm not him. I am, but I'm them. Again. And so are most of you goofy ass people. Talking about murders and vow orders. Y'all goofy. Goofy as hell. If you understand me, then you goofy as hell. You should look up that amount of goofy too while you at it. You gonna start understanding everything, peculiar people. You know what peculiar is? You should look it up. You know what weird is? You should look it up. You know what goofy is? You should look all 3 of those words up. You might understand something. It's gonna all rhyme with Hebrews 13 again. It's in your Bible already, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. Ain't a damn word or concept in this language that ain't in that Bible, bro. It's almost like the Bible is the dictionary of as far as these stories can go in this language. Because I ain't even talking about like the English as we understand it. I'm talking about the math behind it that we call English. That's your language. The code, the source code is the language. Not the variables. The letters are just variables, but the way you snap them together and how they work out and the frequency they create, that's mathematics. That's what our language is, by the way. Gabriel, algebra, yeah. It's spoken word. You understand? You understand? It doesn't matter like King James English, Old English, SSFF. No. However you string your parse your code together, the compiler is the same. It's mathematics. It's ones and zeros. That arrangement of ones and zeros that's in that book, that's source code. It's a source code for sociology, though. It's a it's only effective when you're dealing with a kingdom of people. It's not very effective outside of it if you're like, a billionaire on a yacht on an island somewhere, and like these other third party and 6-dimensional entity things are not happening to you. I get it. I get why most people treat it like another book or another belief that some old dead niggas used to believe in. I'm on it. That's why I don't believe in it. Why would I need to believe in Jesus? Why would I need a Jesus piece? Half of you are like descendants of one of Jesus's niece. You forgot the nigga had brothers? All right, now, so hold on. If Genghis Khan had brothers and they be fucking, and they had sons that they be fucking, and we just know about 7 of Genghis Khan's kids that were boys. Now he got brothers that have boys. That's a lot of Genghis Khan's fucking, bro. So which one is really Genghis Khan's blood? If they're all Semites, the descendants of Abraham, they're the same story, bro. The only thing changes everyone else when it comes to the story. We changed because other forces came and raped us. But the blood, the dominant sequence doesn't care about that. It parses it, almost like a Venus flytrap. It takes what God takes what they meant for evil and turns it into your good, Jew. And our evil has been historically in all stories is that people come and have us fucked up, put us in captivity, take advantage of our women, and make our boys gay. This is like the 4th time you can find this story, by the way. Just do the last 1,200 years of history with everyone else but Jews. You understand? Not Jewish people, though, not the white people. You gotta get that. You gotta make sure you square that away first. And watch them code switching this bitch. But 1611, that's us. And every year before it. That only give them about 200 years or so to be tough over there with niggas who ain't there no more. But, let them have it. It's in their blood. You ain't got to tell me how long or what you do. You got our language. A language made by my blood of people. You're not my blood of people. Why do you have our language? Nigga, we weren't in no fucking United States of America of everyone in the world, bitch. Why are people so stupid? They don't read that Bible, bro. We isolate. We are not like the other girls, bro. We're in this world, not of it. Like, who you think that book talking to, bro? Is it not written that ye are gods? Like, who's that dog whistling to? You think that's dog whistling to humans? Is it not written that ye are gods? And he asking this nigga with a different father. The guy asking him is the father is a god. So he's asking the guy who's your father's the devil. Like, is it not written that ye are gods? It's almost a trick question. Because Jesus already know his dad a bitch ass nigga. That's how I know this book is written by niggas. Like, y'all don't understand all that context includes white people. I know. Because you don't understand the first part of that story to why Jesus is important. You got to read the Old Testament, Christian. Christians love not reading that Old Testament. Like, Jesus died for your sins to not have to read your damn history. Like, what? Y'all better get y'all shit together, bro. Time's up. It's up for me too. Ain't nobody being cute and clamorous on my side. I do not have this game fucked up. If y'all cooked, I'm cooked. We all cooked together, bro. I love y'all, man. We cooked though, and that's cool. You know what I'm saying? I've seen. But listen, surely goodness and mercy should follow me all the days of my life, though. You feel me? That's a whole different story once you start stacking about who you really are. Hypothetically, what if I told you? What if I told you about the video game, right? Just hypothetically, walk with me. If you could fucking imagine, right? One day you might be able to imagine some silly mustard seed shit like this one. What if I told you I'm listening to these sirens. This is a spiritual sign for me. It's one of my own assignments. Just give me a second. It's either a warning or the truth. We're about to find out. So anyway, I don't even know if it's worth talking about, man. I don't even know how to say it for real. I'm trying to imagine how to transfer an imagination to another person with a different imagination to dare to imagine what I'm trying to imagine and say to them. And it's impossible. It's a laughable ChatGPT loop ladder, actually. That's how you know you start stumbling across some shit that's on the other side of our veil. Every time, bro. Just like the Masons are. Just like the Smiths are. We're just on the other side of this very thin veil. White brick level. That's why I keep saying that. I get it now. But this life, I'll say it like this. You come across me for one reason. Only one good reason. for me to have so many more foreign people come across me than actual Indians, which is the craziest shit about my life. That unifying, and remember, I've been crunching this since I was a kid. The lowest common denominator with me amongst my tribe, and then we got Shogun too, who is Indian. Maybe a couple other brothers, but you know what I'm saying? Like, that's not my biggest number of subscribers. But Jesus only had 12 disciples. I get shit me. But we could do with 5, like whatever Noble Raleigh said. He said he even had 5, bro. But you found me because of metaphysics. Your inquiry into the metaphysical nature of reality led you to someone crazy like me. That's it. You gotta start there with me. I taught the metaphysics of music production. I learned metaphysics in high school. I've been practicing metaphysics for 25 years. Most of what I say and do comes from the fact that I knew metaphysics already. So everything I do is filtered through the concepts of metaphysics. It's like being a Rosicrucian or Hermeticist. The way you filter and think about reality, you're initiated into it too. It's the craziest story. Shout out to Noble Ali. Like a dead version of my grandfather's energy led me to all the books and pathways to go exactly where I am today. And it's him. It's his signature all over it. And it don't even matter if it's real or not. I'm just telling you, the signature that led me here is his. When it comes to metaphysics, all the royal and land shit, nah, that's my grandmother's. It's their land, bitch. What your grandma say? She might be my damn auntie or her damn sister type shit. So, you know they be having 20 kids each. So, 40 right there. But, and then they gotta find 40 partners. That's 80 right there. And then they all have kids. That's 120 right there. Like, come on, can you do math real quick? We only gotta do that once. And we turn a couple of people into 100 plus people. That's a whole fucking tribe right there, bro. You have a tribe in 2 generations, bro, when you really do the science on this shit. But anyway. So we moved over here and did that again. Can you imagine the shit, Israel? But metaphysics is what all of this is. Metaphysics is the thing that everything is trying to describe. If you could understand that, if you have already understood that, that's why you would find someone like I, and vice versa. I wouldn't attract any other type of sign. I never do. Regular people can't talk to me. You have to understand everything, man. Regular people cannot talk to me. It's literally nothing to talk about. And you know what's funny about that? In the Talmud, it's alleged that they, whoever the fuck they think they are, were treated really bad by the Elohim, so much so they couldn't make eye contact or talk to them. I don't know how much of that is true, but it explains a cultural behavioral fear, if you will, if they grew up believing that. So when they interface it in real life, I notice something. They can't talk to me. Till this day, not one of them have ever talked to me on the type of time I'm on. Never. Never in human history. I'm 40 years old. I've been doing this shit for 10 years. Never has it happened. That's weird, bro. They worrying about Cashapp though. He ain't talking about nothing. But I am. But I'm able to talk about it the way I talk about it because my brain works in metaphysics first. And then that's like computer code, computer programming. You know, C++ and stuff is the metaphysics of what you do in your app in your computer. You don't see it, but it's there. Right? That's metaphysics right there. It's the white brick level of Mario Brothers 3. You don't see him, but he's there. It's in all of our degrees as kids, too, to show you something. If you understand metaphysics and you understand the similarities that we talk about that stand out to us, Look at how metaphysical the nature of Mario Brothers is. I want to do you one better. If you have an emulator, I want you to spend 15 minutes one day and play Mario Brothers 2. Just jump into it. Experience the level, the characters, pay attention to the habit, the dress, the culture more. And then you realize that Mario Brothers 2 is about Moors, isn't it? That's a Japanese throwing you an alley-oop right in time for the 90s, right? Japan, right there. You understand everything. You understand everything one day. They're like Asiatics, aren't they? I'm Afro-Asiatic. Now do the science on this, Shim. You got Japheth, you got Shim, and allegedly you have a Hamite. We'll see one day on Dragon Ball Z, but as far as the Americas, this belongs to Shim's kids, and I am KJV13. Like, stop fucking playing with me, bro. So thus, Mario Brothers 2 tells you the whole story. Why would a Japanese brother do some silly shit like that? And you notice that was the least popular one too, right? Like, really do the science on that shit. Mario Brothers 2 is the least talked about. It's the one that's so Moorish. It's so fucking Moorish. Italy, Mario. It's so fucking Moorish, Italian. It's so fucking Moorish, Vatican. It's so fucking Moorish, Roman. It's so fucking Moorish. They made a video game about that bitch in the 80s in Japan. No white people were involved in this Jewish making. You understand everything. Why did Japanese people know who the Moors are, bitch? To make a whole video game about them. It had a whole different soundtrack too. It didn't even do that. That game don't even do that. That game a whole different video game, but it's Mario Brothers for real. No other Mario game was in that universe. LeVar. Same story. Jupiter Mario Hebrews. There you go. Catpocalypse 2019. Spicy Sundays. Oh, that was the beginning of it. A route on the track, Denmark. I see you in the building. Oh, shit. We got Shogun L in the building. Gorilla Gospel 3. I see you dropping jewels and gems on June. Kanzama is in the building. 2578. I see you, brother. Jonathan L is still riding with us. Be safe on those roads. It's getting icy out here. And the sky is clear over there, but ice is dropping on my head. I don't like this weather machine, Harp. Ascending E, I see you, brother. What's the book name again? Oh, Gorilla Gospel asking for a book name. Lord have mercy. Man's Eternal Quest. And I don't want to insult the Hindu side of our family by trying to guess how to say his name. But it's going to be orange cover with a Hindu, Hindoo, brother on the cover. They got hair like one of your grandmothers. Him. Man's Eternal Quest. Read it with the framework of knowing the universal laws. Because he's going to talk about gender and the feminine and all that shit too. He's exploring universal law as a Hindu. Noble Drew Ali in them. Type shit. Metaphysics. That's what I'm saying. Every book God sent me, if you will, whichever God that was, right? Sent me a bunch of metaphysical books for no damn reason. How is that going to help me make a video game? Well, if you want to make a video game, you got to learn coding. So God put me in school for the metaphysics of video games. Because if you understand the metaphysics of video games, you can make video games. There ain't nothing to it. You can download graphics and assets, nigga. You can get some Robux if you want to and buy some new clothes, nigga. Get it. Same story. That shit make me feel evil, bro, the way they did us. They did us dirty, bro. Just on the paperwork, bro. Just on the paper genocide is crazy. That paper genocide is what really grinds my gears, bro. Because it make you feel so victimized and hopeless that none of your fathers could do nothing about it. And then you find out the whole time it's just some Jewish paperwork. Reclassifying shit for a federal government that don't belong here. But then you go back to me and say, like, shit, my grandfather's gonna do nothing about this? Someone switched up. On our side, apparently. If my family got to fucking pass the baton in secrecy. I got the feeling the father the devil kid is amongst us. Type shit. You know how niggas look the same? It don't mean they is. That's the evilest thing about our story. Because people be fucking and sucking and who you want to be loving. Once they one drop of something and they 20 drop something else, that's not your neighbor no more, bro. Especially if they're raised by something foreign. So you send it back in. I know you seen the story Killmonger and T'Challa. But just imagine that at extreme settings. Imagine Drake showing up right now, trying to fight for the King James colonies with me. Same story. Because his dad, a little Jew, but he a little Jew. Might be tribal Ben type shit if he's from Pennsylvania. Like Logic's little father, a little black Jew from Pennsylvania. Like my grandfather Clyde, a little black Jew from Pennsylvania. So, you saw what I just did right there. Same story. So anyway, that's all I'm saying. Like, I can tell who my people are. Even if they're passing something else. They're of their mother's the devil. I don't, you know what I'm saying? The law gender flipped this side. Before it was of you of your father's the devil. This time they're of their mother's the devils. Go ahead and look up the pictures of their mothers, nigga. Don't tell me they all Jewish women. A synagogue of Satan kids. Can you fucking imagine this bitch? Do you understand everything? Because if you understand that, you can understand everything. Judah would never. They're not Ben and Jerry, they Ben and Jewish. Them niggas Ben and Jewish, that's all. I'm Ben and Judah. Carlos and John, how you doing? They're Ben and Jewish though. It's cute, bro. No wonder why they get all the cool contracts with their uncles and shit. That is cute. That's nepotism, man. That's what we were supposed to do, Israel. We gotta learn from them. We gotta learn from them. They stole it from us, by the way. We gotta learn from them. We gotta get our recipes back from them niggas. Ben and Jewish is crazy. There's some Ben and Jewish ass niggas in the entertainment industry. That's why they get along with the other side of their family. And y'all can't see it. Ain't that a bitch? You're blind to the obvious. You think they're rewarding you, Negroes. Mm-mm. They're rewarding their own grandkids. You only see black and white for some reason. And you know motherfuckers be fucking. Go ahead and find Janae Aiko's dad if you want to. They're gonna say that he half black or part black or somebody. Or her mother. I want you to guess that black side on the west side of all the Jews live, that black side that make them niggas small like that and hair like that is the Jew side of their Indian heritage. Shut the fuck up talking to me. We'll go down the list because they keep finding their kids, man. Who else? Big Sean, Little Sean, Moors again. Hold on, let's go through it. Pusha T, Virginia. Can you think about it, Indian? All right, duh. Hold on. You got a tall one and a little one. They great grandmothers had two different baby daddy tribes, and that happens all the time. And then what else? What's going on? What else we got? Else famous? Sean Carter, man. I see the nose. That's Indian nose. He's tall. He's 6'3". He's a Carter. That's a Jew name. He's not the original families, but he's a Jew all the same. Easy story. Probably on his daddy's side. In Queens, New York, where all the black Jews reside, including Lucky Lefty, whom his favorite black Jew guy is. My uncle. So imagine if all the famous niggas in America are Jews. Or Ben and Jewish. You'll call them black Jews, Sammy Davidson. Jews are black to begin with. That's a weird flex. Doesn't the adjective cancel out the thing if it's the same thing? That's like saying a white Klan hood. They come in different colors, bitch. The black Jews. Can you fucking imagine Hollywood and entertainment? The tribe of Ben running it up. These niggas. Because they're not tall enough to be Jews. Jews are from Judah. But we're all Israelites, yes. They're calling black Jews, they're calling the Israelites black Jews. I'm Judah's grandson. Judge, Genghis. They're Afro-Asiatics. They're not, you know what I'm saying? Those niggas are Israelites. But if you have white Jewish people who are not, and then black Israelites who want to be Jewish, I get it now. I get it. I get what they're trying to do with that shit. That shit tough to land, and none of this shit is theirs. That shit real tough to land, and still, no matter what, none of this shit is theirs. Ain't up for them to fucking decide anyway. So, you know what I'm saying? Why would I have to run and hide anywhere? Where the fuck am I supposed to live? In my goddamn kingdom, bitch. Ben and Judah's kids. Like, we got Ben and Judah and Ben and Jewish. Ben and Jerry's ice cream ass niggas. Ain't Ben and Jerry gay like these niggas? Oh my God. Do it again. They got something in common. Real Gospel 3. Even the companies, Nintendo, Wii, Jin, Dento, Wii, Jin, Tendo, Wii. Mr. Now says he's already fighting for foul vowels and bananas with seals on them. Peep the right angles on the cloud above, though. Oh, just like that triangle UFO I saw. Literally that big. That triangle UFO I describe all the time with the red lights on the top. That's what it looked like. But it was hollow, like a glider, though. Like, it had poles or something. I don't know. It's that big, though. Son of a bitch. Too big to go invisible, but it did. Fucking asshole. That's an asshole-sized cherubim. I bet you that's not even big ones. That's the small ones, bro. And that's evil. That's a small version of what they got. That's evil, bro. Hell yeah, more or less it would fill that spagappa if it was at that elevation. It would take most of it up. That shit crazy, boy. They say Area 51 over here, though, so I get it now. Yo, that's the epitome of minding your fucking business for real. Whatever is doing that shit ain't worrying about us. You see what I'm saying? How you got like multiple civilizations going on at once? As above, so below. Can you imagine shit? All of it is metaphysics. As above, so below. That's metaphysics. Universal law. It's not some devil-worshipping bullshit. Why all the devil worshippers have this most divine science of how to edit reality, but they got fuck little kids? I need y'all to pick a side, all right? Either they're intelligent, emotionally intelligent, empathetic, tapped in, descendants of angels, or they're not. There's some weird satanic ritualists pretending they understand how this works because they accidentally entered a cheat code every fucking full moon or something. Like, fuck them, bro. You don't need to ritualize what you are, by the way. You can do it anytime you want. That ritualized shit is for man. The angels taught them that. The angels had to teach man that because angels don't have to do that. Come on, dog. The book wrote itself, I guess. That's my point. Our history and our education makes you write the book about, they don't correct nothing for you. You auto-correct it. You quantize all the data we've been given in movies, and then you create your own universe with it. That shit evil. That's where the whole game fucked up. Metaphysics. They attacked you with metaphysics, meaning these are not ordinary people, John Legend. The people who did this spell after the Civil War are not ordinary people because they attacked you psychically. It's a psychic injury. It's an injury you cannot see unless you have eyes to see it. So they attack people psychically. It's almost as if your pineal gland is calcified, right? Just as a metaphor. It might be law of correspondence. It might be because you were attacked and injured, and then your pineal gland closed off because it's traumatized. Based on gross programming, not because you have a fucked up diet. Like when something scares you, your eyes close, right? Calcified pineal gland. Your third eye's closed. Or as the white boys say, third eye blind. Do ass niggas. That happens because of trauma. C-sections, all that shit. Drop the head on, you know what I'm talking about. You think it's because they gave that baby Kellogg's? That do fuck you up though, or congest you, but that's not. Nah. Nope. Babies have something called T cells. Wherever the blueprint of that baby is, them T cells got it. Unless you interrupt it or traumatize it. So I wasn't traumatized until afterward, nigga. I had to squint like I'm a black Asian nigga. Wake your ass up, Israelite. You only need to do them initiate the memory back online if it's forgotten, Mr. Now. Yeah, man. That's what initiation is. Just like MS-DOS, you put a floppy disk in, you type in the command, and it initiates a program. It's all metaphysics. All the deep stuff, all the rituals, all the books is about metaphysics. It's skinning the cat 1,000 different ways and still ordering chicken tenders. Metaphysics is dangerous in the wrong hands. Look what happened to us. We taught the wrong people something. On both sides of the family, bro. Someone got willy-nilly and started handing these books out, man. It was not a scholastic fair, bro. That World Fair was evil, bro. The motherfuckers are never supposed to have their hands on our shit. We didn't make it for them. They didn't pay us either, so what the fuck are they doing touching our shit? That shit evil, bro. Their existence, bro. The way they carry on, that shit evil. When you know your story. When you know you're Indian. You can't build none of them palaces without Indian materials. So I don't want to hear nobody bullshit, bro. These niggas evil. Or they would have built that shit where they came from. Where was that again? My daddy, the king of England. You ain't my granddaddy's kids. Hell no, you not. Carbon do not turn into sulfur, bitch. Not from no fucking on no bitches. I seen all my cousins have kids. That never happened. That never happens. I haven't seen a white baby yet. I feel like Cat Williams right now. That is a baby from the Mount Caucasus. That cannot be a Jew baby. Look at Logic for real. Like, he barely hanging on. He barely hanging on. You barely notice it. And then you see his baby now, because he came with a white girl again, healing his traumas with his white mother. And they got a little white baby now, who hair ain't all the way straight together. And to the untrained eye, you gonna fuck around and call him a ginger and say this little nigga parents came from Ireland. Whole time his granddaddy a black Jew. Cut it up. Same story with me, just the inversion. The same type of baby, grandma, made me. How you doing? It's like it went back again. For her bloodline. They obviously got with a white woman, who got with a white man, who had her, who had a black man. Why would she want to do that? Must be in her family. And then boom, back to me. It's like they passed the ball back on her side of that twist of that braid right there. That braid got a blonde streak. That's all. That one braid right there got a blonde streak. That's all. And the Moors from Europe, that's another. That's black. And then the Indians over here, South Carolina. How we doing, Dad? That's the red. That's it. Braided DNA, genetics. Same story. 3 kinds again. 3 kinds again. 3 kinds of kingdoms. All the same time again. Now it's 2026 though, so we got to get with the program real quick, please. They try to rewrite history. So if you correct it, you rewrite the present moment. And if that's true, then you also rewrite the future. They're building their future and their ideas and their businesses in this corporate sense based on a history that doesn't exist. And that works. It's a game. So that's their language model. They're currently gridlocked based on the variables they started with. Tyranny, slavery, bullshit. That's how far that storyline goes. It's a particular quest. They're at the end of that quest. They cannot sidestep back into nationality. They can't sidestep back into a kingdom or a constitutional republic. That's not them. That's not their story. And even if we wanted to, that's not their reference point. They wouldn't know how to do that. Cool. They would have to try to reinvent another system that's still theirs to superimpose with newer benefits, if you will, like a refresh. Let's start all over again, but this time let's make it digital, right? And you see them try to roll it out, but the niggas in UK are like, nigga, I don't think so. So it's delayed a little bit, right? Market of the Beast delayed about 4 more years, right? America's like, hey, we want to do it over here. We want to get ICE to make you scared, and if you get the digital ID, ICE can go away. Whee! Like, where are they in the Constitution again? And how come I need my own militia with my guns, but ICE tell me I can't be outside with my guns? You are conflicting with our Constitution, Nazi. Right? So that means they're at the end of that story. When Hitler started doing that, that was the end of the Nazis, right? Same story. Fourth Reich is their fourth failure. They failed the first time, second time, third time, and they're failing now again. But y'all be making a mistake that there's a difference between a white German and a white Jewish man. These are both white people, y'all. Stop fucking playing with my daddy. I don't give a fuck what you call them or how they sort themselves socioeconomically. They daddy is from the mountain of the Caucasus. Fuck what they talking about. They come from the same story, bro. They're not in our book. I swear to God, they ain't tall enough. They're literally not tall enough to be related to me. They would have to be my height on per capita. My whole family and my cousins that I wasn't directly related to are my height on per capita. So I don't even want to hear that shit. You're not related to my people. You feel me? And in the last 200 years, they couldn't be. The genes would have showed up in their kids. At the very least. My great-grandmother's a midget. Like, she's like 4'10" or some shit. Here I go again, nigga. My dad. Is a giant. My mother must have been regular size. Easy story. Easy story. Niggas my size now be with girls who are like 5 feet tall. Same story, same story. Those are the most evil girls I've met in my life. Same story. Same story. I lived that story. I'm a giant, and my girlfriend was 5 feet tall. Welcome to Carlos Fifth and Mary Andrew, nigga. Like, same story. Sometimes it's the other way around. Amazon goddess and a little nigga. Same story. Same story. And then I'm gonna do it one more time. Ben, little nigga. Judah, big nigga. Same story. Same story. It's like a match made in Jerusalem. That's Jerusalem. Then there's Israel. Did y'all know there are two different places? But they all got the same faces. Two different places with the same faces. It's the kingdom of Jerusalem and kingdom of Israel as of David. Then they merged. And then 10 got separated. Battles. Transportation. Trans-Tartarian slavery. That's 800 years ago, or so. So you mix in with all that stuff too. And then we're in captivity, so there is no degrees. When Genghis comes, and the correct degrees for the real life version of the story is his stuff. And then you'll find more about it when we look into the Ottoman Empire beginning. They hypothecated all of our stuff after we left. We know the date, 1550s and after. If you go back in time and read about the Ottomans before that, read about the Khans before that, certainly it's my father's. After that, we're here. Someone else is barbers. They can be similar to face, similar to color, but they're not us. We're talking about my family. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a black guy right there. I have no idea who he is. No idea. He could not, never, ever, ever, ever be related to me in human history. And still be a black guy. That's what we're talking about. Jerusalem, Israel. They're not everybody. They fundamentally cannot be. They can't do that. They die off. And that's what I'm saying. That's what they did to us. They wanted us to die off. Just our bloodline, not our skin color. They're not trying to kill off everybody. They didn't hang everybody. They hung all the Jews that own businesses that stole their printing presses since Jews created the printing press. Benjamin Franklin ass niggas. Come on, Germany. Come on, Pittsburgh. Same story. That's us. Before the American Revolution. So I'm showing you how to quantum lock stories based on the time. But more importantly, think about who is saying it. And if they have a Christian or white persuasion, that they would miss some obvious shit. Hold on. Lest I forget. Let's do some quantum algebra. They say, let's play Tetris, motherfuckers. I got Tetris. Get your son off of my handgun. Hey, Lord. Don't let me lose all my markers. What's it? Ben and Jerry, Ben and Judah. Oh yeah, computers, shooters. Almost got it. Some shit's easier just to see. Ooh. Fuck a channel, man. I need to learn how to draw. Anyway. And try to walk you through the madness of everything at once. One more time. So this is the status after Moses. So everybody was in captivity. Pharaoh shit, kings of the dead, Egypt, right before the Bible, obviously, if he's in the Bible after it. Okay? So after old Amexim, old Egypt, old Olmec, old giants, you've seen it everywhere. Shit's bust down. 12 of these tribes. 2 of them, typically Jerusalem, in terms of leadership. Anybody could be anywhere on the damn map. The designations of the 12 after Moses, Joshua, just tells them as individual direct descendants. They have them laid out. Nobles, royals, those bloodlines, those names, Manasseh and all of them, their fathers, like their chiefs. Because you know they have chiefs and the captains. You've seen Indians before. Certain amount of feathers, you know what I'm saying? The red chiefs and all that shit. They busting down their territory based on their bloodline from this story. That never changes. That's birthright, inheritance, blah, blah, blah. All of what I'm describing to you is America. So this hasn't changed since ecclesiastical law, in which they swear to God they come from, whether Catholic or Christian, because they're basing it on our Bible and our designations. These 12 tribes are families. They're the 12 tribes of Jacob. Jacob is Yakub. Yakub is Israel. He's the one that fought an angel and won. That's the story of Quetzalcoatl, by the way, and how chiefs are born. The chiefs in the Chimexum or the Quetzalcoatl of America story, they have a name for the chiefs that win the battle with this. We don't know who the angel is, but it's probably Gabriel. Probably taught him ladders through algebra. Same story. So that's 3 kinds right there. Isis, Ra, and El. That's 2 boys. Mercury and Mars, and Venus. Venus, Mars, Mercury. Can you see it? Mercury's on the Michael side. All right, so back up here. These guys have an interesting story. We follow this guy more than anyone else only because what ends up happening, God, if you will, uses this guy's kids to do all of this stuff that we need to do again. You understand? So when shit get hectic in this bitch, someone from this tribe comes back because of who their daddy is. Their daddy back then is the king of Jerusalem. But most of that priesthood shit is Levi. They're the ones that handle the Ark of the Covenant and technology and crystals, power, technology. However, wherever they live, they're still Levites because that's their damn daddy who got the 360 deal off of, whatever the fuck really they were talking to in that moment. I ain't ready for that yet, but anyway, I seen something. But Levi, you know what I'm saying? He's a royal priesthood. He's a royal high priest. Imagine. Yeah, Dan Zebia, but all of them would because these niggas in captivity with the bullshit Egyptians doing black magic, all of them. But what I'm saying is like when that shit's rinsed off, the ones who are good at it, on Aaron and them, they kept those degrees, filter it through the law of Moses, because it's after, and now they on the up and up with niggas. These are the noble families. They're man, predominantly. They're mixed, because as they're in captivity, usually the 10 tribes, 1, 2, 3, 10. They're getting fucked on by invaders. But because they're, I guess, during this time and after it, because they're in captivity after this again, they're allowed to keep their, because they're geniuses, you know what I'm saying? Like the entertainers, like the same way they use niggas now. But back then with least xenophobia and white-isms, because most times we're in captivity with black people. So it's a different type of narcissism towards us. Anyway, so they're stealing your sisters and your bitches, hypergamy, you know how it goes. Those who stay in covenant, hybrids, and I mean like different types of man mixed in with Jacob's kids. Jacob is not the only person in the story. He has a brother, and he has an uncle, Ishmael. The Ishmaelites are in our story, but if the Ishmaelites start traveling with us, they'll fall under Israel because they're mixed. The thing that they're mixed with is this guy, Moshe, the Messiah, Moses. Judah, Moses, he's the true Pharaoh, true judge. Pharaoh, judge, Genghis Khan. He would have to be through the bloodline of Judah to have those degrees. Justice, Libra, Liberty, Isis, Venus, Ra, El, Michael, Mercury. So these degrees for a royal does not have to be present for Israel. But time passes, obviously, because we're maybe 2 or 3 cycles of Israel after this in captivity as I'm making this video. So we're not on this side of our story. Where Ben and Judah are in charge, 1611. And where everything, the marriages are arranged, and you have this thing about church and purity and virginity and all that. That's proof that you recently lived with royals. It's proof that you're recently next to New Jerusalem. You call it New Jersey. It's proof that the Holy Roman Empire, Holy Roman Royal Empire, was in America very recently. But now we're in captivity. Whether or not you think you're hybridized with a man from Africa or not, You're captives. You're sheep. Who saves the sheep if you're in captivity? Judah does. Like Jesus, right? The judge. Jesse. Notice how all his fathers in that book are Judah, right? All the patriarchs in our book are Judah because that's Jerusalem, right? That's the empire level. Israel gets a kingdom. Remember Ahab? Remember Ahab was destroyed by God? That's on this side of the equation. He was a man. He needed backup from Judah, though, because Judah got all the technology and the cool shit. Judah's also a giant. But that's his half-brother. He's like, hey, can you help me out? You know, we got shit going on, but what you need? Hey, I want to fuck these other men up and steal their bitches and their shit, like David did. Check in with one of the prophets. You know, that Malachi kid or whatever his name is, Micaiah or whatever. He's like, man, that nigga never give me no good news. I need some more bitches. So I want to talk to my 401. He said, all right, but make it 402, nigga. Because I said what I said. All right, then, all right, cool. Let's ask one of these niggas then. And he didn't fucking listen. And 401 false prophets of man on the Israel side got their fucking kingdom smashed. And then Judah's looking stupid because he know what did God say. And he was like, God. He's like Adam talking about Eve. I told him the brother you gave me to check in with the prophet. And he said he did. And God said, but hello, who are you, nigga? Why the fuck you listening to him? Why didn't you find out what the fuck I said, by the way? So when these guys end up in captivity, as the book goes, the book of Noah, or what's that book White gave us? The book of, I forgot it again. It doesn't fucking matter. It's one of the Apocrypha texts that they love editing to remove the angel blood from. Anyway, what ends up happening is these bloodlines end up coming in as wolves in sheep clothing. So if you find yourself studying stuff and reading the Bible and taking it seriously, with how many times this cycle repeats itself, you figure out who you are, where you are in that timeline, like zodiacs and, I don't know, Mayan calendars, and go, am I an Israelite? Or am I a Jew? Or am I both? Either way, you're saying our mutual ancestor Jacob, who's the father of the first 12 tribes after. So these are all Egyptians prior. These are Egyptians through him. Those Egyptians, God's chosen, are in captivity with pharaohs. So God says, Moses said his father, the devil, God said, let my people go. And his stepdad, or probably his real dad, his mother's a Hebrew woman, but his dad is something different. He's his father, the devil. He's junior pharaoh next anyway, no matter what. And that's just like Jesus. If he bowed down, he'd be junior pharaoh of the whole world anyway, right? Like father, like grandson, right? Now, but at his time, he already in Pharaoh's kingdom. So like the flex is he can stay where he is and be a pharaoh, or he can do what God said and get his brothers up out of there so they can do their own thing, so we can have this story. We need him to do what the fuck he said, to get out of Egypt, out of America, so that we can move on. And we did. And do our own thing. That's the whole point of that first part of that story, to get you here. Because you're here after this story. They're not writing this story in real time. They're trying to tell you something, nigga. They're trying to tell you something if you read that book. You see how this ain't got nothing to do with kingdoms and castles and money and wealth and right and wrong and morality and black and that's your daddy, no matter what, no matter what, no matter what. He's an Afro-Asiatic. We're kings and shit. Ishmael is Israel's uncle. Jacob's Israel. He's an Afro-Asiatic though. But his uncle is part Egyptian. So you have Egyptian before Moses. This is a different story. That's that's what the Bible is. One day the sheep shall lay down with the wolf. One day Israel be reunited with Jerusalem. Honor your mothers and fathers. The Egyptians are man. Where my daddy stay. My Father, thou in heaven, holy be thy name, Yahweh. Thou kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day, dia, deson, our daily bread, manna, and forgive us of our trespasses, as we forgive those who have trespassed against us. Universal law. It's a God praying. Niggas not into temptation. So easy to just kneel and become a king. And deliver us from the evil one. Your father, the devil, nigga. Them niggas over there, like Cain said. For yours is the kingdoms. He's reminding himself. This nigga's offering him the kingdoms. And in his prayer, the Lord's Prayer, he says, for yours is the kingdoms, the power and the glory, the energy, the lights, the beauty, the architecture, forever and ever, eternity, since day one up until this story. That's forever right there. There's nothing in the future. So as I stand, that's forever. As I stand, that's forever. So since the beginning of our fucking awareness, because it's our awareness, not a monkey's awareness, not another species awareness, from the beginning of our awareness, forever and ever, by second, forever and ever, as we keep going, forever and ever, amen. Nothing has changed since. And then they're going to tell me that amen comes from Egypt. Where the fuck is Israel from? Where the fuck did Moses take his brothers and sisters from, you stupid sons of bitches? We're Egyptians. America's ancient Egypt. This is our homeland. Loop, 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 repeat. Now you're in some new degrees. Not only are you captive again, but this time, Attack on Titan, you're captive in your own walled city. Maria? That's the difference. And just like in that story, when you're in your own walled city, New Jerusalem, people come knocking on your doors trying to get some booty or something. And in the same damn story, you confusing shit because someone flashed your memory. And you forget that the Titans built the walls around you. You forget the Titans built the courts around you. You forget the Titans built all the shit around you. But every once in a while, somewhere in a basement or attic hiding, is a nigga who has a bloodline he ain't supposed to have here. And he remembers everything. On Kenny, on Mikasa, on Levites, son of man. On Levi, who remembered everything, Israel. Then you have Eden, a little Jew boy. His father has an interesting blood. They said a fallen angel, a demon. Something about his grandma. You would think that Aaron was like Moses or Jesus. It's almost like Japanese Japheth read our damn Bible, telling us that we're in a walled city. Y'all should have like 100 Aarons. It's an attack on Titans, nigga. Not no damn Africans. Do you understand everything? They sunk the Titanic, nigga. As above, so below. As within, so without. They sunk the Titanic. That means they drowned our recent ancestors in charge of things. Israel, Jews, not Africans. Then you got the Federal Reserve of Jewishness. Based on a true story or not. Hence, all the way into the 1900s, they've been playing in our face. So they're killing us on purpose, but don't know who we are. I want you to just slow it down and think about it. They don't know who we are, but we're the ones always dead. That's a weird minor inconvenience. Since none of us are black, we're African, we're Indians. They saw little Israelites here and called them Indians. Who? I don't know. There's a brother trying to call the bro with dreads. But they wouldn't fuck with the giants. It's in the Americas book. The giants that were on the islands, taller than them. And then there were giants on that island taller than them. And then you go back to that Mayan Toltec picture. Same story. Same time period. Think about their weapons and shields. Culture is how you solve all the clues when you see painting and pictures. Even if they whitewash it. Just look for fringes, shields, coat of arms, all that stuff. It's going to push you right to the time period. Every time. We didn't do that for thousands of years. Nigga, we had UFOs in our Bible. We have UFOs around us now. And we're in our promised land where we should have them. But we're in captivity in our promised land. I haven't read that story before. Listen, yo, I never heard of Israel in captivity where Joshua went. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is that story, I don't know who got that story. Because Genghis Khan just did this shit 13, 14, 15 generations ago. So I don't know that story. I don't know how, like, after the Bible is finished and it's wrapping up Tartaria in the New Testament, cool. And then, all right, we go on our own happy business. Jesus came and went, I guess, right? Got some kids. And then the kids go on. You think the kids will be all right because look what their daddy is. Can you imagine their mother brought? That's a hell of a woman. And then you get Genghis Khan, Muhammad the Conqueror, and they conflate it with them. But none of them are in that book, so they don't matter what they came up with. And I'm not being rude. They use our language, so it's not their language, so it's not their story, it's not their bloodline. So I get it. Like, it's something to keep people under control, to do the stupid little shit that they do, to abuse on women and fuck goats. Fuck them. On Muhammad, my grandfather. So that's out the way. But Israelite right there shit, and that's how they act. Cut it out. Like, read our book again. Why the fuck we be... It's just theoretically that wouldn't make sense. We wouldn't need our Bible or anything if we could just be fucking reckless like that. This wouldn't be a big deal if we were those people that they think they are doing the shit they do. We would not have thousands of years of this continuum if all a nigga had to do is give up and be a dickhead like these faggots. It's so easy to do, have you noticed? But it's also so easy to ruin everything. So maybe we took life serious. So much so we learned metaphysics. We took life so serious, we try to figure out what life is. They're reading about it in our language. Means we weren't throwing spears at monkeys and lions. We're trying to figure out what the fuck is this shit. They're reading our fucking blueprint in this bitch. So it ain't nobody else. Who else the fuck a Hebrew Phoenician? Besides the nigga from Egypt, and America's Egypt. Who the fuck else a Hebrew Phoenician besides an American Indian? Fuck out my face. Thus, keeping us caught up in Europe is a weird thing because we got to Europe from America. 7-Eleven. Remember more? From America, from Egypt, where you're named after, MR, with no vowels, Muurs, ass niggas. I wish you did the whole history. You know the difference between a Hebrew leaving your homeland and a Israelite who just stayed behind. And then when the prodigal son returns, Hebrews are like, they might have some new bitches. And then they have new kids, and then y'all intermixing. And then you're like, oh, you kind of light-skinned ass niggas. All right, but who is their daddy, bitch? Now, who is his mother? Bring his grandbaby to his mother's house for the summer. You a dumb motherfucker, because only royals were going back and forth. A bunch of slaves telling you a story based on a map that the royals drew. They weren't doing royal shit if they fucking on each other on that boat. Royals planting families, pirates chasing booty. It's a different strategy. But they're not even Israelites, so I kind of get them. They have no civilized history. We're the first generation in their human history to teach them anything. To this day, you see it. And I'm talking about culture and tradition. I'm not talking about like the things that they rule because they were evil and took it. You know, I'm talking about like as life is. Culture. Look at your social internet. That's all Jew culture. Judah is music. How do they do it? Through music. Tribe of Korah. How you doing? Read the Bible one more time. Nothing has changed in it since then if we're their kids. And nothing in that Bible is different than where we live in the promised land. So like, think about as you as a nigga in America, how much of this shit lines up with you. But you believe in law of attraction and synchronicities. Why does the Bible synchronize with you if it's about Jews? The Bible about Jews in the promised land. You synchronize with Jews in their promised land. You might start watching anime if you move to Japan. Like, I understand everything. See? It's easy. It's still in King James English, ain't it? Look around. All this shit in King James English. Using a Greek alphabet, because Hebrew is Greek. So this is all Greek first, Phoenician. And Phoenicians is short for Phoenix. You know, them dragons that reincarnate. Oh, I'm sorry, Phoenix people. Jesus is one of those. He reincarnated. What was he? He was a Jew, wasn't he? Phoenix people. Phoenicians. Chaldeans. Like Abraham, his grandfather, right? Uh-huh. That's my point. People know how to read. The guy who's a descendant of reincarnated people is coming to say reincarnated people who can't reincarnate, and they're like, yo, that's about the people who came from caves. No disrespect to them, that's their story though. That's the only story they got too. That's the only story they got. That's the only story they got. I ain't trying to, I know how deflammatory anti-Semitic speech is against Jews in this country. But you understand something? None of our stories start with a cave, my nigga. The only time we in a cave is when a nigga trying to bury us. Prometheus. The Walking Dead unburied himself. You'll figure out the rest eventually. That's what I'm saying. It don't matter what that story is. It has nothing to do with our story. So we don't even have to attack it. We do not have to return fire with evil. We're not the same people. A place that supports so many types of people, so many types of insects, so many types of flowers, so many types of everything. And at the end of the day, God created it all anyway. But we have a different equation. What did God say? Our Father in heaven. For us, God did not create everything. Our Father created everything. So it's a very similar story. Yes, God created everything. That Bible is not about everything. The Bible is about God's kids. Their Father created everything. That's why their Father gave them dominion over everything. You read it? Just like as soon as you open the book. A book about Jews. Talking about their grandfather and their grandmother. Adam and Eve, Abraham and Sarah. From the garden to a planet full of Egyptian pharaohs that are no longer here no more. You do not longer see giants taller than you, walking around, hitting you in the head with clubs, stealing your bitches. So we must do a damn good job, nigga, because you find their bones to this day. So that was more about like, what did my dad say? Temujin. Where's dad stay? I never been in that place. You got a boat, you got a plane ticket to get to where his daddy from? Y'all let me know if you ever been to where the jinn stay. Y'all let me know what dimension that's on. You let me know where the angels stay for. They shapeshift, by the way. Hebrews 13 proves to you that angels take human form. Does that mean they're human forms? Elohim, let us create man in our image. Oh, our fathers created us in their image. Well, if you have a son with your wife, that's a man in your image. If fucking Adam had a fucking baby with his twin genetically, Cain and Abel is the damn boys in his image. Like, let's create man in our image. And then the rest of the story is about who's daddy, who's daddy, who's daddy, who's daddy. So you pay attention to the fact that no matter what year it is, them niggas are made it all in the same image. So they should look like each other at least. We was in a jungle in the Philippines, and there's these great fires. And we were going down, trying to save people. And we found this trail in the jungle with these truck tracks. So, we hoorah, fuck yeah, Delta Force. We carried our ass on down there, and we noticed this glow at the end of the path. And we finally saw these pickup trucks outfitted with breathing apparatuses. Mind you, there's a fire all over the place. They're in the middle of a fucking war. We follow these goddamn tracks, get to these goddamn trucks, and at the end of the path, there's a UFO. As they get too close to try to see what's in the trucks, fuck the UFO, some niggas pull up. Man says they look like African Americans. Tall, big, guns, shit they never seen before. That they're their own military outfit. Had nothing to do with the United States or CIA or nothing like that. But it's crazy that he said they look like African Americans. He didn't say they look like black people. He didn't say they look like Africans. He said they look like African Americans. That's a white boy that grew up in America. He in a Delta Force. So a white boy who grew up around us, football and Vince Carter and Kobe Bryant, is like, yo, them niggas out here in a fucking island full of Asians look like us. And they walked them down, stripped them of their weapons, and they don't know how they did it. Told them to kick fucking bricks. That was a congressional hearing maybe 2 years ago. Kerry Cassie, Project Camelot, 2010 or so. Interviewed a few brothers like that, old white men who used to work for the CIA and NASA when it first began. And it's like, yeah, I went to Virginia, military, Naval Intelligence Center over there, probably Norfolk, or in that region, Nuremberg, High Roman Germany. Wonder why all their stuff is there. Alexandria. And yeah, I got some pictures. They showed me. I was working on a project with NASA, and I was invited onto the ship out there in Virginia, and this guy pulled me to the side and showed me these Polaroids, these Santa, and I seen the craft. You know, this is the 70s. So he's talking about pictures that were taken probably 10, 20 years prior. And he's like, yeah, you know, the hangar of their craft is open and they're black. They're these tall, black people. He's on camera. He knows he's on camera, so he didn't want to say niggas. And Carrie's like, you mean like black, like dark? No, they're black. And he's a white boy telling a white woman, and they're the only motherfuckers that call Muurs black. No, they're black. Like, bitch, keep up. What other color, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm talking about what I saw on a craft that humans can drive, and I'm meeting the human guys that are reverse engineering such craft. So when I say there's such craft that the Navy intelligence has, based on recovered artifacts on Mama Inga's land, on Bob Lazar, who co-signed this whole story, and they said his ass was crazy just to prove him right. It took 10 to 20 years. How you doing? And then I go, okay, nothing in sight. But the niggas on his photo were black. So your Navy intelligence has photos of niggas on a spaceship. Don't miss it. Some other nigga in the military, Delta Force or something similar, in the Philippines or somewhere over there with fires and shit. They didn't teach us that in America. And this was recently, in like early 2000s. And like, I thought we were in Iraq and Afghanistan, but why the fuck we killing little Asian villagers? Anyway, but some black people showed up with breathing apparatuses on their fucking trucks during a fire, by the way, and they're evacuating something. They didn't get a chance to see who exactly to something that seems like a UFO. This is like years after the old man saw some niggas on a UFO. And every time they talk about them, they look like black Americans. Stop. What is a black American, guys? An Afro-Asiatic. Cool story. Cool fucking story. That's what we are differently from an African, by the way. So we are Afro-Asiatics, and that what makes us black Americans. But he said we were tall. So he's talking about like me, and taller, bigger, like football players, like NFL, Nephilim, and just like the NBA. You understand everything. Owned by Jewish people. Can you imagine why they have a leash on your ass? Now, Attack on Titans. And then, so yeah. So you see the story that the tall Judah, Jerusalem, Semite, Elohim class of niggas who fuck on bitches to have a bunch of kids down here have UFOs in our story. And white people in current stories, because you know the Bank of England, if they disclose the things, you heard this story last week, so shut the fuck up talking to me, right? Now they don't disclose the aliens that were being disclosed for the past 30 years. When I listen to white people talk about the aliens they disclose, and every time they talk about seeing a being and not the craft and not the shapeshifting, not the drone, not the cool shit, not the weapon, when they see the people associated with these things, they look like my brothers. You gonna tell me my brothers are down here with UFOs? Some tall black African Americans. I'm a tall black African American. From the tribe of Judah, King James' grandson. The Elohim side of the family. That have UFOs and shit. We're kings and shit. So you're telling me to this day, white people, military people, classified Area 51, right down the street from me, by the way. Y'all niggas know full and goddamn well. On Tucker Carlson, who started preaching the gospel after Putin sold him a bunch of black Jews over there in Russia. Tartaria, right? You notice, like, the shit gets scarier, huh? Y'all be talking about religions and you believing in shit. Look how these white boys acting about you, stupid. You talking about whether or not you believe in some shit. Vladimir Putin got your fucking yearbook, bitch. With UFOs and angels in it. Show Tucker Carlson as fucking far right as you can get, Breitbart and Fox News. And he been like shook ever since about the topic. What's the fuck the point of going to Moscow and get declassified information about history for you to start talking about how gay the Republicans are? It's like he must have been familiar with Sodom and Gomorrah in Sunday school. He started wanting to be righteous. These UFOs have a biblical ramification. What UFOs? The ones that y'all are hiding the pictures and data on, they got way more data about these than y'all guys appreciate. And I'm telling you from 30 years of studying myself, I have way more awareness of it than most regular people. But that's without the files. These faggots got the files. I have to deduce. And to God be the glory. I prayed about it, seen it for myself. It's like, damn, someone from the tribe of Judah saw another one of those. That reminds me of like Aaron or somebody. You know what I'm talking about? Like Moses saw it one time. Daniel saw a couple of them. I'm assuming Jesus saw them. Judas wanted to see him. That's why he tried to get Jesus. Jesus showed up. And then the guy that offered Jesus his own father's kingdoms was like, hey, I know these angels will catch you. It's like, oh, so if a nigga's falling, something to sweep in and catch him. That's not like technology. But you know how drones are. We gotta wait for cyberpunk one day in the Bible. So it's right there. You imagine the timeline and technology of the people of that book wrong. That's all. But Atlantis is before Egypt, ass niggas. So that means the Egyptians are the survivors of the Atlanteans who had the most advanced technology, right? And then out of the most advanced Atlanteans that survived and created Egypt again, out of those, God chose Israel again from the same story, right? Yeah. So what I'm saying is, our bloodlines are the royals in every timeline. We change a little bit over time, but the problem is, how do we change it all if we're the only ones that survive? What is this other stuff? How does other stuff get here if God made our stuff so long ago that we still have a 2,000-year book about it alleged, but we have all this new stuff here in real time, in fact, as we're thinking about it? How we go to 12 tribes and all the tribes of everything else to 8 billion people who ain't Israelites? You can't do that. Don't make sense. If Egypt is full of Israelites, and ancient Egypt is America, just stop there. You don't even need the rest of the world, because I told you what Tartaria is. Just over here. How do we have 300 million people of something else? Where on this planet can something else live by itself that didn't come from Atlantis, that didn't come from Egypt, that didn't come from ancient America, that didn't come from the Holy Roman Empire? How is there room for millions of something else if they've been living on this planet next to us and our kingdoms and all of our languages and shit the whole fucking time with us? How are we all together, 8 billion strong, at this part of a social story where we still have classism and racism? If this book is written that damn long ago and you were here with us, you're here now with us. So since you met us, let's say 400 years ago, we still at this part of the story, did you read our Bible? How did y'all go backwards? What I'm saying is, obviously, but if it's as long ago as it was, what year did that go backwards for white people? When did y'all become so hateful and evil towards the Jews of your Bible that you believe in your white Jesus to be a Christian Constantinian to come to America for a new life, bitch? And you'll never get an answer to that. But those are the circumstances politically of their timeline in which they claim to have came here. So there is no other reason for their granddaddy to be here unless if what? Fuck out my face. Some potato famine nigga built a boat on Noah and came here by himself? Shut the fuck up. Christopher Columbus couldn't even do that. He kept begging the damn kings and queens for their only fucking raggedy boat. Or was it 3 of them? Nigga, we're a fucking naval force. Look up Genghis Khan again. Those are not our boats, Moors. And that's okay, man. Your grandfather, your daddy might be an African. But you forget that that's not the only black person over there. The Aboriginals of Europe are Morin. Spain, the root and the flower, first chapter. Somewhere in those Carlsbad, España-ass caves, there's drawings on the roof. Little niggas. From, you know, how carbon dating might be. Those caves are there today. Nothing but black people. What I'm saying is, older than white people had English culture in that land of theirs that belongs to my family, black people are already in the paintings of the goddamn caves. Meaning they were there first already. There's no reason to bring a slave from Africa if niggas in Spain's caves are drawing. Thousands of years prior. You never find a cave of anything white that old. So white people, y'all did not, you know what I'm saying, this Reconquista idea that you learn in school is weird because Y'all keep suggesting that 7-Eleven Moors took over some shit with white people there. Y'all keep skipping the fact that all your territories are named after giants. So there's little people in the caves hiding, and then there's giants. Breton, Albion, the giant. Europa, European, the angel, a giant. Charles Tours, a giant. Carlos I, Otto I, a giant, a giant, a giant, a giant, a giant. 21 generations ago. Europe. Hey, yo, white people, y'all fucking giants? Now how the fuck is Europe named after anything in your damn family? Europa, a moon of Jupiter. Egypt, by the way. So she'll be an Egyptian, stupid. TTV, by the way. 3 in the chat if that's good math so far. I want to make sure when I'm channeling, I'm not just adding things up that don't belong. I know. This shit boring. Unfortunately, I can only channel it. I just be knowing shit. I needed the language though. Thank God. I finally got a language mode to curse these faggots out. Operative word being cursed. Do you believe in magic and just a mustard seed? You tell these mountains to get some wings and they drowning. If you believe, take this cracker and this wine. You fucking cannibal Christian. Surrounded by demons. Cool, sure. What has changed? I think we get surrounded by demons because we're related to them. Because all demons are is angels that got stuck down here in the illusion. Judah Jinn would be related to demons, man. Those are the guys that are fucking on bitches. I could have sworn that's why they're demons. Could have fucking sworn that's what that was. Y'all gotta read Enoch, bro. Y'all don't realize how many angels had kids on here. Y'all don't realize how many angels had kids on here. I'm talking about before the flood. Remember the first fucking freak off, the first freak Nick in the Bible, people don't even talk about because no pastor, no sellout, no coon can explain to anyone in their congregation to believe in a white Jesus anyways or stretch their congregation and then to resolve it because God must have written something that, but why does the story start with these fucking angels fucking on bitches? If they're from God, you know what I'm saying? Like if they're from heaven and we're supposed to not fornicate, you got confused with Egyptians and Moses and humans. But if you got to talk about it like you're today to your pastor. But you got to ask your pastor like, hey, what's this thing about all the sons of God having women? Angels can't have sex. No. In the book of Enoch, it says angels ain't supposed to because they already live in heaven. And the sex is implied that they're not supposed to procreate with the creation down here. I told you there's paintings of women angels. So if there's men angels getting fucking people down here pregnant, do you think the women angels can fuck the boy angels? Or are they all gay and celibate in heaven? No Sodom and Gomorrah. If there's multiple of them, enough for more than 200 of them to come down here and all 200 of them to have hybrid babies. That's how our book starts. When is TD Jakes going to talk about that shit? Because what is the flood for? Because Adam and Eve ate an apple? Did they read that shit, bro? God didn't flood the earth because the niggas didn't listen. He kicked them out the fucking garden and say, begin. Go replenish, nigga. You don't listen. So go ahead and start fucking. Hi, that's how Israel got here. What the fuck you talking about? Start with 2 people. Now there's 12 tribes from one of their grandsons. Now imagine the other ones. And that's a certain bloodline of people. They ain't everybody, nigga. Right? So far, so good. That's the beginning of the Bible. All these angels came down here to fuck on everybody's kids. The creation side, man. and then man plus him, Nephilim, and then is it Ham, son of man, then Jesus born way later, and God's his dad again on Mary. You know what I'm saying? So the book started with angels, sons of gods, little g's making kids, and from that bloodline, Judah, then God himself steps down and has a son named Genghis. Do y'all understand that story? They don't understand that story, Lord. But what the fuck they talking about in Sunday church? The story starts with the sons of God ain't supposed to do some shit. And then the story's supposed to end with our grandfather being the direct descendant of God doing the shit on Hercules, on Kevin Sorbo. What that Old Testament is stress, bro. That flood is stress, bro. And then we went through 2 resets and a flood and some other shit on a different planet, a different garden, and now we're on the moon. And on this moon, 13 to 15 generations ago, they're gonna tell me a God came down and did it again. Nah, fam. Nah. We think Adam and Eve flunked out. No. Nah, whoever that God is of the family of gods, that guy right there, man, that made us. The Afro-Asiatic one. That guy. Him. That's a wild brother, man. Since they look just like us. The only thing different about him and his other brothers is ranking. He's a king of kings. He's an angel of angels, a god of God, an emperor of emperors. So he's big G's number 1. Ain't that the same description of Jesus? If you switch it to Enochian or classical Roman, what we would be saying is that Michael is God's favorite boy. The way Google tells the story. So if you code switch it to angel degrees, Michael, Ophiuchus, wounded healer, caduceus, snake, serpent, third eye, pharaoh, all his degrees, right? Do. I want something else on Archangel Michael's semi-charm kind of save. Foul, baby, I want something else. Ain't listening when Judas says, who there died? Archangel Michael, Archangel. The signs is going on in back, you know, he had a bad brother. Did you know Ezekiel had kids too? And they all badass kids too. Fucking bitches for about thousands of years. And then do. Michael said, I want something else to get me through this semi-char kind of timeline, baby. I want something else. Not listening what Dad said. One more time. And then he made us do. The last time they made the big niggas. This time they came down to make some small ones. Dude, New Testament. Oh my God, it's a testament of angels, not people. Oh my God. That's their confessionals, nigga. Yeah, those are my kids. My bad. We did it again. One more time we had to, bro. We had to even the score with whoever the evil father brother is. Like, oh, this nigga didn't listen. Cool. I'll come on down. Is that not the story of Hera, a Titan, Zeus, Jupiter, a Titan, Egypt, and then goddamn their son Hercules on Kevin Sorbo, nigga? Or Hercules, just Hercules, Mercury. Hey, on Archangel Michael, can you fucking imagine? Hercules is Mercury, and then Hercules' real name is Archangel Michael, right? On his father Zeus, Jupiter. Can you fucking imagine? The story starts with Jupiter and the giant planet of people, and Mercury, the little Moorish-sized version of people, and we're surrounded by littler niggas. We must be on the moon somewhere, bitch. Oh my God, go forth and multiply anyway. Whose moon is it, Europa? That sounds like an angel again. That's an angel with Venetian wings. Oh my God, that must be Gabriel's granddaughter. How you doing, sir? How y'all doing? You understand how many times we've done this story? And I'm not talking about the same story. I'm talking about the planets themselves. Like, it's the same story on every planet we go to. I'm getting kind of tired of it. I'll be honest with you. You're in this world, not of it. dead giveaway, bro. These motherfuckers come from the oven, the clay, the caves, the waters, the T-Rex, the chicken wings. They're not. The book is very clear about that. Be in this world, not of it. They're not using a euphemism for social dominance by white supremacy and getting along with not getting killed for being a nigga. They talk about when you living in your own kingdom, you're in this world and not of it. What does that look like? Read the Bible. What are they talking about in the context of their kingdom? In this world, not of it. A whole book about bondage. Egypt, bonded. Bonded to what? What are you bonded to, angel? You're bonded to your original sin. See how I code switch and people, the book ain't about people. Old Testament definitely ain't no people to talk about. Their actions wouldn't matter. Whose actions mattered in this whole story? Tower Bible, who did that? Sun, who did that? The Red Sea split, who did that? The help over the hills, who did that? Ark of the Covenant, who made that? That scepter, who did that? Who turned that into that? Who turned that into that? Who talked to Moses? Is it Enki or Enlil? Like, you want to do it some areas? Like who did that? All you got to understand is the degree and difference of which that answer ought to be. Someone that's not human. Not a force that you can't see. A literal intelligent form that has children. Not the idea of God, this great spirit, if you will, or the spirit of God. Yes, no. I'm talking about the character that he's driving when he appears, Hebrews 13. When Zeus picks a body, nigga, he's not in the sky on Jerusalem, nigga. When he's down here, Mount Zion is a flying city, nigga. Like that giant UFO that Elijah Muhammad told you about when he went to school with my grandfather in Over Ali, you know? This whole time they're talking about Jerusalem. The one in the sky, my Father on earth as it is in heaven. The sky's above you in the UFO. If you have a kingdom above us, and the oceans above, you floating, my nigga. If you got a kingdom above paved with gold, that sounds like why the Anunnaki digging shit. If your damn craft made out of gold on the streets, bitch, and that shit flying above Psalms 19:1, and it is, and that's what the Hebrews said. That's our granddad, bitch. That's why we in America, Hebrew. And like, nah. You break that shit down, it says the same thing all over again, don't it? Hebrew, H-I-E-3-L. Oh my God, B-1-3-L. Ooh. R, what is that? 1, 2, 12. Oh my God. E, 3. W, switch it. 3. 33 degrees of Hebrews, nigga. 33 degrees of heaven bacon, nigga. Or maybe it's 33 generations of the same nigga by the time the Bible's finished. How you doing? And I'm about 14, 15 generations after that nigga. So like, 45, goddamn. We almost at 50, bro. We almost at our bicentennial celebration of trying this shit again on this ghetto ass moon that somehow Saturn kidnapped because he couldn't get Jupiter. So he fucked around and stole Jupiter's granddaughter. Y'all crazy, boy. Of course Hebrew is Greek and Roman, nigga. All that stories in the Bible. Can you imagine if you read the Gnostic text? Mario Brothers, nigga. Ain't this how the stream started? Some Bowser ass nigga stole our granddaughter. We're not talking about from the guy that's going to save her, who wants to marry her. We're talking about who's her father, nigga. Like, where her father at? She a princess, so her father a king or emperor somewhere. And a plumber trying to save her? Where the daddy at? Is he in heaven busy right now? They gotta use a son of man to go save a fucking angelic daughter, Europa? Is that the story, Medusa? A regular man trying to go to an Amazon goddess? What are you, Cortez? Or are you Uncharted, nigga? Isn't it always the same fucking degrees in their stories? Based on our language and our stories? Because our story is always our story because the language is our story. It's compressed. You understand? It's holographic in nature. They say if you don't understand it, you're considered profane. So when you use it, you're speaking profanity. It has nothing to do with curse words. It means you're abusing your power. Language is fine-tuned to universal law. I'm barely uncovering it. I think Mr. Now's on some shit. Jonathan, everyone's getting it. Everyone is getting it. Everyone's getting it. That's crazy. That's crazy that other people get it. Because it's universal law. Universal law, universal L, universal code. Yeah, God is the master coder of it all. That ain't what that book about. That book about you, nigga. You know what I'm talking about? That book about how your daddy had you inside this matrix and you got something different inside of you, and that's why your goofy ass stuck down here, because they didn't listen. And then allegedly, Big Bro, Granddad and them, was able to trick the devil, which would be the same degree, like one of the evil brothers, Mars or whoever, Set, if you will, Saturn, if you will, like whatever degree of grandson that is in their story at that time. They got the keys from him again. I was like, nah, nigga, we taking our brothers back. I don't lose one sheep. No, not one. Sheep are man. So the tribes of man that God, if you will, chose to be his own, related to his family, sisters, brothers, even Joseph's own, since they're not blood related, he said, I'm gonna hold them down. I'm gonna knock this king off their throne. And then I'm gonna give the land back to them, since it's their land anyway. They're in captivity. Afro-Asiatic Tartarians. And the 10 tribes of Jacob's kids over there with them, remixing. When it was all said and done, keys to ignition, they said, you know what? We want to go to the promised land of our ancestors. And they're like, all right, nigga, let's go. Let's bring some elephants. The Civil War camels. Google. But from Tartaria. Uptown, baby. Holy crap. This is before the founding of America, guys. That's what's throwing y'all off, too. Yeah, the Tartarian story is not the American Revolution story. Two different stories. They're 200 to 400 years apart. My grandfathers, I'm talking about, Big Brody and all of them, that's after the Tartarians came to America. But mind you, Big Brody and them are the Tartarians that were holding down Andalusia. They didn't leave yet. It's two different stories. Ben and Judah have technology. So when all that bullshit was happening at the fall of Granada, they're like the last stronghold for that side of the globe, if you will. There's not many of us. I'm talking about royals. So whoever the people are, whoever man is, whoever the aboriginals are, whoever the little people are, they have a different story at the same time. That makes sense, right? Like Donald Trump's a German Jew descendant in the United States of America. But he's the president of the United States of American Indian land. But the American Indian land, Tuscarora, Murata, all that stuff is not included in the United States plan. So you can have two different ideas, holographic, two different dimensions at the same time about the same shit. And you have to code switch to lean into which one you're describing. But it's all the same shit. That proves it's mathematical. It's algebra. And thank God that's Archangel Gabriel that does that. She would be the matrix decoder. That's why I think it's a woman. Math is matrix math, and matrix math is womb. Womb is matrix in our Bible. Need with algebra. So, that's her signature, if you will. Her degrees. That could be her feminine, that could be her son of man counterpart writing that with her grandmother's degrees in heaven. Whew. Same story. Gabriel the 4th is Gabriel. Gabriel the 13th is Gabriel. It's you know what I'm saying? Tethers. You know what I'm saying? Get out. Like, same story. Everyone ain't got that form of get out. But if we're casting out demons in Galilee, then there's very similar wineskins that have a different wine in them. Same story, part 3. That's why you cannot use your eyes to see anything. Hebrews 13 again. Be careful who you entertain, they might be angels. Obviously the person saying that ain't one of us. If he's warning someone, he wouldn't warn us about us. We know that already. They better worry about me, nigga. The fuck? You understand? Like, if you read it as yourself and your ancestors wrote that about us. He ain't talking about me. I know not to trust what I see. I see dead people. What? I see dead people. They call that shit the sixth element, the sixth sense. They got the fifth element. They got the fifth element. And they have the sixth sense. So it's stacked, it's dimensional. Each element gives you access to an upper room, a ceiling, a dimension you cannot see, but you can sense. I got it now. That's what we on this one. For we do not battle against flesh and blood. We already wrote that. So they ain't been battling, they haven't been using swords since they wrote that. These niggas who created swords, smiths, swordsmiths. We build swords. That's why Japanese people still build swords. That's us. We taught them how to use that fire to burn anything. When you come to America's book, and the Indians are doing the same thing with gold. Gold's abundant, was abundant here. The ingots will flow down the river. And all you have to do is go to the edge and, you know, wherever it builds up and smelt it. Craft some fly nigga shit. You know how we are. We didn't think nothing of it. It's not a status symbol. All the gold is yours. The status symbol is what you did with it. How fly you made it. The geometry, the mathematics, how much energy you're chaining together, since gold is a great conducer of energy. So you're an aura, and you know that because we created that, by the way. Those people doing that created that system. You call them Inca. Yeah, all that shit they find in gold in South America, Central America, is from the Inca. Those little gold UFOs, that's Inca. You know, their grandmother, Mama Inca, had a UFO. Same story. Bob Lazar already told you, same story. That's why it's down there. He said, use your LiDAR, nigga, hurry. There's more down there. We can't get to it. But they want to sell beef or cows or something. No, they're not. That beef, cow, steak issue they got down there ain't got shit to do with nothing. They burning fires down anyway, because they scanned it with LiDAR already. Bob Lazar was snitching. And as soon as he snitched on Netflix, that's when the stories came out about cows, South America, burning down the forest, blah, blah, all this shit. It's the lungs of the earth. No, it's not. The ocean is. We're in a fucking terraformed environment. Y'all fucking stupid. Psalms 19:1. Why do they keep guessing in our language? Our language always tells the same story. I hate it. I do. I do. I don't know another language. This language is limiting. It's used for very specific uses. I can tell something. There's certain things you can't express unless if you can't express it, you can't do it either. This language kind of locks you into a time, like an epoch, an age, or a paradigm. There we go. Mass use of this language as a control of people and man is some evil shit. But the evil thing about it is not giving people language. It's the fact that you give them English. You know, you feel me? If you don't feel me, you don't feel me. I get it. But if you feel what I'm saying to you, the most evil thing about all of this confusion is that they gave so many other types of people this language as their primary language without having a reference to any other language or system or story or reference point. They start them with English, and that's evil. That's why foreigners come here to learn English, like as an afterthought, complain of all the difficulties and shit like that. Meaning their brain and their thoughts already have a different way of solving their Rubik's Cube of communicating. English forces you to change some things about the shape of what you're saying, and it fucks them up. It's not just like repeating the sounds, it's the concept of it. Like, why would you? Now, how does this work? Why do you have so many broken words that don't sound and mean the same thing? Why do you break the genders of things that mean the same thing where we're from? Why is there so much strain and polarity issues? Basically what they're saying is, English as we know it today has a fucked up algorithm, meaning it's like, it's rushed. It's incomplete. The current model of it. You understand? You can use the same language, the same letters, and say a whole bunch of other shit and still communicate as a civilization. You do not have to use our dictionary. Understand? Hebrews. So this version of it is evil. Has ish on it. You see? It's Englism. It's English. This version of King James is English. We wouldn't have called it that. We don't speak English. Stupid. So yeah, we have a secret society of evil people, their priesthood. But I think they put their priesthood and their bankers in the same horizontal class. So they're not invisible to me. I know who they are. A lot of them are dying now. So I'm glad that I got to know why they're dying. Like, I know who they are. Like, before they died, I know who they are. Those degrees of people. Royal High Priest in plain sight. It's all your famous people, for the most part. The ones that win, or the ones that seem to be happy and famous still, after all those abuse stories and all those stories of betrayals and all the money and all the usury, the ones that don't seem to be bit by that same vampire. Then you'll say, oh, they're Masons, or they did something in law enforcement, or they're associated with the FBI, and like, we don't even know what that means for real when you're occupied. But you're occupied, meaning your occupier knows they're occupying you at all times. State of emergency every year. They know why, Indian. But we forget because Kevin Hart's funny sometimes and Shaq makes free throws. But you have to figure out why these niggas from where I live have this much fame and success, don't do shit for the kids. But why they gotta be Masons? Weird. That's weird. To be that type of person up there, prerequisite, LCD. I'm really good at pattern recognition with algebra. LCD of their shit is Masonry, which is created by black Jews because Solomon is a Jew. Solomon, Judah. Solomon's a Jew. Jesus' grandfather, Judah. Solomon, Jew. Afro-Asiatic, a black guy. So, a black Afro-Asiatic, though. Not a black African, not a black European, not a black Hindu, not a black this, not a black that. Because you know how niggas are, their grandmothers, they won't be fucking and sucking. And certain girls, they keep their girls on their own island for like 100 years, so now they call it something else. Like, no, none of them niggas. None of our Indian associates. Judah. Judaical religions relate in relation to Judah. Big bro. It's honor. You understand? Our whole book is about honor codes. So like all the tribes honored their biggest brother, Judah. So when they ran and did their own thing, they still borrowed Judah's mathematics. Their big brother Judah gave them Grand Theft Auto and a memory card and a little piece of folded paper with red shit on it, Hebrew. And he gave it to each of them. Gave them the cheat codes. And he said, go on and multiply, nigga. Go somewhere else, bitch. And they did. That's why you call them Hebrews. They cross rivers. Moors. But what I'm saying is when they leave, nothing says they can't come back like the next day. You know what I'm saying? They can leave and come back. They're not exiled. They're expanding. They're expanding. So they're planting plantations. They're planting new seeds, sowing their oats. They're royal oats. Come in America, bro. Coming to America. Wake up. So they did that. Hove did that. Hopefully ain't got to go through that. Now you got a new civilization of Moors, Indians, with something else. I don't know how that's happening, but that just means they're not our 12 tribes. Cool. That's a 13th tribe technically, especially if you do a whole kingdom of them and send them back to your grandma's house. Now we have 13 colonies after the Bible of 12. Ta-da! Dun, 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 dun. From 7-Eleven until now. So what we did was we remixed the remix again 400 years ago. So by now, the ones who survived everything for 400 past years are the remnant of the original 12 tribes of Israel. Something that's not supposed to be here anymore. That's why they're killing all the firstborns. If you kill Judah, everything's Judaical. So if you kill the Judaical part of everything, all those branches, then there's no more consistency anymore. Hence, he's a judge. But we're talking about sorcerers and royal high priests too. Don't you ever fucking forget that. We're not talking about paperwork and technicalities and people following the rules. We're talking about light benders. So they assumed that we were all dead from his degree, and then assumed the titles and added ish to it, which I don't know why they favor that. Because I don't know if it's because German, my grandfather's language was ISCH, and they just Anglified it or fagified it. It doesn't matter, but as a person with those eyes, I go, well, anything that has the ish on it is them scarring it. Like doing graffiti and tagging with sorcery and sigils. Gang members know what I'm talking about. That's how these people are with our language. They're marking us out. They're crossing us out when they do shit like that. It's not just an innocent, oh, oops, I'm pretending I'm you, a nigga, in my book that I don't read. I don't believe in God anyway. Look how I treat kids and demonize shit. But if we were to pretend these are the reprobate versions of the real thing, they're still not them. They're not the evil or good version of it. They're just not those people at all. So that's weird that everything like that has ish or ism on it with these things. So if you have the eyes to see things, you can clearly see your whole political environment. If you start grounded with where you are in it, like the issues and the isms are happening, and I'm none of that shit. This shit has a prefix variable from us, obviously. They're borrowing our language, but they're not living the same life as we are. And I need y'all to understand that. I need y'all to understand how evil this is. Not as a person, though. I'm not talking about people shit. Trust me. Impossible now. Cat's already out the bag. This shit's so evil because the language model determines the reality those people see it in. It's like, you know how they say, like, you're institutionalized because your thought patterns and your sense of reality, what you've accepted as the truth, your foundation, is unshakable. It solidifies. Especially if you're not naturally inquisitive or curious about the real meanings of things. By the time you hit a certain age, your brain smooths it off, and that shit starts shining. Like, you ain't adding nothing to it, unless it's like shock or trauma. But just on some reading and believing shit, you're not gonna change much, because survival and fucking is all you had to do anyway. So people who are locked into whatever program, whether it's through adoption, whether it's through whitewashing, whether it's just like some nigga raised by white people, like that thing that happens to them, they never lose it. What I'm saying is Carlton Banks can go to the same school as Will Smith and be living in two different realities. Now you gotta do that as a whole thousands and millions of people with a similar grouping versus another group, all different story, both using the same language, both trying to survive, both trying to have children, both playing a international or intercontinental theoretical social game, although it seems lopsided and one-sided towards white people and Jewish associates. But theoretically, you know, if we can pretend some shit like they do with the Bible, that you know, the fundamental idea is that we're competing directly with someone, and we're not. We're competing in the worldview. And most people listen to me like, I don't give a fuck about this. I don't give a fuck about their skin colors. I just don't like assholes. I like good people. Like, yeah, duh. But that's the horizontal people part of the story. The battle is not the flesh and blood. So what they're saying is the fundamental thing we're trying to fix is nothing to do with fixing people. It's above. So we're trying to understand their thought patterns. We're scientists, nigga, on Yakub, Jacob. Like, you're trying to address the issue. And now we have the perfect time because it's AI. It's artificial intelligence. It's an artificial worldview. It's ish. It's ism. It's artificial. Get it? Same story. It's an artificial version of the reference. And it always rhymes with the same people in the same skin suits, usually. But don't be mistaken. There's plenty of us in this patina like them. That's the mind frame. Thus. This is not a battle won by swords, because we have so many people living in parallel realities, chasing the same carrot or source, and that's the only common ground we have. That we must do something, energy, to exchange for energy back, to give ourselves energy, for energy to stack squirrels so that we can create more energy, and give energy forward to others, or horizontally. Like, so, you know what I'm saying? We're Pac-Man. We're collecting energy and depositing. And that's the fundamental programming language of everything we're doing. You can group it, you put a function, put parentheses, you make it special colors, you say some pursuits are better than others. You can do the morality, social, horizontal discussion thought of the thing. But remember, those things that you're discussing, that thought cloud, you did not create. And that's the whole fucking problem. And then you say that, and you're like, well, let's create a new thought pattern then. Let's create a new way of doing things in this society. Let's create a brand new game with each other. And you're like, where do you start? You don't need a reference point, don't you? Well, kind of like this game and like that game. You're going to start remixing shit, right? Correct. So that means everything that humans have, because all of our creativity is remixing what's behind us or what's around us, meaning we did not create anything. We're just building on top of it. Jenga, nigga. Jengas. Like, we're building on our fathers. You feel me? We're building on the pyramids and cities beneath us. As we're building, we're getting smaller for some reason. I'm not that type of scientist. I'll figure the fuck out eventually. But maybe we're getting higher and thus we're getting smaller. Jack and the Beanstalk kids. However, bitch, it's so simple. So simple, so simple. If you change your mind, you change your reality. On Neville got it, right? They're doing it for like cool stuff, like to win things in the reality that they're part of. And it works. Now imagine if you use the same stuff to manifest a different reality of real stuff. It would work. That's why some people manifest flowers, birds, UFOs. Like, what's stopping the prompt from working? The precept is already fucking ridiculous horizontally to humans. That you could think, wish, ask, or pray for a thing and something happens for you to get it. That's already insanity, nigga. It don't matter if you got a God or a Bible, because none of you understand God is or the Bible is of the Bible, so it still works though, right? Correcto, fundamental, nigga. What the fuck is that? What is that called? Metaphysics. So we know metaphysics is not God then, if anyone can do it. So the people who know that, who taught that, which was well, the whole fucking world got it, they're not talking about that shit when they're writing their Bible about their brothers and fathers then. Yeah, this ain't a metaphysics book, but we're metaphysics people, so you want to notice metaphysics in it. Just like if you listen to me, you notice metaphysics in my speech. But I'm not talking about metaphysics. Although everything I am is metaphysics, because that's what metaphysics is. It's the loop. It's the start of the Fibonacci sequence. It's the foundation. Yeah, Man's Eternal Quest. Read that book. It's going to tell you something very similar. They've been on it for a long time, bro. Those bloodlines been on this for a long time, y'all. The problem is they don't become the majority of their place or planet ever. Like, for whatever reason, we're always 13% or less of a group population. Like, by ourselves, different story. But when we're put into strangers and foreigners, we shrink tremendously. And we stabilize at like 13% until there's a die-off or a mass migration. So if the math is true, we'll probably have another great migration in this country. But this time, law of polarity, it might be the white people because of what the government is doing with like California and WEF and things like that. And California's got a lot of exit people, aka white people are leaving California real fast. So their headlines is only about white people, so you're not lost. But something is happening right now with the state and federal side of their operations. They're having they're having a civil war amongst their family of colonizers. The colonizers are having a civil war. This civil war is amongst foreigners. The old one was amongst Moors and Muurs and Indians. Same shit. But see what I'm saying? They do that fucking ritual to reenact the Civil War so much. Now they're actually in it. But it's updated with AI and technology, so it's kind of gay. But yeah, but it's the same energy though, is what I'm saying. They manifest the same energy. They manifested their Civil War. And it's showing up through finance because the Civil War is about banking, greenbacks on Lincoln. Now they have a Federal Reserve War too. So the federal government and the Federal Reserve are going back and forth because they're not the same team, by the way. Same word though. You see how tricky English is? It's like it's witchcraft. You might fuck around and think that the Federal Reserve has something to do with your president. The Federal Reserve is not part of your federal government. That word federal means something. The Constitution does not have a federal anything. My grandfathers and kingdoms didn't have federal anything. This federal thing y'all have is foreign, which is why Dred Scott, our family members, could not be part of it. It's a corporation. It's a corporation that has overstated its boundaries for, I don't know, goddamn at least 120 years now. Y'all just got used to the benefits of it being here. As it gets to kill you and abduct your kids and do Molech sacrifices and let Jewish people in and take over your banks, and now they beefing each other with black magic. It's a crazy story, bro. They're attacking each other with black magic, bro. And open there too, bro. This shit ain't even hitting no more. Like if you know, you know. Like if you know the signs, you know the language model. You see what they're doing. They're fucking cursing each other. Gary Newsom especially. They're like they're. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna figure out what the fuck happened. White people ain't been telling us nothing. Something happened behind closed doors. Because it makes no sense for all of them to be that upset after going to Davos. Imagine if beef was real, war was real, and I was really Vladimir Putin. We would have caught them niggas sliding at fucking Davos already, and this whole story would be over, wouldn't it? If we were fucking serious. You could have slid on all them niggas at once at Davos just a couple days ago. But niggas can kidnap presidents with their eyes closed. That's crazy. They ain't got no Oceanics near Davos. What do you think was gonna happen when everyone is dead at once? That someone else is gonna send back up? You understand? Like they didn't play StarCraft for all. Like, but what I'm saying is all the faggots in the world that are in charge of the collapse of things right now were at Davos in the same building at the same time over the past couple of days. Didn't have no problems. Had a little smoke scare. Someone's probably smoking crack and some caught fire. And y'all never even heard about this story. And this just happened the other day. That's them. That's like your people fucking up your country, met up like locals, like probably spread herpes and syphilis again. Just like 3 days ago. They're talking about money and shit and handing out awards, and they said crowns and Nobel prizes, like a Met Gala for everybody wasting your money. And you're never invited. There ain't no 24-hour live stream, ain't no Twitch, no nothing. You don't even know what's going on inside of it. Well, I know it's all human sacrifices. So cut it out. Cannibalism is legal in the United States. So it's extra legal if you get the kids from somewhere else. We'll get that Epstein list one day. And then you'll need a list for all the werewolves and vampires. I'm sorry, sinners. You love them movies, Netflix. What do you think it's about? You got to inverse the polarities. We're not the slaves, stupid. We're Indians. You got to watch Castlevania Nocturne again. That blue-eyed boy is John Smith again. Etruscan Blue tells the whole story. El Truscan True. Trenton, New Jerusalem. He's a Jew. He's a brown-haired, blue-eyed Jew. It's weird. Japanese people play too much. But they play so much that you already know that's not real. So, like, what are they trying to say about their degrees? Oh. Another nigga story. Shout out to Japan and them. They used to be darker not too long ago. We were just in Tartaria about 800 years ago. And that didn't mean all of us left. So you know what I'm saying? The color was still there for a long time. Look up the Chinese and these words are just place names in English. So that's not what they call themselves. That's why it's very hard to get this, like to get it in your mind, is that we're naming things in reverse that we weren't there for. So white people and Jewish people have categorized. You saw Dewey Decimal System. They categorized, subjugated, and organized it so that they can get back to it later. What they did was they labeled it and packed it up and categorized it. They did the Amazon thing. They did the Temu thing. They didn't actually open and test all the product shit. Whereas the thing they subjugated was our shit to begin with, in terms of generations, our ancestors that made us. It's their shit. We're just their kids. So the shit that they took belongs to us, our inheritance, because they are hijacking our grandparents' estate. We're their grandkids. We're special because those are our grandparents. We're not special because we woke up a slave. Understand? Like, you have to know that. Like, that's what this story is. We're in captivity because something happened to our royals. Not because of the United States, not because of wars, but because we've lost complete control of something across an empire and not a colony. Not Mexico, not Texas, not tiny-ass North America. I mean the whole world. Seemingly all at once. And more concerning, no one has this story. It's fragmented, once again, across different countries, languages, kingdoms, and things that came after us. What I'm saying is the scramble in English is very clear, happened after 1611. So everything that we're referencing is locked in 400 years of subjugation. That is the slavery on paper. How you doing? So if you understand that, you can understand the difficulty and the frustration of the language cloud that we have that's subjugated in a 400-year box of shit that never happened. That's just what the language model suggests when you read about it. But that's not, you know what I'm saying? The actions and in the context of the happenings, the people providing it to you and translating it for you don't know what happened because it's not them, they weren't there. So it's already their imagination, which they don't have none. And then you have the language model, strange model about how you feel about yourself and who you ain't anymore because of their grandfathers. By the time it gets back to us now, 2026, it's like, damn, what the fuck is this? Great question. Whatever it is in the isness is about your family, especially here in your family's lane, where it has always been for greater than 800 years of modern human history, at least 21 generations. They don't have 5 generations ago nowhere where we're not at. So we got to find out where they started this story, because they're still their own thing parallel with us over 800 years. No, they wouldn't be dying off so rapidly then if that's been the case. Ain't that many brothers snatching up white girls. Got out. And they're not even having 10 or 20 kids. So it's not enough. So that's not what happened. Why are they dying off? It's only been 400 years, hypothetically 400 years. It's only been a 400-year hypothecation, so why are they dying off? I give you the answer, you probably wouldn't believe me. It's genetics. It's a math problem. It's not culture. It's not civilization. It's not racism. It's not money. They love that shit. They should enjoy it. They don't live long. That's why you don't see them in history. They weren't there. If there's a time before when they weren't there with us, there'll be a time before again where they're not here with us. We're at a time here for again in captivity, where the people in captivity who took control of the captivity of us are disappearing. So if our captives are disappearing, what are we doing? I'm just trying to make sure you don't disappear with them by knowing what's happening spiritually, not horizontally with people. It's the metaphysics of the current world politics, not the feelings and the game and the oil and the gold and the crypto and the black and the white and the racist and the powerful and the fat and the short stroking and the abusers and the motherfuckers who all should have been taken outside at Davos and shot in their fucking face. If we were playing Call of Duty, that would have been a mission. But in real life, I guess, that quality of characters and language model dying off too. Really bad diseases. Saw that thing on Trump's hand again? You see how fucking pale his face is? With that fake ass makeup he got on? That shit ain't even orange. It's just like lime green. That means his skin is in very bad shape. You understand? Donald Trump doesn't have a turn to live. You understand everything. It's not funny as a man, like to see a man like that, to see a man with the empathy part of it is sad. He's dying like he not just dead, you feel me? He's dying. Like his clout, the rumors about him, the Epstein list, Bubba, the shit bag, like bro, like God is just smacking this nigga. Pow, pow, pow. Like throwing the white towel already, bro. Now he back on some IV shit, and he still looks sick. Like the nigga was just at the IV shit, and he got that fake up makeup and still on this shit. It didn't get no better than. My nigga is dying. My nigga's on the way to the grave, y'all. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't think you understand anything, but you understand everything at once. Like, Donald Trump, whatever fucking wrong with him, like I'm talking about biologically. His biological energy, his soul, his whatever, his aura, his energy, his protection, his spell, the witchcraft, the sacrifices, all the things that get put in that incompetent fool in power to begin with is wearing off. And as it is wearing off and his charm is wearing off, his body is falling apart like a vampire. For the Son of Righteousness with healing in his wings. And it would be like turning to ashes. And then that movie Sinners, I keep seeing the shorts about it. I gotta watch it one day, but I'm Michael B. Jordan, right? All right, now, 23 again. Hello, Jordan, Michael, Archangel Michael, same story. Now, if your leader of this failing corporation is on his way out biologically, fundamentally, my dear white people, how much time do you think the United States actually has if you do not have a competent leader to replace him no time soon? And starting a bunch of wars at once. Do you know about that? Not only, fundamentally, theoretically, Donald Trump is cashing a check, or trying to write a check his ass can't cash. But the problem with that riddle is that Donald Trump won't live long enough to cash it if he could. He can't bank either. He's falling apart in real time. Like, this billionaire, trillionaire can't put money in a bank. So that means he doesn't have money, right? He has $1 billion worth of monopoly money. And he's unable to put it in FDIC, whatever the fuck that digital thing is that he needs to move it around and buy things and actually use it. And all the banks are saying no. Can you fucking imagine telling the president that he can't spend money when he's managing your money? But then you realize it's the Federal Reserve and not the federal government. And the loop starts all over again. So the federal government, the banker side of it, which is the Federal Reservement, using federal government employees, gray ops. It's like if you were in the military, you work for Lidos. So the government of the Federal Reserve, they have already served Donald Trump a burn notice. They're treating him like Christopher Columbus. Christopher Columbus hustled Ferdinand Isabella. He had his own agenda, but you know what I'm saying. They're supposed to get gold out of what he promised, but he was looking for something else, actually. And anyway, so he never got paid. Christopher Columbus. And Donald Trump right now is in a position where he'll never get paid. Like where his big money is. He's trying to deposit or access $1 billion. And every bank is declining him as of now. This is Davos, all this shit. Like, it's real. So the Trump empire is being, what's this word? All the weapons are formed against that man by himself. And what I'm telling you is, that is not a normal story. I want to make sure we remember everything about Donald Trump. Remembering Donald Trump. I don't want y'all to forget him. It's this part in history dedicated to him. That is not a regular person. Now, we saw all the movies with Will Smith and everybody. That is not how that happens. That is not how that happens. You're not an immigrant from north of Africa with nothing. Come over here and sell some shit illegally and never get caught. And you have enough to give your son $1 million head start within 10 to 20 years. That's a hell of a story. That's an American dream for the Great Depression. Fresh out of Germany, no speaking no English. Ran it up, prohibition shit, weird. It seems like all the people who were against selling beer made all the money. That sounds like politics, don't it? All right, so there's already a government project paper clipped, federal agent shit, green light on Donald Trump's father to begin with. It's impossible for that foreign German immigrant on Adolf Hitler Project Paperclip to have come here and had $1 million, unless he stole it. From Germany. Prohibition, smugglers. So Donald Trump has $1 billion somewhere and can't put it in the bank. My father like son or what? On Soros. Do you know the stories? George Soros wasn't the only boy doing that, obviously. Donald Trump got $1 billion he can't deposit. You hear me? What the fuck you think gonna happen? Nigga dying. Donald Trump dying with $1 billion he can't access. I need y'all to hear everything I'm saying to you. His minor inconvenience is that a bank won't let him deposit it in his trust, in his name, in his LLC, or however they do business. They're not gonna let him do it. Meaning, as this man is dying, and he will die, that $1 billion is just out there somewhere. They don't describe they don't describe the mechanics of such a weird scenario. That's a weird loop. Was it another bank account? It's already in a bank account. If it's already in a bank account, why you need another bank account? You got $1 billion. You know what I'm saying? How much a billion is? So you got $1 billion. Like, so that's got to be in a bank account. That's got to be in is a Swiss Davos account. He can't transfer it to USD? Is that what the problem is? All right, then. I mean, the nigga's dying, and he really needs $1 billion in a American bank account. Why don't the nigga? I'm assuming it's in a bank account somewhere that it shouldn't be, but he did it anyway. And yeah, he wants to send it somewhere in America, but he can't. So why don't he just send this shit to goddamn Africa? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm saying there's a billion ways to break down $1 billion, right? $1 billion, $1 billion, right? Fuck with me. Who got $1 billion? Who can cash this nigga out for $1 billion? England, London, one of them faggots who stole all my grandfather's shit. One of them cash him out. Who else cash him out real quick? Give him a little jump start. Anything funding AI technology, you got tech bros out there who credit PayPal, Cashapp, and Bitcoins. This motherfucker Donald Trump can't deposit $1 billion for crypto. Don't he got his own meme coin? Why don't he just put his $1 billion on his own meme coin, bitch? To the moon, nigga. He dying though. You feel me? He dying anyway. So once you get in old Trump meme coin and all the stupid people meme coin to the moon, and he die off, and his sons and Barron Part 2, they can worry about it generation or two down the line how to get into USD. USD ain't gonna be there when they do that. So like, it's funny that he can't get his shit in the USD bank, and USD is dying anyway. So why are they telling us that the federal banking side of things is not letting your president deposit $1 billion somewhere? Because that gold is stolen. That's the gold they stole. Remember the Maduro? They took like all this shit in silver. Trump's assortment of heist is worth $1 billion. Nikola Tesla. Admiral Byrd, more German Nazi, Project Paperclip. They're all cousins to me. I don't care about who they voted for in Germany. They're all the same people. Them white people, them German-ish white people after the Civil War. It's cool they get to take over America without busting a fucking gun. But that's just me though. Anyway, they never won a war either since they've been here. So they always need us to ski. So anyway, these motherfuckers, bro. German Jews. But they're not Ashkenazi Glorians. Those are Radhanites from India. That's a weird bunch of ugly people, boy, to be doing all this evil shit. Trump and his people, bro. They're all the same people. So you understand, Trump is their people. Like, if you looked at them as like the evil Wario version of Israel, they're sacrificing him in front of you. And I feel like Boondocks. What exactly did this motherfucker do? What button did he not push? Because, bro, Donald Trump is not what's wrong with this country. I'm talking about the country. Donald Trump existence is not what the United States gridlock is. The United States is gridlocked as a corporation. That's not Donald Trump's fault. That's the faggots that stole it. The Federal Reserve. So his family side, his bloodline side, all from Germany and Poland in the last 120 years. Cut up. Same niggas. They're sacrificing him. And I find it so sad because I know he didn't do that shit like that. Because if he was a bad guy, the bad guys wouldn't be sacrificing him. Donald Trump is a narcissistic
patsy. He's a patsy. He is not the shooter. His shooting was fake. You saw it. This is WWE shit. He's a patsy. He's Hollywood. He's an actor. He's an oligarch. His father had illegal money, and he has $1 billion in resources somewhere that he can't cash out. He's a con artist. All the same degrees. So, you know, con artist doesn't become a king and a president of the United States and like run and ruin everything. No. He's a patsy. But he's a patsy that's the bloodline of the same niggas who caused all that shit in Germany to happen. The Bush family just got him a way out. Raffle tickets. The Bush family became presidents. Trump became president. One more time, run that shit back. The Bush family invested in Adolf Hitler and all the Project Paperclips. One of their kids, Prescott, became president. The kids that were part of that exchange, Trump's family, became president. Can you fucking imagine? It's almost like they're in the same secret society, right? Do you believe in coincidences? Bitch ass nigga, I don't. And then you find out Barack Obama's mother, same CIA, George Bush. Walk with me. Is this not the story of the United States in the last 20 years? You fucking truthers? Are you missing the dancing bear of the CIA families? It's a new concept. You know, so all your presidents are CIA kids? CIA is a brand new thing. So since the CIA, all of their kids have been presidents. Did y'all notice that? 3 in the chat if you noticed something. It started with Masons, now it's CIA. Have you noticed it? Tell me you noticed that. Notice that. If it's not CIA, it's FBI on Napoleon. Did you notice it? These are families before they're organized as a corporation. Did you notice what families they are? Damn it. Was the Bush family integral in helping the fall of whatever Germany was before Hitler? Yes. Bankroll freshed it, nigga. Did his greatest grandson become president? Shit, both of them, my nigga. Did they not save Trump's family? Of course they did, my nigga. That's why the Trumps are Trumps here today with $1 million small loans. Bankers, Bushes, wake up, nigga. Is that not the story? Is that not the story? I could swear to God that's the story of these people. And the Bushes are behind the CIA, aren't they? So on the ground, they're people. On the corporation level, they bank together. And on TV, Republicans and Democrats. But what they grandma say? You seen all them presidents marry a boy that is gay? Who the females then that's actually giving birth to these kids? Don't play stupid, nigga. You're like, oh, he's married to a man. Now do the next logical conclusion, you fucking idiot. Who are these kids? Are they even related to the dad? And if so, who's their real mother? Shit. On Solid Snake, bitch, who is mama? He's a clone. Who's his surrogate? Exactly. Previously on X-Men. So, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all worrying about clones and shit. These motherfucking men marrying men got children, and you don't know who their mother is. They didn't. Barbara Bush did not shut out George Bush Jr., bro. That's a boy, Raymond. Look at Bill Gates' wife real quick. Look at Melinda Gates when they got married, like in the 90s. Find Melinda Gates, late 90s, early 2000s, when she was in Seattle trying to be important on magazines. And then she was rumored to die in a car accident. White people, they watch fucking, white people be watching fucking Lifetime before they fall asleep. She allegedly died in a car accident. You know, she's me. This is me, though. This is me, a Chandler. And now look at a photo of Melinda Gates from like 2015 or something. Do look like a lady, right? It went from a woman, clavicles and everything, you see it, and then it went to a dude. The richest man in tech at one point. Melinda Gates, as of now, from after 2010 or 15, is a boy, fully, clearly. You know Jewish people get plastic surgeries. Don't fucking play with me. I'm on TikTok seeing niggas with face transplants. I don't have a problem with that. My problem is, whatever that face is, that's a boy, Raymond. It wasn't a boy before. Look at it. You're like, there's a girl. And then you look at this is a dude. Look at the neck, look at the clavicles. Look at the hands, look at the hands, look at the hands, look at the hands. Watch it on video. That's a dude. Then listen to his fake deep voice. He's trying to sound like a girl. He's a dude, she's a dude, he's a dude, they are dudes, yeah. That's all the Baphomatic stuff. That's that Molech shit. It's a secret society of human sacrifices, isn't it? Skull and Crossbones. John Kerry on George Bush's cousin, can you imagine? A Democrat and a Republican, same grandparents. Both part of the CIA. both part of the Ivy League university degree systems. What are Ivy Leagues again on Indian territory? Where the fuck they come from? How come all their people become presidents? If we want to go down the list of universities, why do the secret societies of Greeks on Ivy League campuses get the first class seat of everything in the United States? If this is a we the people, representation taxation setup, how come it's always the CIA and Yale picking the leaders since the CIA? See how easy it is? See how easy it is when you get to lowest common denominator? When you get to the code of what's going on. See how those tags don't change, the SEO don't change. It's like code switch to politics, to government. It's all the same people, right? Hi Israel, hi Jews. Oh, I'm sorry, African American. Hi Moore, hi Murray. Yo, shut up. Same story. It's all the same family is what I'm trying to get at to you. It don't matter what their titles are. It don't matter how much they get paid in a fake corporate position they made up, by the way. They're not the thing they made up, are they? They set the rules for what these things are, what the paperwork means, and what authority they have. It's all made up by them exclusively on Xbox. Like, that's them. So that's not what they are. They're cosplaying. None of that shit is real. If it's all the same family, if it's all the same CIA, if it's all the same Bushes and Trumps, if it's all the same Germans, all from the same small ass Germany, 1880, then there's not room for it to be nobody else in Germany or in their family tree. Bitch, it's only been 100 years. Where they grandma stay? Why the fuck are they in Indian territory? Cool. We'll never get the answer perhaps, but they're dying anyway. Amen. God be Lord. They never answer that question. What does your grandmother actually say? You motherfuckers ain't Germans. I'm a German. Like, from Germany. If German is a nationality from a land called Germany, then nigga, I'm German. It's our language. So the fuck? I'm not German, the definition, but I'm saying, like, I am Germany. Germany is named after my family, like Israel is, like Europa is. I am Germany. It's Alemany or it's some other word. It's a woman. I'm her bloodline in Europe, from Switzerland, by the way, where they have Davos, where the money is that they stole, that Trump can't exchange. Yeah, that's us. Again, you wanna notice a theme here? It's the same family being fucking violated by the same niggas from the same family violating them, no matter what year it is. They just have weirder hair. It's the same people. These are all the same people. You know how like you have Jews, Jerusalem, so that's like politics, corporations. And then you have Germans, Israelites, who are the day-to-day drama, entertainment. And then you bring them together in a kingdom in America, and you station them in Washington, D.C., and call it District Columbia. Columbia is a faggot, it's a trans, and Addis, their liberty, is a faggot. So it's a phatic Mama eunuch army of people from Germany and Poland who are 100% all, not us, because they're white people who favor blonde hair and blue eyes from their region, which is kind of like their giant. But then they have a bunch of recessive gene people that they don't treat as equals because they have a drop of some other blood. It might be African. However, both of you goofy ass people are here in American Indian land playing fucking cosplay using similar things and degrees. So the Jewish man in their story of the same family tree is their Judah. They're Jewish, like the Yiddish people, and all them niggas, those are their Levites. The people in construction and their gangsters, that's like Dan and them niggas. Like, they modeled their bullshit in Germany, where we used to be,
Probably digging up shit they ain't supposed to dig up, and name stealing and digging up graves, what they're known for doing. Carpet bagging, name stealers, same people. So if you're stealing your names and stealing shit from graves and other houses, you cannot be who you say you are because you're the motherfuckers that steal everything. And nothing has changed since. It's the same motherfuckers. It's the same story and the same outcome too. So understand what I'm saying. Donald Trump is with the 12 tribes of bullshit. Elon Musk, 12 tribes of bullshit. Vladimir Putin, 12 tribes of bullshit. They're not Tartarians, so what the fuck he doing? What is Jinping doing? He look African Chinese. Wrong story, nigga. We're not co-signing. Different hair texture. Cut out. On my mama. America. So, all of our lands are named after our grandmothers. We have that many grandmothers because we have that many grandfathers because they be fucking. The names is inheritance, nativity. The reason why you're named after your nationality, because your nationality is in the place that's named after your greatest grandmother. So Alemany, that's her name, Germany. America as a whole, that's her name, America's kids. Mama Inga. Europa, Northwest Africa, what they call it, Europa's kids. The angel, the giant. Those are her kids, her natives, her nationalities. That's a little thing that they're doing in the Sumerian thing. The giant woman is making the little kids. So we named it after Mama. So Mama Inga is what we call ourselves because we're Inca. We're her kids. Inga, Incas. Same story, nigga. You understand? We were created by giant women. So when their brothers came down to fuck on their creation, then you see a different story. Everyone can't see that. Because they have weird, strange ideas about how gender works. That's uniquely the Uish tribes of demons from Germany after we ran away from them, I guess, the first time. We tried with them niggas, and we went to a place they could not find, and here they are, like Jesus Christ. We thought we had a head start of that. You understand? That is the truth of what has transpired, at least from my bloodline's version of the story, in our language, at least. At the very least, it's our language. But that's what happens to the United States. Like, that's what's going on. We ain't got to ask Marvin Gaye or nobody. What's going on? Too many Jews are waking up. We have too many Jews waking up. Like Cashapp, Israelite. He's little, Israelite. I show speed. He's kind of tall. He's part Indian. You can see in his nose. They're waking up. They're pivoting off of Africa, though, so they might be 20 years behind. But because of the internet and people like me and you, they might catch up just fine. So Gen Z is when the first descendants of Israel, like that bloodline I was saying about, you see how great they are in terms of their attention gathering. So they're able to rally the troops, right? You see these little niggas. You see them. Fuck what they're talking about. Look how much attention they dominate. And who's right trying to wedge themselves right next to them? Some Jewish people, right? Pay attention. Jewish people are completely aware of our condition since they're pretending to have our condition with some other story with other people. So they came here knowing, they're mirroring, and they still get behind us like a puppet master without actually helping us, right? And they're playing us against the white boy or someone else, right? There's always a boogeyman of someone else but them. Pretending to be you, knowing you are you, but you don't know they're not them. And they say, here, I'll give you some negative 38 trillion notes. Then you get into pictures and you get famous, and that's the way it goes. But Gen Z is the first generation that was like, bitch, we did this on our own. They saying, bitch, we did this on our own for the first time in human fucking history. With a goofy ass mother on top of it. And they still got the vibes. They're passing the vibe check. They just don't have the language model yet. But they know bullshit when they see it when it comes to that money, my nigga. These boys is not playing with them. They must have some good fathers and role models nearby. Or they subscribe to the right channels. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if our people stuck together? Ain't that our story? We keep wishing we stuck together. And that's probably why we use secret societies. That makes sense. That's why you would use secret societies to stick together. Because you know everybody ain't gonna make it. So there's members of secret societies who see me. And they know I'm telling the damn truth. They're like, damn, this nigga channeling. Yeah, because your looking ass watching me. Goofy as hell. Goofy as hell. You don't walk up to a mogul, you don't walk up to a cherubim and wonder why that nigga got your mail. Shut up. You need to play Final Fantasy, man. It tells you everything. You don't walk up to a cherubim and ask him how he got your mail. How you know my address, cherubim? How you know what I'm thinking about? How you know I was gonna say that? I didn't. That's not how that works. Man, you're supposed to know. You're supposed to know where it comes from. God. To God be the glory, man. We don't know what that means. We know what it kind of means, but we don't really know what that means. Something's pushing our buttons sometimes. I think God could do whatever he want to do, really, when I think about it. Even the mothers that created the forum, too. I think she could probably jack in, too. You think Grandma got her own Nintendo 64 controller in pink? Because we keep leaving out the law of gender when it comes to how we're created, when the whole part of our mirrored creation is to find a bitch like us and make more kids. Like, so we didn't get to God the mother part yet. That's weird. But their mama looks Unix and Addison and are gay. We understand everything. Again, they hate their mothers who let their no-no parts get chopped up. Do you know the story, Alawites? No. They don't teach history like that then. Why don't they teach their history like that? That's more about their parents than mine. Shit, me? That's a wilder story if you ask me. That Alawite dynasty shit and all those Mameluke and eunuch stories, Tyler Perry's alley right there. You don't hear shit about that. Who hiding that story? I wonder if it's them, Scoob. They don't want to tell us their Boys in the Hood story. How they got jumped into their pirate booty game. How they find a map over here anyway. How much booty they had to give up to get some things. So some niggas were slanging slaves for less than strange. We talking about apes, baboons, people, animals, everything. Motherfuckers was fucking everything. Why do you think there's so many animal diseases over there? Gain of function research. Yeah, gain of function these nuts, nigga. They're fucking on animals. The same people that eat people, the same people that kill children. Like, and motherfuckers think that part is wild of the story. Like, oh, these niggas will fuck anything is the wildest part of this story when you look at their kids. Cut out. Not everybody, of course. I'm talking about the evil ones that took over, duh. They're not Indian enough to be from here. Now go to any painting about this place in America before the 1700s. There's nothing but black people here. Any reference to it at that time point before the United States is nothing but black people here. Morisco charts and everything. There's nothing but black people here. One more time. There's nothing but black people here. So if you want to like do some like split half troubleshooting on like who's bullshit in the United States and your government and your military and your money, you're like, all right, well, America has always had nothing but black people here until recently. Who's in charge of things? Oh, the recent people. Oh, okay. That's where the problem's coming from. Can you fucking imagine an empire of Jews and Israelites surrounded by people that are not Jews or Israelites? I wonder what happened there. What happened to the kingdom of all these Jews and Israelites, man? They were kings and shit. I wonder what happened to them, said the foreigner who wasn't there a minute before. Y'all, and you see, like, they colonize you or gentrify you just with education. It's not even force. They play on your heart. I'm talking about the social engineers. Like, you saw the pictures of the black woman putting her titty in a white baby mouth? Like, think about that sympathy. Think about, like, that condition, like, whatever, I'll breastfeed anybody's kids. You know what I'm saying? They're like, yo, that's some crazy shit when you think about it. That's not our culture, by the way. That's just a picture of some crazy niggas over there doing something like that. Just trying to explain 100 million people, and that wouldn't work anyway. We've seen the incubator babies. We've seen the World Fair pictures. We still don't have an answer for what that is, because I want to know something. Who are their parents? Like, the federal government got a census of Indians in Kansas, but who the fuck popping pussy out of the incubator in Coney Island? Who are these niggas? Who are these Jewish niggas allowed to just pump out random babies? Like, we worrying about passports and green cards and ICE. Like, who the fucking dickhead that let the Jewish scientists pussy pop automatically some incubator babies? Like, on whose doll's roll do you put them niggas? Whose sperm is that? Who eggs is that? Like, what the fuck we talking about? Are they even white people you're creating, by the way? You know, a lot of niggas are born light-skinned. So, like, you understand what I'm saying, bro? Are we sure we understand what's going on here? On a scientific level with Nazis and Project Paperclip and all these unseen things and all this weird money from here to Argentina, nigga? Yes, sir. Oh, please don't let me describe the Illuminati all at once now. By simple deductive reasoning, I can guess who the fake Bavarian Germany Illuminati is. The people calling themselves Germany and Jewish. Ding, 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 ding. Oh my God, I wonder who the Illuminati is in America full of nigga Indians. Infiltrating Freemasons of niggas. All right, shut up. George Washington was aware that the Illuminati had infiltrated Masonry. So alleged he declined it, or he denounced it on his deathbed. We don't know what he died of. Same story, Benjamin Franklin said the same shit. Like, who are these Palatine Boers? Remember, that's a Palatine, whatever that is, Palestine, in Boers. That's a pedigree. So who are this version of little niggas coming from Germany? They're Germans because they're from Germany, but they're not the Dred Scott, dead stock, royal bloodline of Israelites. They're just Palatine Boers from Germany coming to Americas. And Benjamin Franklin's asking, who the fuck are these niggas? Why are we bringing them here? Fucking up the fucking ingredients. That means he didn't want to mix with them. And then he was like, yo, ain't this the same time between him and Hellfire Club? It gets weird because white people start rewriting their part into it. But I can find the Illuminati part of the cover story since none of these niggas are Americans or Indians. So the white people sew in with the Jewish publisher, Maxine Giseline's daddy's textbooks. Yeah, the same story, by the way. Those Palatine, Boer, Jewish, German, Poland kids. Yes, your textbooks and everything, your Federal Reserve and everything that you're living through in this corporate simulation is theirs, and it's brand new, nigga. But anyway, so Benjamin Franklin put your heads up when these niggas start coming through. El Paso, Texas, and the Mexican War. That's these niggas too. And then you just go down the list since the Civil War, really. The Civil War happened because of them. That's what happened to the Indians and the Moors and the Moors. Fucking around with those Jewish German people. I guess y'all related to them because your ancestors just came back from over there. I guess you didn't know why your ancestors came from over there, away from them. I guess they came like vampires and you welcomed them in. Hi, how you doing? Same story, part 10. That's who the Illuminati is. Everyone that ain't Indian, like y'all goofy. Ta-da! White people can never solve that riddle of who the Illuminati is. It's self-apparent. I don't even have to figure out who the original members is. I just gotta figure out who they damn bastard kids are. I can tell the root of the tree by the fruit that it bared. That's divine mathematics. I can look at these fruits that I bear witness to, who they daddy is. The Illuminati that infiltrated America after the American Revolution, that beeline the new formed United States, owing my grandfather money, into a beeline war with the Barbary. Thomas Jefferson. So Thomas Jefferson was that Illuminati member. And we know that because my grandfather, Benjamin Banks, is writing a letter directly to him twice. Serving him notice, in fact, like nudging him. Sent him a Bible or a Quran, Muhammad. He sent him an almanac, and he sent him some recommendations and some things to remember. You should read his letter for real. That's a nigga. Undisputable, too. We be trying to look for, like, free Africans. What? No, how come no one know who Benjamin Banneker is? That's a Jew. Tribe of Benjamin, Pennsylvania, Germany. Banneker, Banks. Like, they don't get no more Jew than that. You can look up his name. There's a black dude there. Benjamin Banks designed the White House. Benjamin Banks designed DC. A black Jew designed that. And it looks Tartarian, don't it? Who you think his daddy is? Shit. Why is Benjamin Banks the Jew designing Jew cities that look like Rome? This Holy Roman Emperor descendant with square and compass on Freemasonry from Solomon, he has to be a Jew, and he's a black Jew on top of that. That's right there in the United States history. Is it not written? Tell me it's not written, bro. They thought Judea was a religion. No. This nigga a Jew because he's a tribe of Jew and Benjamin. And his name is Benjamin Franklin, allegedly. Benjamin Banks, allegedly. Sidi Muhammad, oh, that's right, we're Mohammedans. Stop anglicizing our shit, you Palatine whores. Trying to steal everything. Same story, though. They can't shake the ghost on me, nigga. How all these niggas gonna live at the same time in different degrees, but never meet at the same lodge? That's weird. How come he ain't got a painting of these faggots with some bullshit ass nigga on the back of a $2 bill? Fuck out my face. Anyway, on Thomas Jefferson to George Washington, Benjamin Banneker the whole time. You notice how these white boys are changing, but Benjamin Banneker is there the whole time? On Prince Hall Masonry. Don't play with me, niggas. A black Jew lodge. Cut it the fuck out. Playing with my grandfather, literally. You know what I'm talking about? You gotta understand. Everything Solomon's babies. So the Masons had a civil something. The German Jewish evil copy of Israel are having a civil something. The world of everyone else who think we ain't got their phone number next are going through something with energy and oil. It seemed like everybody that got us fucked up in our story today, whole fucking society and economy is fucked up at the same time for some reason. Have y'all noticed that? 3 in the chat if you noticed that. That everything that I'm saying, God be my witness, if it's accurate based on the data that I can get, for sure, Tartarian Empire is the Black Jew Empire of everything. And all those places that we should have been and could have been based on the stories that were given today, those are exactly all the places in those stories that we ought to be, that are falling and suffering terribly of a weird, jerry-rigged economy. True or false? That's what the story is then. Shit. Fuck what Donald Trump said. That's the story right there. That's the story of the century, I think. Like, ooh, girl, how you do that there? How you got a ponytail but you ain't got no hair? I'm like, ooh, girl, how you do that there? How you got a ponytail but you ain't got no hair? Like, ooh, Trump, how you do that there? How you got $1 billion but you ain't paid back the goddamn 38 trillion yet, nigga? You know what I'm saying? We can't move the goalposts. United States dollar going broke or not? Because 38 trillion is like, it's free falling. Like, you know what I'm saying? All this fucking charades and Roman circuses these niggas got on TV and social media. AI generated too. Niggas getting lazy as fucking this bitch. Can you imagine you don't have the budget to really stage some shit? You really have to type a prompt and have a subscription to Sora in this bitch? But they ain't got a fucking pro version of Adobe in the White House, nigga. Did you hear what the fuck I just said? They couldn't redact the Epstein files because the fucking White House FBI on Cash Patel, Indian pirated software captain of the world of torrent pirate bays, can't have a full version of Adobe to make sure the file is redacted because bitches can't afford an Adobe subscription for a branch of the federal government with 14 trillion in tariffs. Get the fuck out of my face. Tell me that didn't happen. Tell me that didn't just happen like a week ago. That's weird, bro. You just print as much dollars as you want. You can't afford a license from Adobe. Matter of fact, why Adobe selling you license? Well, they corporation registered first of all, because this is a weird story. How Adobe gonna tell the federal government they can't have a fucking license? Like, you know what I'm saying? The federal government can't get a pro version of fucking Acrobat? Like, nigga, we talking about Acrobat. We franchise Windows users. Acrobat, nigga. Acrobat. The fucking feds don't have a pro version license of Acrobat to redact the Epstein files. Fucking 900 billion pages of select and highlight, and then a little prompt comes up. Like, you ain't got that version. So the motherfucker says, hey, I want to send a fucking signal to my homeboys. Like, hey, well, how can I block that shit out? Well, you gotta use the thing in the fonts and blah, 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 blah. They're like, shit, I'm trying to finish this shit tonight. And then boom. And you know they know how to do the automated scripts on Windows, or that's cool. You can do it on Mac too. You know, rinse and repeat. Nigga probably thought he was neat. And then what happens? Little autistic kids with the Adobe Pro hacked pirated version of everything notice something, trying to copy and paste the shit to another file, and was like, wait, it's just a color scheme. Let's go back through all the documents and automate it. Oh my God, this list is crazy. And what I'm saying is, that could only have happened if the federal government couldn't afford enterprise level of licenses of Adobe Acrobat. Nigga, not After Effects, not Photoshop, not Illustrator, not Dreamweaver Suite, nigga, none of the AI suites. I'm, nigga, Acrobat reader. Y'all don't even understand that if you wasn't outside as long as I was. They made sure you had Acrobat Reader every time you turn around in this bitch. Shit. You damn near need an Acrobat Reader on your phone still. Like, fuck. I think native OS can open PDFs now. But goddamn, you had to have the Acrobat Reader and on the same damn phone. Email. I'm signing in to read a PDF, you faggot. The fuck kind of cybersecurity is going on? Like, what the fuck is in these PDFs that it needs this much fucking security in a subscription to read some bullshit that looks better than a notepad? Like, help me out. Like, graphics artist is using it as a compression file and a layout thing. But yeah, we gotta lock this shit down. And if you really want to unlock the key features of encryption and security, you gotta pay us every month, my nigga. Like, what are you talking about, Adobe? What the fuck are we doing with these PDF makers, bro? And how come y'all got a fucking, these motherfuckers got a monopoly on it too, though? The audacity of this shit. The audacity to have a monopoly on some shit that requires a subscription and you can't have no competition. You know, there's bootleg PDF readers and shit like, no. Everyone wants the Adobe one. Because even if you don't have the Adobe one, you go to the website and they don't download automatically an Adobe one. So like, I'm just trying to apply to this job, faggot. Where my tax forms or something, bitch? Please download Adobe Reader. Like, so you heard what the fuck I said. This has been our life for 20 plus years. The federal government, the feds, the fuzz, blew up. Listen, fumbled is the word we're searching for. The federal government fumbled the shit-stormed circus of swamp bullshit. Fumbled it like a motherfucker. And as soon as that story I'm describing to you and its ridiculousness of it picked up speed, Donald Trump captured Maduro. So it interrupted the political timeline drastically. And everyone moved on. The yuppies and NPCs, we know. But please don't forget who Trump is. And please don't forget they was on his head because the federal government cannot afford Adobe Reader Pro. It don't get no more ironic than that for one of us. Because we was outside. I get it. That's fucking hilarious. They shot themselves in the foot over fucking Adobe Acrobat. And I'm just telling you, bro. To all the nerds out there who used to make websites, you know how funny that is? That's fucking hilarious. The fall of the cabal is over motherfuckers who couldn't pirate a copy of Adobe Suite. In this big year of 2020, whatever the fuck. In this big year, bro. In this big year in particular. That's the fall of the federal cabal, bro. How Jewish is this shit? How stingy are these niggas with the subscriptions, bro? Like, fuck nah, we ain't paying that. Like, what? Bro, yo, the federal government, the politics, bro. I don't think y'all understand the spirit of this matter. Go to my Instagram stories and listen to these white people I'm sharing. These are Democrats, socialists, you know, people who care about people if we're playing that game in real life. And they say, the guy from here in Vegas, he's called himself the socialist dad. And he speaks up and goes to town. He does the things. He does the social thing. He's like a Black Panther for white people. And the motherfucker, man, every time he posts now, it's funnier and funnier in terms of like he's getting our language model for the left, if you will. When they attack Trump, it used to be a certain way. They used to have certain talking points and counterpoints, and it all circles around how ridiculous this man is. But however, you look at all the MAGA bros, they're cousins, by the way. They're cousins, they're pedigree of people, like sucking on Big Daddy's dick all the time and can't see that he's fucking the people over, man. Fucking racist, fucking stupid, rich dudes. Like, you've seen it like that for a long time. And anytime one of theirs get in, you know, it's like Apollo. They love that shit. They love the gladiator sport of talking shit about their cousins who, like, have or have not some shit. That's all. It's ghetto, but it's structured as tiered classism. So amongst our fixed classes, their class is allowed to do that. It's very Greek, I think, actually. I think they borrowed that model from Greeks, that timeline. So, cool story, Greek societies. And, faggots. And, where they are now, though, is amongst their own people, the blue, the left.
They said 7 Democrats voted for the thing that we needed them to have never, ever, ever, ever have voted for anyway. So it was an automatic thing. It was a bill that was automatic. You feel me? The nature of it, the politics of it, the blue-leaning socialist side of these people. And they said their own Democrats, just 7 of them. I'm looking at the number 7 on that whiteboard I drew earlier. Just 7 Democrats. That's amazing. Just 7 Democrats voted the wrong way for them. And now them, the influencers and the next Black Lives Matter leader people of social media, they're like, yo, I just realized we by ourselves out here. Fam. Hey, yo, y'all, listen to me. My nigga came to this conclusion this morning. Just real quick, though. Hold me. Hold it down now. The last guard, because I think he's Gen X. The last Mohican of the timeline before the internet and the timeline of the current politics model. The oldest of our tribe alive and conscious of at least the linear politics, what the whole thing was based on. They're the last class who really got it and went forward with it and fought the good fight with it. So their expectation model is the model that we come from, by the way. They aced it. And they just said today, my nigga, that, yo, cap, shit's over. Gen X signing up, my nigga. You see it in their white people, in their white liberals. The Democrats, the ones who wanted to play fair. They're not bad people. But they're saying their political pull and advantage of being like our de facto chaperones, if you will. They can't swing, they're not swinging at the same targets no more. They lost the plot because of crypto, because of money. For the love of money is the root of all evils. And evil is stupidity. So the love of money is what causes everything to go stupid. And we wrote that in the Bible, I think. Anyway, so you gotta understand, Trump can't get a bank. Democrats can't get their own vote. The only thing fucking up their vote is Democrats. They passed a ridiculous bill yesterday, Davos and after it. So it was like all this spending, you know, God bless the fake Israel, because you know the United States is going to budget all of your tax dollars for them real quick. You can't fuck up their healthcare system and their education. You know, 61% can't live in the sun, and all the other girls are gay. But you know, as long as you hold them down for their last 2 generations, you'll pay for it. Okay, so that's in the bill, and like billions too. It's ridiculous. You should see how much money we gave Ukraine too. They itemized it. Like we gave like Ukraine like a cool $250 billion, you know, just fucking around with Russia. They didn't get nothing out of it, you know. Russia is winning, so killed all those people. Ethnic, or is that like a new form of genocide eugenics? That's like a simulated eugenic genetic detonation switch, because niggas is broke part 10. But we pay for that shit, and that's a crazy story for us to keep paying for wars we're losing on the Bush family, Hitler, and Trump. Come on. Same story. The same story, bro. Bro. Fuck the matrix and the code that the other generations used to cope with as a symbol for the awakening. This shit is more like, because we learned how to rap and shit, and music and everything, the riddle that's decoded is just saying like how to loop. Like, you know, it's just like the information is now being shredded like Serato sample, but it's the same sample. It was like, it is like, like it's the same sample, bro. It's a spell, man. We're breaking the spell, bro. That's why everyone's nauseated. That's why the radiation is high. The sun is splitting. I saw that in Zechariah 4, or Malachi 4. Check both. Shit, Ephesians 4 too. It's always on 4s, nigga. On IV it is. So same story, part 10. But we in a fucked up version of our story. That's all. They multiplied it, and that's what happens with genes. Each element of those stories got rearranged, and we're in this model of all of that. Assholes. Fuck them. Yo, fuck them, bro. I don't even want them to die or be ill like that. I want them to be held accountable though. They gotta die. They need to be held accountable. And they have to be held accountable as an example to the other people that they represent that are gonna live and survive, to not be like, it'll never happen with us. But the threshold to get from here to where we're going genetically. What I don't want to see happen for your kids and your grandkids is that when white people's population collapses, numbers, you have to understand how fast it's collapsing as I make this video. It's not increasing ever. And what I'm saying is, they don't have enough people now. They haven't started making enough people. And every day or year they don't get started, the more impossible it is to replace their current population. That's a math problem, not a moral problem, not a socioeconomic problem. It's a genetic problem. Hear ye, hear ye. Go forth and multiply. They didn't multiply, they added. These are more primitive rubric worldview of very simple instructions. The instructions was to multiply yourself. Like if you're referencing that book, you feel me? And they claim to have, which is why they are here, correct? Inter Caetera, Thunder versus Doctrine of Discovery. There's no guessing. They might not remember. Convenient as fuck. You know what an Indian looks like? All right, so no matter, what I don't want to see is in 50 years, when that happens, our kids, the world's kids, if you will, all turning polarities on white people, and now they're in a weaker social position, then we then take off all this vitriol and negativity and then push them down and subjugate them and play mind games and social games and money games on their kids, bro. Because we didn't know how to read, we didn't understand magic and degrees and how mind control works. But you know how we are for real. Like if we did it, it would really fucking hurt them. And that's what I'm saying that on public record. I will never find that acceptable, no matter what our history is. Their kids that are not here yet do not deserve that, period. Because that group that's coming is going to be the most impossible group to have survived all of this to begin with. And then imagine, they come in with an L. Their last memory of being in control might actually be Donald Trump, ill. So now imagine their grandkids, out of favor and grace of the banking and social economic world, niggas is just doing what niggas do, and eventually social dynamic shifts where it doesn't matter too much. We're gonna do what we do. We're already bonded on music, but then when the kids come around, they're like, ill, you feel me? Donald Trump's grandson type shit. Like the way we do about R. Kelly, but you know how he is, Fiesta. Donald Trump ain't got a Fiesta. Donald Trump ain't got a chocolate factory. So you understand everything, like their kids are gonna have to remember that this point in history, no matter how it shakes, those are white people. We have it on tape. And their kids are white people from these white people who are losing everything. You understand? You understand? That's inevitable is what I'm saying to you. The inevitable collapse of their authority. They're thinking about money and control. I'm talking about when we walk outside and see them. Especially when more brothers wake up that they're Israelites and Indians. Remember what your grandmother said. You feel me? They'll be very hostile and dangerous for it. And they can't say sorry. They never paid you back. They never said sorry, their parents. And they can never pay you back. Negative 38 trillion. But their kids still have to live amongst you, right? You haven't thought about it yet. This is a crazy story. Because you think white people are always here, thus you assume that white people will always be here. I already told you that's not true. It's a math problem, guys. Like I said, this is what white people have done in the meantime. They were in this time in between, they was kind of mean, huh? Cool. Time's up. So they're at a funnel. 40%, currently 8%. Half of what's left, between 25 and 44, single and childless, narcissism, will not be able to pair bond. So 50% die off in 4 years of their reproducible generation. And that's just like the beginning of the function. We didn't get to the parentheses and the multipliers of economies and homelessness and like all the fuck shit that's happening to their people. Like, you subtract all the Indians and niggas that have always had the same problems. Just look at the white people. You understand? That's this. All these politics is for them, to their advantage. I mean, obviously. So they are dying off. It's way worse than poverty for them. I don't know that they know that or take that serious. In the same proportion that their leader, Trump, is dying off. Their population is dying off too. And their banks, their money is dying off too. And I don't know who's buying them. I don't know who's Jewing the Jews. I don't. They say it's like a computer or AI monster demon or something. It was like, oh, a nigga hacked into your database and got your dumbasses working against yourselves. The egos on these niggas. If these niggas got UFOs, bro, they can definitely hack into your goofy ass AI data center network. They're so haughty and arrogant. Narcissists, I get it. And they have pictures of, you know what I'm saying? They have pictures of the people on those craft. You know something in your internet? You don't think they can salt cycling you? That's weird. And they're niggas too. Like they might like playing games with you, just to fuck your shit up one brick at a time. And that's how God always does it, by the way. What passage is that, Jonathan, where God says He takes apart brick by brick, or you know, what is that, Joshua? It was somewhere around Joshua or Isaiah. One of them, God was saying, He said the enemies of us, like piece by piece, the stairs start to disappear on them. It's like playing Jenga. Like this block goes away, this block goes away. God doesn't knock it over. He strips it down to the gristle and then lets it tip itself over because it refused to repent during the whole sequence. It refused to stop. It refused to it refused as a spirit. It refused to show the fuck out, basically. That's how we would interpret it. But beyond that, it refused to take accountability for the fact that whatever happened, they're in the wrong currently. You know what I'm saying? They're not taking accountability for today's version of things. They're not being accountable to those responsibilities that are born out of certain injuries and deceptions. And being in the current authority, as they are, at least financially and through politics, they have a bigger responsibility, a bigger karmic debt to pay to everyone that they assume responsibility of, even if it's just a paper game. Everyone don't believe the same. They counted on them. Even if in their mind it's cool, usury and all this shit, that's how they did it before in the time before. They're doing it better, they're doing it bigger. And like, you're not smart enough to keep up, so what? I get it. I understand their type of level of social narcissism. But no. The people below them really voted, really cared, really believed, really studied, really went to school, really wanted the degrees, really wanted to be part of some shit, really wanted their kids to do better than them so they can make it better and shit. But these people, veterans, hit 2026 and they still haven't fixed or addressed none of this shit. They just keep causing more injuries, right? So from 40 to 8%. For the wages of sin is death. God's not talking about individuals, He's talking about entire bloodlines. That's why we kill our own. We do not want to curse our bloodline. What's the cursed bloodline look like? One century you're 40% of the world, next century you're 8% of the world, but you hold all of the authority, power, money, and paperwork. Meaning you hold all the cards and you're dying off. Not because you fight or go to war either. You're actually killing everybody else off. But as you're like doing whatever to the people in the sands, whatever you're doing to the people in the mountains, whatever you're doing to people in Asia, and these weird fires in these islands, whatever you've been doing since you created NASA, and all these sacrifices and missing babies and all these trucks in Canada filled with dead bodies and Asians, like you saw the ports and shit, the same story. Who's packing all these people in and who's buying them on this side? Like, how do they transport it and where did they discard the bones at? And like, that's a big operation. That shit sound kind of expensive. So a lot of people pay a lot of money to eat some fucking niggas for breakfast. Anyway, like, you understand what I'm saying anyway, from 40% to 8%. The nerve of these niggas to be eating niggas. It's like the snake eating its own tail.
And that's why dementia is so high amongst them. It's called Kuru if you're an Aboriginal. That's what Donald Trump has. That's why he's dying. That dementia and everything that's happening, that's cool. It'll be shaking, like on some Michael J. Parkinson type shit. It's the brain deteriorating, it's attacking itself. Because you consume humans. It's a side effect of cannibalism. I Diet Coke. Well, it depends. If they eat niggas and drink Diet Coke, then they might have a weird reaction. But no, if it is Diet Coke, it's in parentheses. But first, they eat niggas. This is not a rumor. This is based on a true story. The FBI knows that. They call it satanistic or Luciferian, so you think it's a religion or a church again. It's the same people. They're all related. They just got it. I don't care which side of the family does it or doesn't do it. You know how you have like Orthodox Jews and Christians? Like, I don't give a fuck about the sub-denominations. I just know they're not American Indians, but they're eating niggas. And they're ordering them and shipping them from the world to the United States. And we see them on the trucks. We see them on the things. And it's funny how the FBI and no one else seems to solve it or Netflix it and say, hey, can we at least know who the buyers are, bro? Like rest in peace to the people that are not here no more. But who was the intended buyer at least? Can we, I'm CS Minds. Can we get a profile of this high supply and demand shit at high risk? And we never get a resolution to that story. Never in human history. I pay attention to the biggest ones of them. They never tell us who all these cannibals are. Dear America, you have the most cannibals per capita for like the past 150 years. Dear America, if you hear my voice today, we have the largest per capita of cannibals alive today. Look how many kids and organs and bodies are missing just in the USA. You have to add all those numbers up every year. So listen to me. So when we're talking about population collapses, even if we are reproducing, let's say in Nuremberg, and 400 of our daughters go missing in Maryland every year. Those daughters never have daughters or sons, or whatever John Mayer said. They're someone's dinner. So it's not like you can replace them with 400,000 little girls and Gen Zs again. They're off the table. 400,000, when you see these human trafficking stats, guys, I need you to understand, like, even if you are having kids and stuff, as a whole, your sisters and cousins are losing 400,000 daughters a year alone on the East Coast. Let alone the Deep South where the racist Appalachian Hicks and all them cannibals are. Just outside of Washington, D.C., if I'm not mistaken. It's its own territory. It's not part of 50 states. Just in Washington, D.C. alone, 500,000 niggas go missing a year. Up to some point, right? It used to be a big deal. So I go to D.C., I'm like, where the niggas at? I was like, oh, it's 400,000 baby mothers missing. And Barack Obama did nothing about it. We're missing people because all those abortions and all those missing children never had kids. It wasn't because people weren't fucking. Now, cool story. That's what happened to us. But what happened to them? Supply and demand, right? We dying off. We're not able to reproduce enough because you ate off our whole first 10th of our crop, right? So, like, people have to get money and fucking want to have a kid again. Especially the ones who lost one. Like, you know how that shit go. Maybe they don't. All right, then. That's 400,000 more. Well, yeah, that's 400,000. So that's their mothers, women, who decide not to have another kid because they're traumatized. And that's the end of their bloodline. Part 5. How you doing? So you gotta look at it like code, mathematics only. Not feelings, not emotions, not decision making. What happened to the genetics? A lot of it was consumed. A lot of it was wasted. Where do you think they get the melanin from? Placentas and babies and T cells and all that stuff, usually from melanated kids. That's where we're at.
But enough people are eating niggas, cool, that they're starting to die off real fast. Then they had adrenochrome. I don't know. Look into it. Pfizer, adrenochrome. You'll look into it. You'll understand where that comes from. You're about 20 years worth of Illuminati documentaries behind, but you'll get there. And they weren't lying. But what were they doing with that? Fuck what they're doing with it. Who did they get it from? Whose pineal gland juice, decalcified, are you squeezing into these vials? Where did you even learn that science from? Egypt? Because, we're the only ones with that diagram. So they're consuming a sacred liquid that comes from a living person. And Pfizer has a patent for it? The same Pfizer behind the mRNA military scandal that almost took out my whole family tree. That was remaining. So my family tree that was just taken out, they still fucking, but they probably not going to have another bonus kid anytime soon, right? So no replacements, right? My dad's been in prison for a long time. Not enough room to create enough kids and enough time to replace his populations. And I have 0 kids. You see how it doesn't matter who John Smith is if I am the last one standing? Get it? You get it? You see how like all that happened without me going to war or shooting a cannon at somebody? No horses, no nothing. It's because of Jewish people and white people are in my territory. I did my best with their kids, and it still didn't matter. All of my family is gone. What happened to the Virginia, Maryland colonies? Hi, how you doing? We're the ones that survived. Atlantis, Egypt, floods, but just micro floods for a bloodline. Micro bloods, can you imagine? It's easy. It's that easy to have a whole fucking population fucked up with foreigners. Benjamin Franklin really wrote about this, y'all. That's exactly how it happens. It's not magic. It's just the way it is. As soon as you install classism between foreigners and indigenous, it's divide and conquer, but it's a little bit more sinister. It's not divide and conquer for control. That's the fear, the religion, the indoctrination to start brainwashing. Like, it's the most violent. But by the time they have kids and then have kids again, and then the hybrids are in charge of the class of them, like the coon of their versions, the light-skinned Dominican, the dark-skinned Dominican, that dynamic, when it started, that right there is how it's really divide and conquer. But what they're really trying to do is subvert the entire indigenous population for their resources, and then boom, piling everybody else. It's divide and conquer, like, think of it like blood cells, like HIV. It's like cancer. If you zoom out, if you zoom all the way out and see what happened to the tribes, it's like we're attacked. If we were blood cells on the map, we were attacked by HIV or cancer. This is our cell. This is our earth. This is our landmass. This is what our carbon is made out of. This side of the planet, this red shit is why I have this clay tapestry in my face. That's because that's what we are and that's where we are. So you just go back in time. This is where all we could be in dense populations. And then like, boom, now look at the map now versus us. It's like, yeah, it's like we got HIV. Yeah, gentrification is a sexually transmitted disease. Yup, exactly, man. You see all the hybrid babies out here? They're not black people anymore. You see how fast that happened? There's some Indians up that are my color. But there's a whole new cast of characters, all kind of wild hair and haircuts and Mexican, Puerto Rican, something. Black mother, black that, something going on. Latina, half Asian, Latina, and then black. Like, oh my God, what's going on somewhere? But every time that happens, there's no more black mixing. Those kids don't match with black boys and black girls again after that. As far as we have seen, Gen Z. This is a whole new class of crossbreed backgrounds, immigration patterns, Texas, California, like the whole Trail of Tears again, of a new class of passing or pale-skinned people
with the ingredients of several different tribes prior, Moriscos, and now they're their new class again. Smooth ass brain, AI computers. If they were serious as they were with us, they would have programmed the shit out of them. So Forthright would have nothing on the smooth ass brain they created for 3 generations. But they got defunded or something and dropped the fucking ball on it. Infiltration, spy games, bullshit. You know, Illuminati's turning on each other. You know how it is. Greedy bitch. But the people are like, oh, doo-doo-doo. We're sorry. So you have all these people who have no sense of tribe, tradition, recipes, or nationality. At best, they can just be United States citizens. They're gonna be aimless if they're not tightened with the side of their family that's still in their culture or habitat. If they don't cleave to that as a reference point, they're good as nothing. They're not gonna reproduce, is what I'm saying. They become mules, donkeys. This is why it happens on a farm that way too. Same social weirdness with hybrids. Same reason why you don't see a white fox or a white deer. Remember, we're all God's creation at the end of the day, my nigga. It follows the formula. Yeah, it always happens. It might happen. Like you see all the mix, and you see the spider wings. You see how cats are and tabbies are. There's a black cat, an orange cat, and a white cat. Like Jesus Christ, Trez Khan. Like I wonder what that is. Semite. White cats, black cats, and orange cats. Mm-hmm. You got one cat that's all them niggas. Like a calico for real, my nigga. How the fuck they do that? Israel. That's a new breed. That cat I described to, that's new. I've known cats my whole life. But that's a whole new breed. White people be doing the most, bro. But yeah, so now, called law of correspondence. You got a new breed of cats in the same time, we have a new breed of cats. New types of people, new types of mixes, new type of calicos out here. Moriscos is what you call them, but be Moorish people, if you would. That's how you get Moorish people in Indian socials. You watch it. So the Indians turned into Moorish people just in the last, since the 90s. When it was cool not to just kill black people, maybe have sex with them and keep their kids. That's new after the 60s here. $80 years in a row, right? Come on now. We're in our 3rd generation of potential ever happening in fucking human history. And they're already licensed. And they're already gone. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you're an Israelite or a Jew, and you understand what our math is, what ends up happening is that. And then that civilization whitens out with something else that's light, or let's say Russia or China. These kids, the Asians that are coming in, let's say 2 generations from now, socioeconomically we'll crossbreed again. And I have this like, instead of blackanese, they'll have like a Mexicanese white, but with the white thing and the Negro bone structure will get linkier and tall maybe, but they'll be pale-ish and another mix of something. I'm telling you, just in 2 generations is about to happen. The whole class of what you call black people today, when the Asians take over, 2 generations, yeah, they're mixing from light skin to light skinned again, already ashing out all the melanin O blood type. And then the RH starts taking over, and it adjusts the parameters, and then the blueprint's different. And in 2 more generations, they're no longer black people. Because of math. They will say I'm a descendant of black people, but genetically, their insides will say something different. And after 3 to 5 generations of that, they become sterile, meaning they stop reproducing so many of that breed, and they die off because they stopped. So this generation of kids has up to 3 generations. I even think they got Dominicans and Puerto Ricans the second time. The Puerto Ricans you see now changed after the 1800s. That was not what nobody over there looked like in the 1800s. But look at Puerto Rican girls now. Look at J-Lo now. She a boomer. So her grandmother or great-grandmother was a black woman. Arawak Indian, Taino, call whatever the fuck you want, man. Copper-colored Indians are copper-colored. J-Lo is not copper-colored. She's pale. That's from 18 Civil War until 1960s when she was born. That's how fast. And she had a kid with Mark Anthony, another pale-born. Look at their kids. Look like a little white girl from Spain or something. They both born in New York. Like, now let her daughter grow up a few more years and get with like one of the LaMelo Ball brothers or one of Steph Curry's kids, and then them have a kid, or even the Kardashians, one of their kids, one of their hybrids, one of fucking Kanye West's daughter. That she fucks around and gets her mind back and likes a boy one day and has a kid. Well, the boys like Rob, who probably bigged her, or her brother, uncle, Rob Kardashian, people that look like her family members. What their kid gonna look like, bro? What do you think? What do you think her kid will look like, bro? Look at Logic's kid, bro. Look what Logic's kid. Look, yo, Logic dad look like my granddad, bro. Logic don't look like me though. We're the same degrees too. You feel me? Logic looks like my dad's dad. So Logic and my dad should look the same. They don't. I look just like my dad though. Logic don't look just like his dad. You see how fast that happens? What's the only thing that changed? The plantation. Nativity is the mother. The mother changes the nation. That's why they killed off all the black mothers first and tried to put the Jewish women in charge of it. Now they skipping that stuff and going to artificial. They just wanted to kill off our sisters because that's who the land belongs to. And if you generate 2 to 3 generations of kids who forget their background and are now in a class environment as pale or white in class, they don't question the black side of anything because they're competing in class. They graduated to the class of fair, light-skinned white people. They're passing now. They're passing the class, so now they're competing horizontal with other people they know that are passing because they're passing, right? They know they're passing, they know they're passing, and they know that at the top of the class of passers. So they're not playing the same game no more. They might have the lore, the me, and the estates and everything, but they're not going to play that game no more, and they're never going to turn dark again. But they don't know, because this is recently here, this is new, Creole is new. By the 3 to 5th generations, they'll become sterile or homosexual. Look at our generations. This is not random. This is not hatred. This is mathematical equation. The Bible laid it out, actually. Benjamin Franklin did too. Benjamin Banneker did too. It's good math, bro. They're diviners. They're deists too, right? However you want to stack that up in terms of their degrees and how they see shit when they talk about it. They're talking about it from a master degree level. All right, no. We're not talking about people and personalities. We're talking about math. The math of people's decisions and outcomes that we don't control, but we can observe. Science, hypothesis, hypothecate, imagine everything. And that's what we're doing. We're trying to imagine everything through math. Algebra, Gabriel, same story. So we have that generation, that crop of hybrids that are going sterile, gender queering, not having kids, socioeconomic reasons, and all the things that we know are true. All the things that we know are true. And all the issues that cause, and all the pain that causes, and all the confusion, for sure. The problem is with that, guys, is that that's mathematically proven to happen every time this happens. So you feel me? We're not fighting presidents per se. We're not even fighting precedents of this ever happening. This ain't the first time this happened. We have a book about it. What we're saying though is, what I'm saying is, this is gonna play out because that happened already. This shit played out already. You feel me? It loaded, it's rendering. We beyond it now. What they say? What we say? Say okay, lo say. It is what the fuck it is already. It's too many. There's too many hybrids that are sterile, homosexual, too poor to worry about children. And then on the other side, you got a lot of the mothers, narcissists, baddies, don't really want to be family members. And it's disguised as eminisms and issues and yeah. Cool. It's sad that this language and this paradigm describes it as it is. But all that really is the consequence of someone's older's decisions. We have the paradigm of the veil. We have the paradigm of generational curses. Hello. You have to break them for yourself, though. Breaking your generational curse is like redeeming your bloodline, similar to how Jesus redeemed all of us. But in the individual story, your individual karma, your individual role in this of how all of us got here back then, we have to rinse that out. That hits the whole sacrifice thing, hits the blood, hits the wineskin thing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Purify your blood. And it's a code word for just saying, you know what, break those generational curses. Those things that cause things to go left, that cause issues, that broke commandments, that cause division, that cause lack, that cause all the plagues and all the things that you're aware of, because this is your science. Like, what led to this? What led to that? All right, stop. Do more of this. And pass that down forward. And of course, no one's going to listen at some point. And you know what I'm saying? It's a threshold. It's like the universe. It expands and it contracts, expands and contracts. We obviously contracted. Past 200 to 400 years. We contracted like a motherfucker. Cool. All right, so we're right here. We're squeezed 13% now. Feel me? Not enough people to make kingdoms. But we're 13% of us left after a massive 100% of us to 13% of us, right? We're now 87% total. We were 100% at one point, right? We're 13% of total, huh? And we fuck more and have more kids, so our total population was bigger than this. That many people died since. Yes, absolutely. Most of it due to slavery or the consequences of poverty, invasions, bullshit, cannibals, wars, cowboys, Indian strains, famines, AIDS, earthquakes, storms, freezes, whatever you name, and all that shit going on right now anyway. So you could kind of see it to believe it. Just take it back 200 years. Same story. Same time period too. It's the scariest part about it. They say Pluto in the same place if you think about it. Logic. Since that last time this happened in the sky, we were expanded, and then since then we contracted. All right, so we have a new variable. We're contracted now. Who expanded as a consequence? The newcomers. Cool. So now we're at the end of a cycle where we contracted, and now the newcomer expanded real fast at the end of the 1800s, 1900s, and now they're contracted. So they shot it and it dropped short. Imagine that. But what does that mean if their contraction caused our, if their expansion caused our depression, if you will, they're now going to a system-wide depression all across the world. What does that say for us? That now going forward, when this evens out mathematically, we ought to be, whatever's remaining, on a course to expand again. And I'm talking purely math and genetics. Not how rich you're going to be, not what you own, not where your land is. I don't think a book about genetics has ever been talking about that. Fundamentally, that's the foundation of the rest of the stories. Genetics. What your grandma said. Go forth and multiply that. I think it was this was like our iron sharpens iron moment. It was a genetic stress test first. Everything else is the side effect. It was a genetic stress test first. How it played out, good, bad, ugly, lies, truths, hidden histories, that's a side effect of a genetic stressor. Period. It's a foreigner, genetically. It's not your people. It's not your neighbors. That book ain't in your book because they ain't your genetic neighbors. Old book about your genetics. Wineskins. Cut it out. Egyptian. Weirdo. So yeah. But I guess other genetic dispensations have a similar trajectory for their growth socially. Similar to ours, obviously. We don't know why today. We have no idea how and why that is at all. I think some of them do though. I sense it. I see the UFOs. I sense there's a hidden force at hand above us in a principality or two. Yes. At a time like this, can you imagine? So all of that is happening because we're going in another direction. And y'all have to know that. That's the only message I got, man. That's in my notification system. God told me to tell me that I think I understood that message to tell you. It's what George Washington said to Muhammad. This is a deranged occasion, if I've ever heard of one. keep your balance. For real. Keep your balance personally, whoever you are. Fuck what's going on for real. People always worry me because they always said to me, why do you always worry about this stuff? We can't do nothing about it. And I never disagreed. My answer to them was, because I can't do nothing about it, I want to know why I can't do nothing about it. So it's imperative that I understand what it is that I can't do nothing about. Saying that I can't do nothing about it doesn't help me understand why I can't do that. It's a loop for me. Repeat until, all right, y'all can't do nothing about it. I know. We'll do nothing about what, though? The it. What's the it? The thing you can't do nothing about. What's that? Man, I can't do nothing about that. I got that part. Why can't I? Because, man. Because can't do nothing about it. It's a dead end in every conversation. Even with conspiracies. Some people turn it off. Like, they might be following you and believe about the human trafficking and everything. Epstein's list, right? They heard about it enough on Facebook. But when you start talking about the facts, what do? They shut down because it gets to a point where it's too rich and too many white people and too far away and too long ago and too many lies and too many agencies involved that are way more qualified and authorized to deal with it. And you want to talk about it with this person. What the fuck are we talking about? What the fuck could we ever do about these pedophiles? It's not like we have boats, planes, and guns, and white people will back us up if we decided to take into our own hands. If anything, we'll get killed or go to prison for trying to stop people from killing kids. Isn't that evil? Like, I'm willing to crash out, but if I did, I would get sentenced and judged for crashing out on the people that they refuse to judge. Like, think about that loop real quick. As a man, like a man that would be willing to go there, and I can't because no pro bono lawyers, no loopholes for me. I'm blackish, and yeah, like, murder is bad. But I was like, I didn't murder nobody. I stoned a pedophile. It's part of my culture on my land that I'm a descendant of the kings of. It's not murder. That's actually in Deuteronomy and stuff. Like, we're supposed to stone you. It's an abomination. It's unforgivable. Most people murder someone that can be forgiven. Bad communications. Now, murder is like cold blood stuff. It's like shit that petty. Nah, stoning is a judgment. Eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind. Then watch the speck in your eye then. So I ain't gotta fucking take it out. Like, we're at zero tolerance. It's an honor system. And we achieved that, obviously, when we wrote that story. So we would kill anybody who had us fucked up like that. There's no justice system. What are y'all talking about? You do not want those people to reproduce. Because 3 to 5 generations later, they pop up again. And here we are in 2026 with that generation that popped up again with the perfect timeline that matches when they first got here. So all that learning and conditioning around niggas, evened it out by the 90s, but it popped back up again. Boomers, too. That's the craziest part. They were 20 and 30 in the 90s. So they just got out of college. They had wonder years. They had hip hop music and stereo systems, and they still ended up being these people on these pedophile lists. That's the age group, by the way. It's generational. 3 to 5. Yep, it's generational. There's a generational pedophile revival or renaissance from a mathematical genetic expression of who their dads are. Barbary Wars and after Civil War, it's all pirates from other places. Storming the beaches, stealing bitches, then politics, sociality, and money, and then bitches started choosing up, and it's not so gory by the 3rd generation, 1960s. So, you understand? You understand it more in the Creole cultures, where it was like, but that's very recent, like super recent, within 3 to 5 generations. That's dying. That's dying too. That's dying too. Those are the last of their Mohicans, if you will. Slaves or not, or just whatever it is. Like, nigga, they're not Indians. They wouldn't own anything here anyway. Y'all really need to land on why they're here. Fuck their job, title, or what they own. If you're not American Indian, why are you here in this story? Like, we skip that every time. We do United States citizenship and immigration context. That's not what happened. To get different colors of people in copper-colored lands. It's not a morality mathematic equation you need to solve. No one would stop them anyway if it was ours. What I'm saying is, that's not the story. So mathematically, a whole copper-colored
side of the planet unknown by the other side of the planet. The other side of the planet is known to have pale skins. And then within the last 400 years, this planet has been overrun by pale skins over here, where there's never been pale skins as of when? 1611, 1750, 1828. There you go. It's like a game of Chinese. It's like the Chinese game Go. You ever seen how Go is played? It's black and white. A little circle. You going circle for circle on some man college shit. And you're creating these patterns, consistent touches like Tetris or any matching puzzle game. So if you're white, you're making the white snake, and black can trap you, stop you, or make his own. But you get points by blocking out your opponent from finishing a cipher. So like, if white did 4 squares in the center, black would have to do like 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, the 8, and then 12, I think. He had to surround white all together, and he takes all white's pieces, and that's score. So it's like chess, like, or checkers, you pick up the pieces. So you surrounded white, you take his pieces. But then it's strategy, because you can do weird shapes in advance to kind of trap people. So you take 1 piece, 2 piece, and eventually your whole side of your board turns black until you run out of pieces altogether, right? Capture pieces, reuse them, type shit. So eventually, the moral of Go is that you don't win by force or chicanery. You win by like going band for band, person for person, blood for blood with the person you're going against, and eventually overwhelming them by multiplication in their environment. That's all it is. It's not. It's cruel. The effect is cruel, but the mechanics you're currently indoctrinated and conditioned with, because that's how we carry on now as citizens. As the United States citizenship is turning Mexican in front of you, like you're living through it. And that's whatever Mexican means. What Mexican was is not what Mexican is today. It's a different pedigree. Copper-colored Indians. These are not copper-colored Indians. I'm a copper-colored Indian. I'm not Mexican. My grandfather created Spanish. They're Mexican. They speak Spanish. They're native to Mexico because their grandmothers reproduced in Mexico. So they would be Mexican to that degree. But I'm code switching to Montezuma, the emperor of Mexico, meaning it's his land and territory that they live on. We, different degrees, different pedigrees. They're smaller too. They'll probably B or M. So, you know what I'm saying? There's a different vertical genetic ladder. We could all be here. But if you take something else that surrounds you and doesn't mix and doesn't make it gray, and it just stacks around you as its own xenophobic thing, eventually those who are surrounded socioeconomically, policy, KKK, whatever it was, bad land, territories, famines, earthquakes, cut off from family. And you just do that for 2 or 3 generations, eventually the thing that's surrounded dies off. That's it. So it's a genetic gentrification time bomb. So they did that with Hispanics and Latinos. They threw them into Raleigh. That's where I experienced it at the end of the 90s. And this is how it happened. And you're gonna see it happen with every other Ukrainian that comes, Russian comes, Chinese, Asians. You see it all the time. But how it happened in Raleigh, a predominantly black city, of course, with a lot of white people with money and control, something slavery, but whatever, nigga. These Indians, right? So they brought the Mexicans in, and I came to Raleigh at the same time they did. I was in Henderson first. Not a large Mexican footprint yet in the non-city embassy, Mexican, what is it? You know what I'm talking about? Where they come, their church, everything. That's all set up for them in Raleigh. Took about 10 years. So from 98 to 2008, I saw them move in, and these were the more indigenous Mexicans at first. The ones who are phonetically, look more like what you see in the Mexico paintings from recent years. And they're littler, and they're old already. They're like 50 and up. And they're coming in. We have a flea market in Raleigh on Capitol Boulevard, historically, since they fucking took it over. And that flea market was kind of like a flea market, right? So, cheap stuff, mom and pop, goods and trades, drugs, alleged, video games. And so the Mexicans started posting up there. Mexicans wasn't able to get inside the flea market, because that used to be the main thing in the 80s and 90s, but then it became outdoor when Mexicans showed up. The indoor was like the white people that owned or rented their booths, you know what I'm saying? And they weren't going to move no time soon. It was the only normal spot to go to if you lived in Raleigh in the 90s.
for the stuff that's not, Kmart department malls. And the price, of course. In the 90s when the fucking cheeseburger was goddamn 68 cents. Anyway, they're making a killing, right? They didn't even understand what they had back then. So because of that pseudo xenophobic racism that exists in Raleigh, disguised as RTP tech decency, the Mexicans posted outside with vans and carpets, and folding tables, and over probably 1 or 2 summers of that, just once a weekend, they pretty much got the whole fucking block that the flea market was on. Today, when you go there, like the state had to do something. They put a Wake Tech community something night school, but the rest of that block over there, Mexican everything, stores, international stores, this, that. And the crazy thing about the Mexican invasion, if you will, is that we're saying Mexican, and I don't think they're Mexicans. I'm looking at the pedigrees in my face right in my mind's eye right now. I'm like, these ain't the same type of Mexicans I see outside here. And I'm on the West Coast now with a different patina. They're not, whatever that what came to Raleigh is not what I see here. Nope. So you'll see El Salvadorian this and Colombia this. It's like, oh, so everybody with a South America, Central America passport know to come to Raleigh all of a sudden? But these niggas ain't got cell phones and internet. Cut it out. I don't know what their countries did to send this generation of men at that age, older than soldier age already, right? So not really their kids. And they send them all here. Some got the cowboy hats, I guess. And some are just, they're all humble people too, and that's the weirdest thing about it. Like, they knew exactly how to operate around white people and Negroes. They stayed out the way. I never felt hostile towards them. We didn't hear too much things on the news about young black kids being idiots towards them. It's just like they were just allowed to be there. And niggas can get their jeans and shit from them. You know what I'm talking about? Not the FUBU 05, but the FUBU 50s. You can get them from them. So that's how it started. That's how they got their money. The weed bricks, all that shit under the covers. And then black people fucking with it, I guess. And they're having kids. They're very young. You didn't see too many teenagers from that group of genetics. You saw the young ones. And the mother got like 3 or 4 of them niggas. Like, come to a country you've never been to before in human history, and you popping pussy every night without a job and no job security. But you cool with that. All of y'all cool with that. Oh, y'all got the same church. So if you look at the history of the Church and Inquisition, of how they gentrified things genetically, the church did it then too. Catholics, Mexicans, or something like that. I don't know what that means genetically, but yeah, I watched them do that to Raleigh in 1998 to 2008. And now, there are no more black areas in terms of real estate destination for products and services, like where the barbershop, the hood spot, the hangout, the place where niggas get shot, because a lot of niggas got money and loud music and drugs. Like, those spots disappeared. MS-13 came through, and they're stabbing everybody, but that's not making the news. The breaking and enterings of niggas is, though. But then Raleigh has a brand new problem. There's a weird cocaine syndicate here. And all of it rhymes with every music group you hear coming out in the early 2000s. And it's all targeting Raleigh. Interesting. All these Mexicans are here too. Interesting. I met El Diablo. Wow. I had his phone number until 2 months ago. Diego was the hitman for them. I dated Diego's girlfriend. I dated a hitman's girlfriend for 12 years. Of a Mexican cartel. And her Puerto Rican father, an Indian associate of such shenanigans in Raleigh, North Carolina, when the Mexicans came in. Diego Hernandez was one of the Mexican families that came in to Burlington and Durham, North Carolina in the 90s. I seen him twice in person. Little nigga too. But he's a nigga for real. He got our hair. He put marijuana in alcohol bottles. His grandmother was a medicine woman, and she was darker than him. He has an aunt in Durham. They're older. Diego is 10 years older than me. So he's the first generation that came to Raleigh. That patina, they're black Mexicans. Like, you know, we have these adjectives, but if you understand what I'm saying. If you understand what I'm saying to you. Matos Moros, like,
He was a black Mexican descendant who finally came back to Tuscarora in the 90s. And because the bullshit is bullshitting, he fit right in with that shit. And I've had his phone number until 2 months ago. Mexicans in Raleigh. MS-13, El Salvador, Puerto Ricans, Mexicans. And it's all a ringleader of black. It's witchcraft. It's Santeria too. Santeria. Remember his mother, weed, alcohol. He's one of those. He saw his food and shit from scratch. He's raised by a grandmother. Grandfather wasn't shit. That's how his black Mexican stories go, cowboy. And so yeah, I knew Diego Hernandez, the hitman for their cartel. And you know how niggas are with white girls. So he got some hybrid Mexican Spanish-speaking white-ish woman. See how difficult that is? I don't know. I know she's a white woman. I don't know if she's a white woman. But she's a white woman that speaks fluent drug cartel Spanish. And I knew her when I was in middle school. Because that's how funny God is and how life is when you understand the story I'm telling you right now. Because I was chasing Sequoia Gregory at her pool, that story I tell you about, where I manifested better bitches because she didn't want to come outside because she hid from the fact that she had a boyfriend. Me and her boyfriend outside at the pool together with these other bad bitches while she looking through the window. That neighborhood where that story takes place at with me and Leon, Mrs. Diego Hernandez's baby mom is selling all the cocaine in that area where it's hot, where I was telling you about. It's a weird neighborhood back then because that's all the cocaine and the drugs was. What I'm telling you is, when I was in that neighborhood chasing that girl, jumping in the swimming pool, doing backflips, hoping I don't get jumped by her boyfriend that she didn't tell me about, and we became best buds and shit like the best fucking 90s movie ever on The Wood Part 2, she was in that apartment too, getting fucked by Diego Hernandez. Enough time for his kids to be like 5 or 6 by the time I meet him. Yeah, in real life, that's crazy. Like 10 years older than me. So he was out there the same time I was out there. I guess earning his degrees. But they didn't introduce the witchcraft until the Puerto Ricans got involved, which is who I was involved with. The Puerto Ricans have a weird story in the realm of drug trade and black magic. These 2 degrees, I'm telling you something. I'm talking about, I'm in that epicenter of secret families. And I earned my degrees the hard way. I grew up in the hood nigga section with my people, and then I grew up with the drug trafficking and magic practicing version of their society. I didn't miss anything. It just wasn't talked about. However, they have a brother from, fuck their family story, but main character shit, we get to main character. There's a main character named Angel, Puerto Rican. Him and Diego are probably the same age. Angel's older than me, probably by 6 to 8 years. He's from Puerto Rico. He has a twin brother. They're connected to the family that I'm talking about by blood. But Angel specifically, and his brother specifically, and their parents specifically, that branch of that family specifically, are on some other shit that I've never heard of. Thus, and I'm talking about some lo-fi ghetto Puerto Rican shit. I'm saying it's like, we don't have movies about this. So him and his brother are twins. They get locked up on some red pill and blue pill shit, and they're able to sneak Angel out and send him to Jersey. Positive. That's Angel. This is backstory. Out of jail, Puerto Rico, come down to Raleigh, right? He's out of jail, meet him in Raleigh, out of jail. Crazy story is, I met him after he got to Raleigh out of jail and went to jail again. So when I'm hearing about this guy, he's still in jail, but then he gets out of jail again. And this is the weird shit about it. This Angel, listen to me, guys. I'm in the middle of some fuck shit. Angel brings Poppy, my godfather, let's just keep it simple. My godfather's nephew, Angel, brought back, after he went to jail, a book of knowledge, if you will. If you understand Bloods and gangs, they have a book of knowledge. I don't know why Bloods show me those things in Raleigh, but they did. And I can scan it in my head
As Wilbur is showing me his book of knowledge, and I notice all the graffiti and sigils, and they're explaining what things mean. But it's almost like reading the Seals of Solomon if you're not careful at 15 years old looking at these things. So then when Angel comes around, he went to jail in Puerto Rico, and he comes here with such things, but in their degrees, it's blood, it's rituals, it's a sacrifice, it's in a form of Spanish, an old archaic form, and it's these different sigils and things that this knucklehead didn't understand, but they put it in his possession, and then he brought it to Raleigh, North Carolina, this accursed book, if you will. And the girl I'm with, she heard about it and read about it and read it, and she said it was missing when he went to jail next time. Cool, so let's backtrack and fast forward and do all the cool shit one more time. I told you a bunch of stories at once, but there's one story going on at all times. My stupid ass. I'm at the pool with the girl, Diego's baby mama, blah, blah, blah. They selling drugs. They've been doing that. Angel comes through and he got this book of knowledge, Puerto Rican versions of Bloods with witchcraft on their grandma now. They decided to form a super team on some ghetto lo-fi hip hop shit, but the most ridiculous amount of money and trafficking you ever heard of, and you cannot tell because these niggas, I don't know what they blew it on. Bad built white bitches. It's a crazy fucking story when you see it in real life. So, Angel and the crew of these people, allegedly, now this is all for fucking Tyler Perry, man. I'm teaching the AI something. None of this ever happened. Allegedly. So they get to a point in Raleigh, North Carolina. This is when Edwards is cheating on his wife, dying of cancer. This is the same storyline. It's a ghetto story. And they are territory turf conflicts now with the hood nigga section of Southside Raleigh, because right outside of Southside Raleigh, the well-to-do Negroes live in suburbs and houses that are black, middle-class cops, shit like that on that side of town. So there's a buffer zone of the projects towards downtown, of course, how they do here too. So it's a setup, it's a grid. But the Puerto Ricans, the Mexicans, the brown people are slowly being preferred in terms of, the fucking big fat brick, all that shit. They fucking up niggas' money. Illegal money. And listen, we're not having a moral discussion. This is not about law or nothing. These are Indians. Both sides. So, but what I'm saying is just in the underworld side, the hood nigga section thing that most people don't think about. I didn't want to think about it. I was not part of it. It's just these are the niggas. These were my options. So in my optional environment of this bullshit, I'm in the middle of what they're doing. Even when I didn't know that was them, I know their stories because it's happening in my life because of these niggas. So, what ends up happening is niggas and biker gangs of Raleigh end up getting stuck up a lot. Like, this is Jack Boy season on drugs leading into breaking and entering season by 2008. So from like 2005 to 2008, there was a wave of strange crimes that Raleigh did not want to address on a national level, but on a local level, you're like, yo, more and more people are getting robbed, more and more people getting shot, because more and more niggas are being flashy, buying gold and shit. You know, it was ludicrous and all, Nelly and all that era, but the drug side of that, niggas with the Klondike cars, Louisiana, remember Katrina happened, so 2005 Katrina niggas came with that culture to Raleigh, Geechee ass niggas, Boosie badass ass niggas, and then the Mexicans and Puerto Ricans speak a whole nother language, MS-13, and they're doing the same thing in the same fucking square. And then now they're getting locked up by police, and now they're going to jails for the first time in human history. MS-13 Mexicans and niggas from Raleigh, North Carolina are being jumped into gangs and witchcraft degrees in central prison. That would have never fucking happened in human history, ever, until like after 1996. So those kids get indoctrinated in the prisons and the juvie camps and all types of things, all kind of sick shit. But no, don't miss the part that when they're committed to these orishas, like you got to get locked up to become part of Ogun. It's Ogun or Shango? No, Shango actually. And there's West Indians come here, and the network of demons. I'm just gonna code switch so it's easier to talk about. But the demon they use in their brand of Ogunism. One of the things you have to do, besides the all white in the cemetery and all that cool, cute, and glamorous shit for your ritualists, is that when you really want the power that comes with him. So with code switching, like that's the degrees in rituals for the wind. But when you want like, I think what's Ogun good for? I don't know if he's bulletproof. Is that Shango? I'm describing Shango to you. In this particular patina of Raleigh, North Carolina witchcraft that I witnessed personally, okay? It's different everywhere, I'm sure, but you're still in the same Bible. But what I'm saying is, I know for a fact and I know for a certain, those prisons have a network of warlocks on the degree of the underworld and drug trade, almost exclusively, who initiate people while they're doing time in prison, in jails. And if that's true for them, it's true for the Mexicans and MS-13. If it's true for them, it's true for the white boys and the Aryans and the KKK. It's true for the Masons. It's all under there. And you can ask anybody in prison. But what I'm saying is, you're not going to get it at the same data rate or competence. Like how I speak, it's not going to be communicated at that level. But it's happening. And then they come back out in the streets, getting women pregnant, raise their kids a certain way, or their uncles, or their cousins, or their brothers. Everyone's doing this everything. So you have the Israelites in the front, but you have the Jews of everything in the back. Same story. So I'm in the middle of all that. Transactional, biological, underworld warfare. And black people had the stronghold on the south side. It's long enough for me to finish high school. So by 2005, it switched over by 2008. And that's that real estate crisis, unironically, right? But from 2005 to 2008, just in Raleigh, and I'm sure this happened everywhere, the gangs and the witchcraft was so fucking loud, if you will, that the witchcraft side of that battle won. Because on the black underworld side of Raleigh, North Carolina, the South Tuscarora colonies after the Civil War, they were more Christianized. So they had mothers and jar witches and witchcraft, but out in open air and like going there and sacrificing someone and trying to channel a deity to be bulletproof. Like, niggas wasn't built like that in the South. Nah, they might do some other shit. They might bury some shit. They might even kill somebody and use their blood once or twice, but they're not like willing to go there to get the extra prizes that take you beyond a nice house and a Cadillac. Like, these motherfuckers that I know magic. For instance, they're all working together, robbing niggas basically. So the niggas in Raleigh who sell drugs and getting jacked by these black people are not getting jacked by black people. They're getting jacked by black people, but the South American and Central American versions. The little niggas. But because they wear bandanas and they have hair like us and dreads and braids, they look like little niggas. West Indian, Haitian, something. Nope. They're being robbed by the cartel. Black people in Raleigh, North Carolina were being robbed by the cartel, and because of that, it looked like a gang war between niggas, Bloods, and I guess we had Crips and folks, but it made street level, high school level, made it seem like that was happening with the people who do drugs older than us, but it wasn't. It was some of that, because you know how niggas are, but no, the wave that hit was a side effect of Mexican immigration to Raleigh. They got a head start because of the flea markets, rock quarry in downtown Raleigh. That's what they were doing. I know that because the kid I grew up with, Leslie, and my basketball court at Green Road, he's the little brother of three brothers. Me and Lee Jean, who's Puerto Rican and black, he's one of our cousins. Annoying as fuck. God moved me to his neighborhood when I got to Raleigh. Lee Jean, can you imagine? John Lee. And this little Puerto Rican ass, little short ass family. And Rashawn and Leslie. 3 boys in a row, 3 different grades. Me and the oldest are in the same grade. Me and Rashawn are the closest. And Leslie's annoying as fuck. He stole my bike, but he always played basketball with us. Them niggas. When me and Lee Jean graduated, Rashawn went to prison for stabbing somebody to death. Called him Radio Raheem. I don't know what his background was or who his mother was from, but I know Sean Brooks and all of them who were making the park unbearable to these kids because they're West Indians. So it's already starting. As soon as when I'm playing basketball, these kids are new, first generation in America. And the ones that are not from our territories, from the water, they start all the bullshit in our neighborhoods as high school kids at the park where you sell weed or be seen or get bitches. They're new though. Remember, they're foreigners. They're you know what I'm saying? Like, their playthrough is brand new for them. In their hometown or their territory, everyone's their cousin. So they come out here, you know what I'm saying? So, them kids. So Rashawn, Puerto Rican from New York, like my family, part this, part that. He killed Radio Raheem because they're trying to jump Leslie the youngest. I didn't understand that story back then because we didn't have. I knew because I'm from the north and I know gangs for real that we in our park in our neighborhood and these kids out in school don't have that. So why would Leslie be getting jumped, knowing who his brother is and who Lejon is, and more importantly who I am? It wouldn't make sense for anyone from our community to jump Leslie. Leslie talks a lot of shit. He got away with murder with his fucking little mouth talking all kinds of shit. Little Mexican, New York, and Rican, whatever the fuck he is. A little tiny pretty boy, always at the basketball court, and mad that he's short. Talk so much shit. So I can get how like he had motherfuckers fucked up. He had me fucked up, but he was a kid. So he's getting jumped. And then he tells Rashawn, his middle brother, takes a knife, tries to figure out why or what's going on. Why are you jumping my brother, like my brother? Like, come on, what's going on? And then Radio Raheem must have not read the memo and shit about this tribe of Indians out here and got killed trying to be tough. And they sent Rashawn to prison for 7 years, right? They did jump his brother. It wasn't, you know what I'm saying? Rashawn wasn't going to kill nobody. Rashawn saw red because his brother was hurt. Because they're jumping him into a West Indian version of Bloods. Freaky Zeke, Dipset, same story. Brick Squad, all of that. That is a foreign black version of what ought to be a black Indian gang. And I'm talking about purely if you look at it statistically, genetically, and who their mothers are. Remy Ma has a fashion store in Raleigh. Dipset has this gang in Raleigh. And what I'm telling you is I was there when it started piling up. Fat Joe has his connections in Raleigh. Everyone is there from New York down to Miami. Raleigh is that crux because of the 90s and the tours and the Chitlin circuit. Remember, these rappers are drug dealers. So when they're rapping, nigga, in these drug Chitlin circuits, they're meeting other drug dealers, nigga. Raleigh. Yep, that's what happened in the 90s in Raleigh. All of it happened there. That's their safe house. Oh, and would not surprise me. Biggie Smalls was there. Chavis Heights or Washington Terrace. Biggie Smalls. They call him something else. I think they call him Chris or something. That nickname. He grew dreads to change his description to niggas on the milk box mixing. He went to North Carolina. He went to Raleigh. He ain't got with the girls, Gen X that went to St. Aug and shit. Hood rats. I think they're Crips. Yep, Biggie went down there. So, Tupac probably went through there, fucking them bitches or boys or something. I don't know. I'm not judging. Jay-Z, of course, because Jay-Z, the rapper, Carter, a Jew, I'm Beasley, Jew. His best friend, DeHaven, fuck DeHaven for caving. Made men don't make statements. Made men like made Jews. DeHaven Irby. Is a baby with one of my homegirls from East Millbrook, Nakiba. DeHaven worked at Rex Hospital. I worked at Rex Hospital. Jay-Z's former best friend lives in Raleigh, and I know him. But that's how close that drug empire that DeHaven went to prison for to relocate to Raleigh is, in Raleigh. If you understand everything. Raleigh has nothing to show for it, by the way. I'm just saying these people, families, their grandmothers, if you will. Diego's grandmother was in Durham, in Burlington. Mexican black woman. Might look like a West Indian too, though, depending on who the daddy is. You understand how the story's playing out for you. We had an invasion of people, and our skin colors and similar, from various degrees during hip-hop hooray and internationalism magnet schoolism, that somehow were grandfathered into federal or state territories co-signed by white people who are handing out the vouchers and Section 8 and food stamps as they're flying in and applying for them through some type of church or something. I'm pretty sure that was a good reason, but I'm talking about the niggas that showed up at my playground from the same season. So some of my brothers, Gen X especially, who would have been outside in Raleigh in the early 2000s, are not outside now. Prison, dead, lost their trade route. Mexicans, MS-13. Obviously the white boys, once ICE and heroin took over. That took over the white schools though, separate. That story, that fentanyl story that they have now was sold separately. But I watched that begin too. That's a different migration thing. That's white people and Asians. RTP, that's their tech bros, flunkies that make the heroin go crazy because you know how expensive it would have been then in a place like Raleigh, North Carolina. So no port nearby, but it's the main artery of the East Coast if you're driving up and down from Miami. So thus, It's the midway point. And it's Tuscarora Colony. And mine got M sell cocaine anyway, so I don't know what anyone's tripping about. But we're talking about pedigrees and who belongs here. So they did that. They played go. They surrounded Raleigh with migrations to Durham, Chapel Hill, Clayton, Garner. They slowly filled it up with everyone else but niggas. We thought niggas was just getting money and moving to the suburbs. That wouldn't make sense because niggas love basketball. They came back to see Jerry Stackhouse and we haven't seen him since. So no, niggas died off and didn't reproduce, or the women didn't keep enough kids to represent their faces again, so you wouldn't miss them, right? But we missed them because we don't see their fathers either. So that happened. You saw more hybrids and mixes. And some of your core people you've known are there. You didn't die 100%. You're just not 100% no more. And now they, Diego and this girl who he had 2 kids with, who he's no longer with, because at this time he's with my future girlfriend. But his kids are there. And she's messing with this new Mexican Salvadorian man who has some type of business, probably something with vans. And, you know, a good business. They all have a good business and nice cars and families, but they have this other business that I always know about. And one of him's, and allegedly she called Diego, Mr. Hitman, and saying, hey, the guy that touched my daughter is here. So Diego and them are low level. They're hitmen, allegedly, man. This is a fake story. But they're hitmen that just sell bags of cocaine. They transport, they rob niggas, but they're not doing it on their own volition. They're doing it for Angel. I ain't finished. So Diego gets the phone call. They're hanging out at this Mexican club. But when we say Mexican, you gotta understand, I mean, everybody that ain't us. They're not Mexicans, you know, feel me? Like, but it's classified like white and black is. They have the same fucking funny thing. We just call them Mexican. And we're talking about Southern Raleigh, North Carolina. First time in human history seeing anyone with these degrees as of now, right? The ignorance, or whatever you call it. But Mexicans went with it. But I know the difference. I met the El Salvadorian Gen Xer who was in their Civil War where they had eat people and he had bullet holes all through his legs. He walks fine. And I met the next generation, signing Juan, who's MS-13 to the day he dies. And he doesn't say anything. He's signing Juan. Like he's followed by 2 other guys on his grandmother in Pines of Ash in the hood, New Bern. It used to be an exclusively black neighborhood. By the time I moved there in 2008 or so, it's all Mexicans. Like him, like signing Juan, like El Salvadorians, like Diego Hernandez and all his friends. They all moved there, like the foot soldiers. The ones that don't have their own carpentry business. The ones that like to do cocaine the most. That's how you tell the difference in my stories. I'm not talking about all Mexicans. I'm talking about the Mexicans in the underworld of the South who like to do cocaine more than maybe we do. It's not soul separately. They work very hard in the daytime. That demon comes out at nighttime. It's beer and cocaine is how you make that what that is. It's beer and cocaine. They'll drink other things and do other things, but when they're on their missions, it's beer and cocaine. So at the club Friday night, at their spot, their trap house, they playing reggaeton, Puerto Rican shit. Can you imagine? Angel's a DJ, and so the mixed culture of the music, reggaeton, and all these Mexican Salvadorians like, why do y'all know, you know, these people? Nigga, I fucking told you already. They try to freeze. They try to freeze. They try to freeze me. I'm back though. King Tut was a German boy. Yeah, they're just code switching cultures and languages of the same family. It's confusing because the people are trying to steal it and play in our fucking face a long time ago. Their kids inherited it. But long story short, I know so much about it, and watching it in real time at the scale it was on, but not realizing like that's a pulse of what was happening in Miami, in New York City. So Raleigh was just like the control variable of the same. It's the as within, so without. It was the interlapping part of the Barbary Wars, part 5. So I watched the Barbary Wars again in my real life, and end up happening is they're drinking, doing cocaine, hanging out at their favorite place, listening to music, gets this distress phone call on my phone number. But his baby mother, I think, it ought to be because it's for his daughter. I think that's his daughter with her. So he's drinking, doing cocaine, and he gets a phone call from his white-ish baby mother about her new guy they're doing business with that alleged to have touched his daughter. So him and a gang and this El Salvadorian boy who's taller than me. When I first met him, I felt like I had to kill him. Evil, then talk. Signing one, but giant. He's giant. He's like 6'6", 6'5", El Salvadorian, light skin, Asian yellow Salvador, like so Asian mixed with whatever the fuck they are, Mexican, right? And this mixed old black Mexican Diego, the hitman with the big dumb hitman. They got a bigger hitman because they're robbing niggas who are full size. So they got a big Salvadorian full size, this nigga. So him, Diego, the others, go to baby mom's house. The guy is there, and they stab him to death multiple times, over and over and over. Especially the tall, scary one that I felt like I had to kill. So they wrap him up in a fucking carpet, allegedly, and take him to Crabtree River next to Crabtree Valley Mall, Raleigh, North Carolina, and throw him in there. These are people who do painting and carpentry and vans. I don't think they thought about it too hard because they are from another country that would normally work, except for Crabtree Valley's river or waterway sucks at that choke point because of rocks or something. So, the rug got caught. White people walking dogs, not minding their business. Oh my God, I think that's a Mexican. So, this Mexican stabbed to death, found in Crabtree Valley. Of course, white people in the news don't tell you what happened. Unfortunately, I know who killed him. I dated his girlfriend for 12 years. I know who robbed all those people. I dated one of their girlfriends for 12 years. I know exactly what happened to the East Coast when all those people came here at once. Funded by your federal government, by the way. CIA is a bitch. If you understand everything, Iran-Contra. These Iranians that you call Mexicans. It's a funny story, man. When you understand what pedigrees are and stop naming people after states or something. You forgot the Iranians came down and fuck on all those South American people? These are their kids in the 90s. Wake your dumb ass up. So, they're hanging out with Ukrainians. Yeah, and Estonians too. Same clubs, same cocaine, same cartel girlfriends, drug runners, rental cars, up and down in New Jersey, Part 3. Russians in Estonia. Katya. Her father was a gangster who won the lottery to come here, just for his wife and her. They have another sister at home. But Katya, her Russian mob-ass dad, works very hard, just like the Mexican dads do. He lives off of credit cards and leases and shit like that. He probably thinking go to Russia back home to Russia one day. But Katya Americanized because she fucking on people, blacks, Mexicans, and everyone in between. She's a Russian girl. She has no pics in Raleigh, North Carolina, in fact. So she ends up dating Angel for a little while. He has a baby mother and all kinds of shit. He's related to the girl's family already. It's a weird story with this nigga. He's the one with the witchcraft book too. Met him, the girl named Magali, thought that Pacheca type of Spanish. I don't know what island she from, but I know a witch when I see one. Anyway, that's their little crew. The witchcraft from Puerto Rico and the Book of Knowledge that's in a weird form of Latin. You have the Gen X, Gen Millennial, cross 80s versions of their Iran-Contra hybrids that are crash outs. And then you have little Puerto Rican hybrids and Mexican hybrids just thinking this is the 90s because hip hop is making us united. And yeah, death, murder, prison. Diego ended up getting caught up and they're already investigating them for the cocaine stuff. So when the murder happened, I think they went straight, as a beeline because they know who Carmen is. And obviously this is Carmen's ex. And Carmen's baby daddy is this guy we're looking at the club with the drugs, and he's on beer and cocaine. Of course he's going to murder someone, as black as he is. That spirit don't play, bro. But it's crazy is the nigga, the captain that wanted to replace him, did most of the stabbing. So I didn't have to. That happened the week that I met him. The big one that I thought I had to kill. They ended up killing that guy Friday. So that feeling I had of death or murder or like wanting to hurt somebody, like in his eyes, like that way he was irradiating, is because that's the kind of guy he is. And like, you know, it was a danger alert for me. And then he's the one that, you know, played out a week or two. They caught him up for the drugs, something with the murder. They're Mexicans or something. So, you know, all they got to do is deport them. ICE. That's how I'm familiar with ICE, by the way. I'm familiar with day one ICE, actually. Because you wouldn't need ICE in Raleigh, North Carolina until these niggas got there. So I'm very familiar with ICE. And they held him. Imagine these are Spanish-speaking people from gangs and cartels who've been robbing the niggas who are locked up with them. There's witchcraft and gangs and masons, I'm sure, and secret family bloodlines. And of course, you got to go to jail to get jumped into Shango. And that story just repeats some loops, however many degrees you want it to. So I'm just telling you as a matter of fact. I've seen their results. It's real. It happened. And the right people got deported. The right people went to jail. The right people died. And it's all kind of dispelled now. We're in the Raleigh is in the afterthought of that chaos, because now it's gentrified again by another foreign force that's more technologically, financially, fiscally responsible and sound. So it's almost like they went like from 1998 to like 2018. All it took was 2 decades. All right, now we can move in and property values and this, and you ain't got to worry about the niggas and the families that have hereditaments to the land in those houses no more, eminent domain or something. No one's there to account for it, and da-da-da, and all the niggas that would fight back, even just politically, Black Panthers and their kids, like they're all locked up, you know what I'm saying? These bitches ain't listening. They got benefits. They moved to a nicer side of Garner, out the way of what's about to be gentrified. And you know what I'm talking about? And the gangs and the music and all that shit kept it live enough. And we were so distracted with that ghetto hip-hop, ghetto Jewish funded shit that we forgot what was happening all around us. And now I live in Las Vegas. I think they did this already here. Same story though. So I just wanted to tell y'all that testimony so you understand nuclear warfare better. Nuclear warfare is talking about the nucleotide. It's talking about eggs, like the price of eggs. We're talking about reproduction, or the price of oil. We're talking about sperm. If you understand a magical sorcery-based language in correspondence. So we went through a silent war called the war on drugs. And all you gotta do is look at Barbie Wars and Opium Wars. That flat vanilla gray version of that is what happened to us from the 80s into the 90s to the early 2000s. We're under like a benign neglect version. It's kind of like your ops let some bullies come to your neighborhood and turn their back. Benign neglect. Because no one can say anything. You're selling drugs, you're selling drugs. You're robbing people, you're robbing people. You hurt somebody, you raped a girl, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a moral catch. It's set up so that it's Fight Club. What Fight Club? There is no Fight Club. You feel me? You got the police force in on it. You got the Bells bondsmen in on it. You got the Masons. It was usually Masons. You know what I'm saying? Myrtle Beach bike gangs, black gangs, all that drug trafficking, and police, and own the clubs and the bars all around. I dated one of their daughters. The police force in that same city where all that happened, the same age group would have benefited from protecting those gangs and those people. Having a club in Raleigh, I was like, they ain't nothing but white people. That's crazy. They're like, oh, he used to do security in Puerto Rico too. Crazy. I'm dating his baby. Wow. From the same Puerto Rico Angel's from. What happened to Angel? Oh yeah. After they got them for the drug thing, they're searching for the drug thing, look for Angel. Now they got murder thing. So now they got all these kids in one basket. But Angel, for whatever reason, maybe a couple weeks before that led to the shenanigans and that high intensity, I'm sure, is that Angel had got pulled over first. He was going from Raleigh to Sanford with what I thought was, and they're telling me the story in different parts of my life with them over and over again because it's the turning point. But Angel, the first time, he had a lot of bricks in his trunk and a lot of cash. And they're in this trailer on the outskirts. So when Angel just packed up and got a phone call, they're like, where the fuck you taking all the money? And I guess this is happening in Spanish. I'm translating it in SEP for Tyler Perry. And he's like, it's gonna be all right, it's all right. I gotta go meet with the plug. I think it's El Diablo. They call him they call him the black guy, but his name is El Demonio. And as soon as I met the girl, she was like, yo, my dad knows this black guy. And I was like, why is she telling me that? Like, I'm not impressed that Puerto Ricans know black people. I'm a black guy that grew up with Puerto Ricans. My dad's from New York. But I think she was trying to tell me, because, you know, they don't have an awareness of pedigrees and degrees, even if they're Americanized or go to school with us. They don't see, they're looking at this in Spanish, and there's a black guy that comes into her father's trailer who Angel introduces him to, who's able to get and procure them things. But all of them, the hitmen, like Diego, her dad, them, they call this black guy El Demonio. Like, you know, like stacking, like bad bitch, baddest bitch. They're saying he's the demon. So, something with him. And then after these incidents, he completely disappeared from the story, and I walked in. As soon as the devil walks out, I walked in. But what ends up happening is Angel gets pulled over with all this shit. Expected behaviors. Almost like, if you think about it, you've seen this in black movies, but most people don't know the Puerto Rican Salvadorian version of it. Same fucking stupid, goofy ass wire lesson we never learned. The girls are telling you, hey, the party's at the house. They're not looking for us no more. The helicopters is in this side. We live out of town. We're gonna be fine. Leave the money here, please. Don't take the money because something happens to you. We ain't got no money left. What are we gonna do? Demonio, boom, boom. Y'all speak a different part of Puerto Rican part too. And there's some witchcraft in if you call this royal high priest black guy a demon. So I'm like, all right. I saw what y'all were seeing, but you let that nigga drive off anyway, and he was beaming with all the bricks and the money in the same briefcase, going in one direction to the middle of nowhere to meet someone named Demon, and then he gets pulled over by police perfectly, didn't see him scheming, and they only gave this nigga 7 years? And just enough time for me to meet him. Oh my God. I met Angel too. Diego, Angel, Demonio, Poppy, Tati, Elmer, all of them. Every last single one's a different nationality. So you see how useless it is to describe people as African American or black. Because motherfucker, these are Mexicans. And I don't think none of these niggas been to Mexico. You gotta look at white people groups and Jewish people groups the same. And if they all playing this game, what do you think my family doing? If we're the architects of such shenanigans, Assassin's Creed. I think I'm the only one dumb enough for everyone's group to blow everyone's group up at once because I'm around everyone's group at once because of who my group actually is. And it's like, tag, we're it, niggas. Like, come on out. They got us now. You know what I'm saying? It's like that part in the movie for them. But I'm not even doing that for real. I'm just recounting my history. It's my testimony. Ain't nobody getting in trouble around here. I don't give a fuck. I'm not a moral judge of those characters. I just know that I watched a genetic. I watch shit niggas get played is what I'm saying. I watch niggas get played against each other, and I watch how they played it against each other, and then I watch who was standing when it was all said and done. So I have the full timeline of characters who adopted that lifestyle that everyone rap and act about, but the actual niggas who are actually willing to do it and did it to their own chagrin. It's not glorifying nothing. I had to watch this movie in HD. So, yeah, they're all dead now. But, except for Angel. Oh yeah, the actual one that practiced the black magic and knew someone named Demonio had bricks and bricks and bricks and bricks and bricks. And this is when all the niggas are getting locked up for bags. And they're in jail in Central for years. Angel's out in 7, he had bricks and bricks. And I know how much money he had because I met the guy, her dad, who's pissed off till the day I met him about all the money he took. Like, why did this jackass take the money with him? And I'm listening to these stories as this green little boy that works at Apple Tech Support. And I go, he flipped on y'all. El Demonio is probably an agent. He's a black guy. So he paid his dues. He probably had more in that trunk than just the stuff. So someone took the money, Someone else confiscated the drugs. That then shut down the little affiliate network with the murder. Perfect timing, a full moon, I'm sure. Because you can't forget the witchcraft when you're solving for witches in these stories, please. All these struggle warlocks and these Ogun knights, and remember, this is coming from South and Central America in recent timeline. I'm not that old. So, I'm telling you the same stories from back then, but now and how it unfolded again in front of me in our generation. Very similar stories. When you read all these other wars, you'll understand it better. Harlem Renaissance included. So, Raleigh Renaissance, same story. So they Renaissanced Raleigh with the crypto, whatever group that really is, that is paying for this. Turning the blind eye to certain crimes, allowing certain gentrification patterns to happen, and then as soon as the black guys or the Indians are off the square of that world, then boom, we got this shit. And then that lasted, Mexicans are prosperous and shit, boom, 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 boom. They're now the suburbs. And then boom, 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 downtown now belongs to Jewish corporations and tech. In every city that I visited so far. In that order. War on drugs. Iran-Contra. The Colombians. Remember that story? I'll tell you one more. Angels. Baby mother, sister, has a son named Jose Reyes. New Jersey, all of us, Puerto Ricans. Jose Reyes' father is a Colombian drug lord. That's how my godfather got started. That's his nephew. His father was going retarded. The same way Freeway Ricky Ross was. Freeway Ricky Ross stories that he was in Los Angeles, California, and had a plug that was Colombia, probably agent, but someone on the border that never got caught. You know how accountability works with cartels. But Freeway Ricky Ross went away for it, and you know, Snowfall and everything is loosely based on it, based in Los Angeles, California. There's only problem with that story. There's only one problem with that story though. This is a hypothecation. Freeway Ricky Ross lives in Durham. I seen him. As soon as he got out of prison for that bit of selling drugs, alleged, just like Angel got caught for 7 years, when Freeway had to turn himself in, he released him and he lived in North Carolina. I'm sure he's a baby mother or someone else. Just like everyone else, Freaky Zeke, Dipset, and Fat Joe and everybody, like Freeway Ricky Ross of hip hop, like he's in Durham, Raleigh, North Carolina, like all the people in hip hop from New York and you know cocaine are in Durham, Raleigh, North Carolina, like that family, that secret underworld society, them guys, yeah, they're all actually in Durham. They never lived in Los Angeles. The story took place from New Jersey to North Carolina. Because Jose Reyes' father is the plug for Durham and Raleigh. Until he got caught. That's why they left New Jersey and moved to North Carolina. My girlfriend's mother was still writing him letters and fucking him. They lived in New Jersey. When he got locked up in New Jersey in the 90s, all of them moved their families to Raleigh. Same time that's happening from the North Colombian drug trade, 80s. Freeway Ricky Ross, by the way, Raleigh. Same day, the Mexicans are crossing the border and beelining to the same place. With the same drugs, with the same setup, with the same, oops, all my money and all my bricks are in my trunk. Oops, everybody else is going down. Oops, all those fucking breaking and enterings, all that stolen money, no one ever figured it out. Oops, 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 and the nigga practicing magic is the only one free. So, it took me a while to understand those degrees. Until next time, peace. Shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. Give me 1 second. Let me check something. That's the way love goes. But yeah, that's the weirdest story about hip hop and the underworld of hip hop and families, and they're not just us. There's other families from somewhere else down south that found us the same trails, the same routes of everything else that's ever happened here in human history. So it's not like, that's what I'm saying is what I'm drawing for you is when Durham existed as tobacco kings. You know, tobacco's the cover story. Tea in the harbor is always the cover story. The underworld is always there with drugs. The underworld uses the map upside down. So how California is on the left, California is North Carolina when you're underworld. Because remember I told you one's looking left, one's looking right. So you can be talking about something like, yeah, we're in Los Angeles, but they're talking about Raleigh. But I'm not talking about your presence of white people who've never been to this country, as this has been going on for a long time. Remember, we have different compasses? Like, these people have a north-south compass. These people, yeah, but fuck their compass. Why do they have a compass? They have navigators. Okay, why do they have navigators? They're doing world trade over the waters. Mm-hmm. What are they trading over the waters? Drugs. That's how they can afford all those boats. No one's buying potatoes, my nigga. Cut it the fuck out. Nothing that you can have seeds in, you need to bring millions of back and forth. The seeds will grow new ones. That's Mama Inga's kids. That's genius. So who are these Moors and Hebrews going back and forth? You literally have opium wars and Barbary wars, guys. That's all over the coast of Carolina, Outer Banks, Haiti, Jamaica, you know, the whole Horn of Africa. You heard what I just said? How North Carolina is California and how the Horn of Africa is Florida? You only do that code switch depending on who your family is and what role they're playing in the trade routes. Everyone doesn't know that, I know. I got my heart broken for a reason. So I can understand who I was. The heartbreak didn't teach me who I was. The thing that broke my heart taught me who I was. By watching the story play out in real time again. But as a witness, as a watcher. Like, oh. That's why they know magic. My last week in Raleigh, that's all. It's like I said, I had the cameos of all the main characters in my story. The different ones. The peculiar ones. The ones where it doesn't add up. Like, how come no one can see this person is the fucking dickhead causing all the calamities with their witchcraft and their spellcraft and their stupid decisions, and they get away with it. And you know, this is a good guy to them, by the way. Tough guy, crazy guy. I remember Angel, the story I was told. He worked at Food Line. Can you imagine? A nigga snuck out of prison with a book of knowledge from Puerto Rico, was working at Food Line in Maryland with me and Gabrielle Smith. But just before our season started, right? The same Food Line. Anyway, so he asked this one dude, this black dude that worked at Food Line. He's kind of like, not lame, but like a black dude that don't get no motion. So Angel was trying to like do the thing like my Uncle Chad would do. Like, yo, you coming out with me? Nah, fuck you, come on, you coming out with me. So Angel's cool. So Angel takes him to this bar, talk to this dude, and all of a sudden these black guys come up and start shooting, and the guy that Angel took to the bar got killed. They're trying to kill Angel. Angel knew they were coming. He used this, I don't know if he died. I think he got brain damage. Either he died or he got fucked up. He don't work at Food Line. So Angel is a type of demon practicing witchcraft in an archaic form of Spanish. His grandma shit, bro. And its expression through a human in a nigga story is the type of person that has a heads up. And he brought his sacrifice. He sacrificed an innocent black guy at Food Line. And I'm saying hypothetically, right? Just follow me now. I'm already talking crazy. And none of this ever happened, if you will, in real life. But it happened when the map is upside down, depending if you're Hebrew or Ethiopian or something else. So I was in Los Angeles, California when this happened. So they, Mercury City, you know, big force. And yeah, I was like, damn, he one of them. He knew his time was coming and then substituted another vessel, basically. Had nothing to do with the people who tried to kill him. People tried to kill him, killed somebody and had to run, but they could have killed him too. But he was bulletproof. What I'm saying is, Angel was shot at, but only one person got hit. The innocent person. Angel already got initiated in jail already. He had went to jail in Puerto Rico and brought the book to America. He had the book when this happened. He didn't work his way up to the plug yet. Demonia, a black guy, sorry. He's doing this because niggas is getting robbed and shit. He's ripping off fake, New Jersey cut bricks. Niggas is getting pissed off. That's all that was. And then that turned into his little clique and crew of MS-13 and kids at the Mexican clubs because he can't hang around black people no more. He looks Puerto Rican. A big Puerto Rican. Like Fat Joe. But a real Puerto Rican. Like, not like Fat Joe, but big like Fat Joe. But you know what I'm saying? Like, a Puerto Rican Fat Joe. I don't know if that makes sense to you. They're all from New York. But Angel's from New Jersey and Puerto Rico. So, different breed. A different bloodline, a different family tree. But they're all from that same island at some point. But they're all from Massachusetts originally. Talking about it's Boston Tea Party. Drug trade. Same story. Same granddaddy, same pirate, same Moors, same everything. But they fucked on white girls during the slave trade. That's the 1800s. Barbary wars had white slaves. Anyway, so for Colombian dude, the plug for Jersey to Carolina to Miami, Colombian, he got locked up. I met his son. Freeway Ricky Ross. I seen him candidly at gas stations. PD Pablo, same story. Big Tex. I worked and went to school with his son, Giovanni. Same story. They're the black side of the gangs. That's why PD Pablo got famous, because the black side of the gangs, Boomer, Gen X, 80s Raleigh, were the ones who were shrinking, but he already sidestepped into music and club ownership and shit like that, so black people had the clubs through him. He had that shit booming in the 80s. North Carolina, born and raised up. Take your shirt off, spin it around your head just like a helicopter. Turbans, Muurs, right? And then you look at that video, that's in the center of Raleigh. That is the side I'm talking about. Look at PD Pablo, Born and Raised Up music video. That's the Raleigh where my high school is. Go there today. Gone. Those people are not there no more. That demographic, that spread, those cities, those street signs, nothing. What the fuck happened? I lived there, it was slow, but now it's like, what happened? Big Tex is down to one club. I think it's Star Bar or something. Him and the radio station share. He had that whole territory. I went to church. My dad got locked up, went to prison. It's a funny story when black people talk, ain't it? You be thinking it's like something we doing wrong. And this whole time I'm talking to you about black magic and Indians and Jews. So, my dad got locked up 2015. This is before I met Angel and Diego and the girl. I met them in 2008 after. My dad got locked up in 2005. So it was a buffer period where I was going to church with Pastor Barnes. 501c3, of course. But that didn't mean nothing to me at 19. My dad is in jail. My mom is dead. I should go to church. And I did. So I got my pastor mentorship program for a couple of years with him. He's an alpha, of course. He bring me dynamic thought, of course, by a black HBCU doctor who had it. So alphas and masons again, strike again. It always happens, law of attraction. So I got one. And I learned a lot from him. He ran a store, a barbershop, a church. He's a man of many talents. Of course, narcissism is involved in it, but he gave a lot. So he tried to balance it out for her. And he went to Atlanta and gave up God. Very stereotypical. But back then, before that happened, after I went to Atlanta, he kept introducing me to his people from college. He used to have a beeper store. So, back when the trap was jumping in Raleigh, all the black drug dealers near St. Aug and Shaw would go to this beeper store that Hollywood Pastor Barnes had. And then some of them remember him when they got old and washed up. By the time I'm around, and they'd be at the barbershop. Easy to see. The new generation, their kids, would show up at that barbershop to buy Air Force Ones and clothes too. Easy to see. I went to the club years later, and the two boys I saw in the barbershop 2 years before were at that club selling cocaine to Mexicans. It's the same story. But he introduced me to one guy in particular that stood out to me because he's so short. He almost looked Puerto Rican. It's a funny story because he's really short pedigree. He's a black guy, but he's so short. It's like, he's so short. It's peculiar to me. I mean, I never met everyone, but I never met too many Negroes, his color, his patina, his energy so short. So I know something's going on in Durham. But his name was, what was his name? Ray, like son, Ray something. And he married like a light-skinned girl bigger than him. Every girl's bigger than him. Had 3 kids, AAU basketball. All around great guy. Construction company. Helped him move a pool table from one big house to a bigger house. And he's like buying shit up on Capitol Boulevard. White people territory, right? That's Highway 1. So he's buying real estate up on that by the time I had met him. And Pastor was like, you know, when I was in my pager store, I met Ray. When I was going to college and shit. And, you know, Ray, I don't know. Y'all generation before me, bro. What were y'all doing when I was a baby? Well, Ray used to sell cocaine. Oh, he met all the cocaine dealers at the former cell phone spot. Remember, it's pagers before cell phones. So he had one of those. Like, oh, this Mr. Ray, little Ray, in the suits and the ties, little Ray, little white pickup truck, looking like he working hard with these strange niggas I seen at Southeast one day. Like that Ray. Oh, I thought this nigga was painting houses or something. The way he be buying them. And anyway, you know what I'm saying? He's house flipping and shit in the early 2000s, right before that 2008 collapse happened, because that's how he was able to do it in perfect timing. So Ray, another victim of the society, he cleaned up his act and he did the Stringer Bell thing from The Wire. That's crazy. That's at the same time I'm watching The Wire. Stringer Bell just went through this shit in The Wire. Ray went to the gym with Ray because he got federally indicted. This is the same time that his people were getting robbed by Mexicans. This is the same time Big Tex got PD out of North Carolina. This is the same time motherfucker Freaky Zeke talking about niggas had them like this. It's the same time Confessions of Fire Cameron is produced by D.Y. Nasty, our radio station, Hazard Records of Raleigh. It's the same time. It's the same time, bro. It's the same fucking time, bro. These are them niggas, bro. Ray, Tex, like the fucking cartel came to Raleigh in the 90s and just robbed niggas. Slowly choked their it's a slow death. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't quite violent. It was like, because they're underworlders, bro. You can't go overt. They didn't go too crazy, thank God, and kill a bunch of innocent people like other cities, their previous generations. But they did the most. Most of the people were not innocent. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, but Ray got caught up in the Matrix and started going to the gym and shit because he heard about federal prison, I guess. And I don't know if he got out yet. That was a long time ago. But as soon as he got locked up, of course, the white people or the banks swooped up all that cool real estate that he laundered his money into. Rock and roll tattoos now. Like, oh my God, so gay. And then that's when Angel first went away. Ray went away. Angel went away. Demonio disappeared. Diego about to catch a body. I'm about to meet the little, I don't know what you call a girl like that. I don't know what they call a girl like that. But whatever she is, she's a girl they would call something like that. I don't know what they call it. She's one of those. She probably doesn't know she's one of those, but I know she's one of those because I'm a boy, Raymond. I'm a boy that read about this the whole time I know her. But a lot of foreigners, hybrids, mixes, white mothers don't take shit seriously enough for me. But thank God for her father. I met Diego, Angel, Ray, Tex's son, stepson, all of them. The whole hidden families of the underworld of people who actually have money, who actually own clubs and real estate through the banks, Wells Fargo, all these things, foreign banks. The ones that are allowed to do that and launder with no problems, it seems. And everyone knows the story, including me, right in front of our fucking face. But who is standing? Who benefited from that right now? It's because like that 2008 came, fucked them over, like it killed their savings from all the underworld shit. They can't get back into it, their own men. Now they got new rival foreign gangs. Then you got the investment side, the RICO side, the white people tied to Edward Jones starting to run and hide, so we gotta cool down. We gotta maintain, but we don't actually create nothing to maintain our empire through our businesses. So let's go to Atlanta, let's do this. And you know, it dilutes the formula at the home base. And that's all it takes. As soon as the boomer or whoever diversifies their thing, because they're not trying to get caught up, they invest somewhere else, even just, what's that called? Legitimately. They can't do that in Raleigh. Raleigh is not the hub for legitimate businesses. It was a hub for fronts. from New Bern to Capitol Boulevard. That cross section of that Mexican flea market where it all began. I'm sure before Mexicans got there. Yeah, flea markets are your international markets, meaning foreigners find flea markets to sell wares. This is culture and tradition in America for like hundreds of years. Tryon Road and shit like that, the Indian trails. Meaning, way before white people got their municipality and crossed over the roads and shit, those same tribes of people, like 1700s and 1600s, they would still made that pilgrimage with whatever they had available. That's the bartering system. But because of everything on top of it, the only thing that's staying true to those trade routes is the drug trade, because that's where all the actual action is. Like when I went to Texas, I ran into the same problem. I needed flower bud, and allegedly, me in Houston, and she's a weird bitch when it comes to knowing all the underworld people and trying to play me like I'm stupid. Like I didn't just come from a 12-year slave with a brouhaha. But anyway, I need some flower, and you know it's not legal out there, but they got CBD. So she tries to link me with this dude. But you know what I'm saying? He got weird. He didn't come outside like he didn't want to see me. I was like, oh, you got something going on with this nigga? Swear to God, she didn't, bro. You know how these bitches are, but he didn't come outside. So she was like, let me try something else. She took me to a little spot near the Galleria. Or we're on Lincoln Heights, but we're on this Mexican side of town, basically. And pulled up into this little plaza. There's a strip club, black strip club bar. It's open. And international store, you know the layout, and then a Mexican CBD something, tobacco shop, vape shop, or some bullshit. Back then, 2021. And this was a Mexican jovial Mexican my age, probably maybe my age or just 2 years younger. Hey, the Gregarious coming. Side note, during that time in Houston, there's this, probably now too, there's a bike gang out there, like a lowrider bike gang, you know, the Mexican California culture. Oh my life is a lowrider. So they're riding bikes out there at night, like a parade, like, you know, it's their homies. He's one of them. He has a brother like that, but he lives in Colorado, where they're bigger vape or tobacco shop. I think they have weed out there because Colorado is legal. So the responsible, smart brother has the real financial empire. The goofball riding on lowrider bikes at his mother's vape shop is the flunky, but he has a job, right? In the family business. So I meet him. He has great energy. So I go up to him on some nigga shit from Raleigh, North Carolina. I don't know a nigga in Houston or Mexican in Houston, but I know him at 13. And he's happy, so I can do porque me tratas así. So I could try to speak Spanish and he's gonna already be impressed. So yeah, he's like, what are you looking for, man? I said, bro, I'm new here. I got some Delta gummies and shit. I see you got that, but I'm actually looking for the real thing. Is there anything here? Mind you, this girl took me there after seeing her drug dealer friend. I don't even know what race he was. I've never seen him. Anyway, so from Beeline from there, who she knew this guy before that has drugs, to this place, part 2. He's like, oh. He's like, hold on. I was like, I saw The Sopranos and The Wire at the same time in the same chair in the same living room before my dad got locked up. What the fuck going on? He walks behind me. He locks the door to the store. Just me and him inside. And there's a back. Behind the register, there's rooms and stuff. So there's 3 of us in there, at least. But only saw him. And he told me, stand to the camera. You know, they got their little CCTV. He told me, stand there and look at it. He walked to the back of the store in that hidden room. Came back with a suitcase. Well, so what are you looking for? And I'm goofy. I'm laughing that the nigga locked the door, first of all. Why this nigga locked the door on me? First, I just asked for weed, bro. I'm in Houston, fucking Texas, chopped and screwed. Weed is not a strange question. Weed is not a question you lock a door on. I've been around niggas, coke dealers, runners, drug runner girlfriends, brouhahas. I've been around everybody. No one's ever locked the door on me to have a conversation about drugs, ever. And then weed, like, the weed is not the one. The kid is not my son. Lock the door on me. I'm like, do I gotta fight or duck? Look at the camera. Like, shit, this sucks. Like, I'm going to jail. Like, but for what? Do you have weed or not? Right? Like what I'm saying, I'll buy $10 and I'll pay the fucking fine, faggot. Like, what are we talking about? Why are we doing all of this for weed? Oh, man. Brought out a suitcase of flowers. And he had the glass. He had cookies, wedding mints or something, whatever was hot at the time. And then some other shit and some white boy shit from Colorado because
his family has the real thing in Colorado, and he put me on CCTV. So his mother, his indigenous mother from the border, looked at me in my face and told him it was all right for him to sell me flowers. Where your grandma stay, my nigga? My mama need to see if she can recognize your grandmother in us. Oh, he cool, yeah. Some weed. Some weed. No questions. His mama see me on CCTV. And then she came out. Well, I don't know if it was that visit or the next visit. She was there, like in the front. And I was like, that was her. And she was like a little, almost like a little Asian, like Chinese, like stereotype in a movie type of woman with like a cane and shit, and whoosh, like she one of them energies, like my son, you dumbass, you're nothing like your brother. How you doing today? Like she had that type of energy, but in Spanish. I was like, okay, little as shit. And this is a funky brother. I could tell. He would have been in the classes though, but he wasn't gonna take it serious. I know which one he is. And then the other brother, who I never seen or met, got a bigger situation in Colorado holding it down. And I think they're originally all from California. But mama lives in Texas. And mama fuck with niggas that look like me. Because she would never do that to nobody else in human history. That's black. I know what side of the neighborhood I was on. You understand? There's a strip club next door. And this girl that knows this nigga that got that plus more took a beeline to these niggas. No speaking no English. But looked in my face and said, it's all good. He's one of us. Like, can you fucking imagine, bro? Like, that's been the last 5 years of my life for real. I got away from the cartel, and everyone in my family on the internet and everything just fagged the fuck out on me. Bro, I've been fighting for my life. I've been around murderers, killers, and drug dealers in an underworld story that hasn't been told on Netflix yet. And I'm telling you this shit as the son of King James and all the empires and all his badass sons that are the kings of drug empires' grandson. On Lucky Lefty I am. You know what I'm talking about? Black Jew family, New York. With a beeline from the Hudson River to South Carolina. Does it sound familiar, niggas? Cherokees? Same family. So I'm telling you, for some of you who are related to my secret families, the Underground Railroad are families of Jews went underground. Our secret network of Israelites and royals went underground. So what is the underground? Now that it's been went so far underground, they have an underworld. Do you understand what the language means now? During the time of Barbary Wars, Opium Wars, and Boston Tea Parties. And their white Alexandria was the queen of drug trade, wasn't she? That's Queen Elizabeth's grandmother. Do you remember the story during the same time period, or does Noble Drew Ali have to come back again? This whole story is God, it's gold, oils, and drugs. Y'all gotta stop skipping the part that drugs are always underworld, black budget, unacknowledged, unidentified, has nothing to do with your main economy. Hence, why they're out of order, laundering. And then you have counterfeiting from China, makes it worse. So you have unaccounted for underworld stuff, and then you have counterfeit stuff on top of it, all in the underworld box. That's what crippled the United States. If you knew a prophet or channeler, you let them know, ask them, what's going on? I think that's what happened. I was in the middle of it. I was in the middle of a frat. I was in the middle of a battleground. Like when they tell stories about different wars, and it's like, this is the battle of this. I was in the middle of one of those type of stories. Just for the Southeast region. I think Atlanta is a different story, but guess who was in that story? My Uncle Chad. So one generation before me, of my degrees, he's doing the same thing in Atlanta with Young Jeezy and Black Mafia family. Same story, but they beeline to Detroit. They go from where the Indians were in the Great Lakes region, the Mohammedan side in France, collision, to Atlanta, Georgia, penal colonies, free slaves, robbers, shit like that. Back and forth, the Indian grandmother territories.
same trade route as Indians probably 500 years ago. Nothing changed. They just paved our highways. Hebrews, Phoenicians, cocaine in the little people's teeth over there in East Egypt from America. That's us. Those are the Hebrews. That's what the Hebrews are packing on their ships. And that's how, like, you know, they have all these herbs and medicines and drugs and pharmaceutical and alchemy and all this stuff. And you see, like, oh yeah, duh. They're cooking crack and cocaine in the jungle in Venezuela and fucking Colombia, guys. Like, wake your ass up. Like the Indians showed them. Smelting shit with basic ingredients. Like they could mold golden ornaments with nothing. So what I'm telling you is the reason why they would consider us, because we're talking degrees now. If you understand everything so far, you understand what I'm going to say to end it. They're the kings of the underworld, Egypt. Egypt is here. It's the underworld, though. Maybe one of you brothers and sisters out there need to hear that out loud, like, so you can understand all the other degrees that we can't get to because motherfuckers are retarded. They don't understand, like, what is all the hoopla about and how come people who know ain't doing nothing about it. You know? You need to read our Bible to figure out the ingredients of the type of people that are in it versus the ones who are trying to be righteous, meaning they didn't start righteous, versus the ones who refuse to be righteous. Kings of the underworld. A bunch of nicknames and aliases. Their fingerprint all over the world. You can never catch them. Nor do you know where they're buried at. Do you understand that book a little bit different? If you're in the chat, if you understand what I'm trying to get to, I want you to look up Mayan God M real quick on Google Images. Then read what Mayan God M is known for. I'm a Mayan. Mayate. They were called Diego and Mayate. I know what they're talking about now. They're black Mexicans. They're not African Mexicans, they're black Mexicans. It's tricky, Israel. They're Israelites. They was Israelites and shit. Through their mothers. North Carolina, Haiti, Tuscarora, Colorado. They know to go back there. Like making a pilgrimage to your grandmother's house for the summer. But you have a different father. Same story. Same story with Puerto Rico kids that have territory. Same story with Cuban kids who had territory, Castro. Same story with Jamaicans who had territory in their parishes. Their families make a beeline to the Carolinas. That is an Indian trade route, older than Pocahontas. New Orleans still do the Indian parade. There's a bunch of black people doing Indian shit, but they're from Africa. Make it make sense by Jesus. And New Orleans is known for all the drug trade and witchcraft and voodoo and stuff. Jamaica, Cuba, Puerto Rico, Florida, South Carolina, but it stopped at North Carolina and Virginia for some reason. I'm supposed to be the idiot because they got Christians. Okay. You well-to-do as Negroes, beneficiaries of the Civil War new agreements, with all your slavery reparations, you niggas. They paid the slave masters off until 2008, around the same time. Can you imagine? As soon as the Civil War beneficiaries of plantations at their time, like who still had standing at that time, the federal government paid them, Confederates, Indians, blacks, Moors, reparations for their plantations. They paid them reparations for their plantations so they can take that land that they inherited from the mothers to let the federal government use. And they paid them up all the way from then, whenever they started the program, up until the early 2000s. And those were black people. They're not paying attention enough. Now go to Atlanta. Go to Google in Atlanta. Do me a favor real quick. Fuck with me. Just type into Google, how many black-owned banks are in Atlanta, Georgia, the penal colony? Someone in the chat, tell me, how many black-owned banks are in Atlanta, Georgia? Formerly a penal colony before the Civil War. This is after the Barbary Wars. It became a penal colony, leading to the Civil War. That's why we call it prisoners of war. It's a penal colony, like a prison camp. So if you have prisoners, you have slaves. That's the amendment in your Constitution currently, right? So keep that understanding, please. We're talking about recent time, not long time. So yeah, Atlanta has a lot of black-owned banks. Weird story. Banking Emergency Act, Federal Reserve. They're gonna have black-owned banks with USD enemy reserves unless they took a deal with the federal government. It doesn't matter how many black-owned banks you have or how much money black people made doing anything in Atlanta, especially with all that crime down there with black mafia families or Jews. But what I'm saying is, they're bankers with Jews in these black-owned banks in Atlanta Part 2. How did that happen? How do you get so many black-owned banks after the Banking Emergency Act of 1933 when everyone else's banks in North Carolina were robbed by the federal government? But Georgia, Atlanta, a penal colony, Christianity and all that shit. Black Christians, Eddie Long, you seen him, right? You see who the mega Christians are in Atlanta and Georgia, don't you? Chocolate City Part 2. Big Christians, aren't they? Uh-huh. The only people who were slaves back in that day were people who were not Christians. All right then. So these black niggas with all the money and all the banks and all the churches are Christians. That's who you would be, your slave masters. Those are black people. Y'all don't listen to nothing. They got those banks because they got that money from the Federal Reserve via a check from the federal government. 501c3 and FDIC approved. They're agents. They're not banking in their own currency. They're banking in a foreign debt note. It matters. The arrangement matters when you know the history of our country and where all my ancestors were fucking buried and born. Just a couple of days before it. It's a cool story. Jonathan says the first black-owned bank in Georgia, Atlanta State Savings Bank, was chartered in 1913. That's the Creature, Jekyll Island State. The first black-owned bank in Atlanta, which is right up the street in South Carolina, Jekyll Island. The Citizens Trust was in 1921 during the Great Depression. So black people were up in the South. How are black people in the South during all the fires and all the Black Wall Streets and all the Trail of Tears, the same time period? This is the result. And at the end of the result of that, the niggas and the Christians in Atlanta have the most banks. During the Great Depression, after the Civil War, just freed slaves got more money than the white people in New York, starving to death. Everybody before that was slaves. Everyone else is immigrants. Who are these niggas? Black people always have more kids. They always have the biggest plantations. Plantations is for genetic warfare. It's not for slavery. It's not chains and prisons. That's penal colonies. They do have that. It's in your Constitution. Amendment unratified by one. It's hard people, not we the people that are American. But degrees, you understand? That's after the Barbary Wars. And the Barbary's lost with the help from the Christians. Thomas Jefferson had help from the Christians. That is recent history. That's after 1820. We're Jews, don't forget that. And we're Jews now, and we're Jews in the Black Mafia family. And we're Jews to this day in New York, and we're Jews to this day in the Carolinas. We're Jews. Nothing changed. We're just underground. We have our mask on. Fuck it, mask off. Get a future? He was telling you it was coming. I think probably, unbeknownst to me, to my chagrin, that maybe people closer to me than I imagine saw me, knew that, figured, worried that, scared of, that I was figuring it out in real time. And because I was figuring it out in real time, streaming it and sharing my link to Facebook. And people who love what you're doing with music and what you're going on might watch you for other things and not say a word to you, especially if they have this persuasion of secrecy. So it's not surprised to me that they could be watching me now still. Wouldn't matter to me because I'm not lying. I have no reason to lie.
I might not be right about everything, but it's not because I lied about it. However, maybe they thought I was going to blow up their spot. So instead of initiating me into their bullshit, because I'm black sheep, they just benign neglect. Benign neglect, not just with the government and the story and history of the family, but benign neglect for the families that benefited from that, and benign neglect for my immediate family, who seems to be at the epicenter of everyone's family recently in this world, if you will. You call it hip hop sometimes. That's an Indian word. So I think that's what the last year has been about. I think it was more to do with the fact that I figured out something that was supposed to be unfigure-outable as I was broadcasting it, drawing it, naming names and making connections and showing pictures live. I had the weird phone calls and text messages to prove it. But the stupid thing about them showing their hand that way rather than, I don't know, let's be reasonable. Let's have a phone call or conversation. Give me a lay of the land. What's going on? What am I saying that's so offensive? Last time I checked, I'm talking about my family. I'm the king. I have been the king of minding my businesses. So who are these women, Harpo? Who are these other women? What do they actually have a problem with? I'm arrogant and I talk shit. These motherfuckers are narcissists. Like, welcome me to the family, bitch. What the fuck we talking about? What did I really do or say that triggered an apocalyptic event to secret societies? Was it the phone calls I made? Was it me cursing out Scientologists? Was it NOI being trembling? Was it Doge, Elon Musk scanning national securities or security trust? So securities are trust. So when they say like it's our national security, what they're talking about is their banking. National securities, like banking instruments. Not national security like terrorism and guns. We have the most guns in America. You can't be more secure than that from a foreigner. But all you need is a word. But national securities would be like birth certificates, banking instruments, treasury bonds, things like that. So when they have like a different forms of federal government where they have these treasuries, or they call it SEC or something like that, they can be, not always, but they can be talking about non-for-profit organizations or 501c3s. Those are designations. Those are banking designations. They don't mean nothing government-wise, but your government is a bank now. It's weird. They're a borrower that's lending to you, but it owes a bigger bank. They're not the plug. They're a middleman of banks. There we go. Federally, though. So I thought it was probably something along those lines. Like, I mean, what the fuck am I going to do? You assholes want me to pay taxes to go to Trump, but not see that you're worried about scratching your fucking economy the whole other way. I'm just talking about the underground railroad shit. My nigga Harriman told me, said she'd free more slaves one day. I was like, I don't know if she part of my grandmama's, but if she existed and the CIA love her, then let me stand on business for Harriet. Goddamn. Black History Month. Let me stand on biz for Black History Month. Well, I freed more slaves. I didn't know they were slaves, so we have a problem. She gave us the equation. She's saying at that point in time, recently, same time period, many people were not aware of their civic conditions, since all your slavery is paperwork, bondage, banking based. So she wasn't saying you didn't know you didn't have change. You didn't have change. You dressed up nicer than white people that came here. Cut it the fuck out, bourgeoisie ass niggas. But that wasn't all niggas. And we're Indians. Who are our niggas? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a whole spectrum of shit going on. But the ones that she was targeting for the North, I guess, they seemed indifferent to their conditions, of course. And that's the same condition we're in currently, where people are trying to figure out who their ancestors are, where their grandmothers stay, and what's going on with Jewish, Trump, Black, White, Mer, Moor, Indian. Like, it's, you know what I'm saying? The laundry spent one more time on the same variables. And I thought I was giving everybody who's part of this story the shortcut or the Rubik's or the key for it. You know, I wasn't trying to take some force now. I was trying to figure out what the evil force was dealing with all these missing women and these children, of course. I don't know what the fucked up thing about that is, or what the fuck they got to have to do with music, black people or Jews, per se. But I wasn't going at my people by revealing those things. In fact, double down. The only thing that would put me up to such a ridiculous task, this huge, of course, would be Noble Drew Ali. And that's weird to me, because all the people in this story have borrowed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 100 degrees of his book, and especially hip hop and soul Aquarians.
since he's the Aquarian gospel of Jesus. Circle 7, he prepared it. Same story. It's like he had a ChatGPT prompt, gave him some parameters, and say, hey, this time I'm going to tell a story so you know what tribes you are. And all the tribes he talked about are in the Bible. Soul, Aquarian, and Jesus. Like, Israelites. Same story he told you already. He wrote a book about Israelites. Like, can you imagine? Same story. So, but the different combinations of them, you know what I'm saying? Different decrees, different lands and allotments on the land of the trust and the estate of the national treasuries that you're worrying about at their departments. Yeah, he was done. Noble Ali crashed their bank the first time, which is why the Federal Reserve swept in. Once you start getting your nationality, aka once you dissolve your straw man as a, how does that work? Their bondage, Egypt, to you, the person of the land, is what gives them the value of their credit. So the more of you that have kids with birth certificates and or social security numbers, because now they're clocking your indentured servitude through labor, that's what the social security number is. And then the birth certificate accounting is a treasury instrument, bottomry instrument that's on the bank that they're using. So their capital, if you will, was cattle, was people, was sheep. You're the capital. You're the initial capital. So your birth certificate is tracking the value of that. But that value isn't not for like buying things. It's for their bank account. It's for the computers. Like how many people we have, how many people are these, how much is their bottomry instruments worth? Because we have them in captivity, but we're using them as collateral with a foreign bank. Game of Thrones, the bank, the kingdom, very similar dimension. But you are the chattel. Because this is an agricultural banking term, and people didn't understand chattel slavery because you understand how like people are renting goats. But because they changed the stocks of agriculture and trading goats for people, they have now a stock market and it's computer digital based, but it's quantumly entangled to the people, your birth certificate. So your so your labor then, once you give birth to your ideas, spending your energy as a person, going to work, buying stuff, selling drugs, whatever you do, your calories, your energy, your expenditure, that's quantum entangled to the value of your birth certificate. They use star charts and all kind of other shit, but I'm not that type of wizard yet. But you just gotta take my word for it and look into it, and you'll start seeing the signs more clearly with your eyes too. But what I'm saying is, this is how I got jump started. That idea. So you just look up whenever the birth certificate bottomry instrument hit the scene after 1913, that started this current cycle of the current system that's suffering. So this is recent bondage, but hypothecated, hidden by a royal high priesthood that are bankers. So they're doing spellcraft with paperwork. The problem is, Negro, that you're quantum entangled to it, not because your name is on it, right? Not because it's print or words or English. No. It's a spell. But the spell didn't get you because of the paper. The spell got you because you are required to have that paper to do anything you want in the society. So unbeknownst to you, every application, every ID, every passport, every job, it's also tracking your bank account is moving as you move with it for these services that require their banks. It's not for everything. You know what I'm saying? It's not for buying kiwis from the Mexicans. It's for when you need to do something serious with banking, your banking, your bottom instrument is going to show up. Your birth certificate. You have a CUSIC number on it. Just like your sheriffs and people in the court. If you want to do a lien against them for coming out of order, bringing you into their courtroom, if you know the right sequences, you can sue them by putting a lien on their CUSIC number. They bond you. When you get locked up, you have a bond, a secure bond. That's banking instruments. They're literally gambling on your life. Y'all be thinking it's because you're black or white. It's because you're a bond. Your bond might be worth more because of who your ancestry is. Your birth certificate, the Treasury determines this, not your doctor. The Treasury Department of your state issues those, not your doctor, not your hospital. Your hospital is like my Connect Middleman. They got like an email or ISDN service that prints the CUSIC number. The hospital is connected to the bank because the bank has to issue a CUSIC number to the baby's birth, which is coming from the Treasury of that state, depending on where you're born. This doesn't happen to everybody born here. It happened to me though. So I saw my bottomry instrument. I saw my CUSIC number. I taught the code mommy. I saw the videos on YouTube. I saw the people in real life, and it was a real thing. And I saw the shit written on the back of mine. So I burned it. It's just a piece of paper. And that set like some type of weird chain reaction off with the people I knew. I was like, the fuck are these niggas tripping on? I burnt a piece of paper that looked cursed. Worst case scenario, fuck it. Like, what are we talking about, bro? Donald Trump is trying to do the fourth right. Ooh, so crazy. He burnt his fucking birth certificate and all the significance that he did for 10 years talking about it on Taj Tariq, Asir Dukateers, and most importantly, my grandfather, Noble Drew Ali. Maybe I was just initializing myself. Chill the fuck out, right? But it was true, though. Everything I said was true, and all the signs that happened, the pyramids, the eagles, the falcons, the deers, the lions, the tigers, the bears, Haru, Omai, and I'm in Vegas. You know, not a minute sooner. So it was a real thing. It was a real degree, I should say, or a real initiation for myself against myself, and that was spiritual. But I'm still trying to figure out where these had me fucked up at, though. I don't know what the fuck motherfuckers thought I was doing for 10 years. Because what the fuck they think, why do they think I would want to do that for 10 years if it was just to be saying shit? It doesn't, you know what I'm saying? I'm a nigga, bro, like that. None of us do that. And I'm not gonna be the first one. No, I was going somewhere. I was solving the unsolvable. I saw motherfuckers from everywhere else playing niggas like we stupid or retarded or we ain't got high IQs. I saw them, you know, fucking playing on our district. I saw them playing in my fucking face. I saw them acting like we can't do shit. So I did it myself, like shit. What am I being mad for? What am I gonna argue with words for? What am I trying to convince or prove these assholes with language? How about I just do something with it? So now their whole narrative is gridlock. I studied Chinese Go by playing StarCraft. I surrounded their entire narrative. Every checkpoint, above world, underworld, spiritual, natural, witchcraft, religious, all of it. I made sure I surrounded every king's horse and every king's men that came against my kingdom. I've seen this in animes before. You see it. You know, the nigga that Akame got killed, the nigga with the strings, the spiderweb type of dude. You know, he set the whole trap up before they even walk in there. You know what I'm saying? And by the time you're aware that that trap is there, you're dead. Why they kill him? But anyway, it's kind of like that. But we're doing it intellectually. We're doing it through law of attraction and manifestation and metaphysics, because that's what I am first. So thank God that the Most High saved my conscious, saved my neurodivergence at very stressful times by giving me something to ponder, and it was metaphysics. And then once I got older and experienced society and what was happening to my people, and all the people were willing to teach and share things and try to figure it out, to apply that same degree to that stuff. And then you know how it is. Like, oh, I get what's going on. I see what these niggas are trying to do and say. Well, how come it never works? How come we never sit together? How come it keeps falling apart? I was like, Federation. Oh, it's the feds. Okay. The feds are black. That's cool. Obviously, the feds are black. The real ones, federales, Inquisition, Templars, Masons, Salem witch trials, you know, the federales. Yeah, obviously the feds are black. Yeah, we have a lot of people, our color playing in our face too, through their rituals and, you know, Shriners and stuff like that. Like, yeah, they would know that we're all Moors, but yet they have the jobs. They're white collar, blue collar, politicians, judges. You see them on TV, you see their kids in entertainment, and they all have Moorish degrees, yet none of them say the word Moor out their mouth. Never once in human history have you seen one of them with media coverage, Jewish. Not once have you seen one of their friends ever see the word Moor come out their mouth. That's weird, bro. That's weird for people who know Noble Drew Ali. That's weird for people who know Elisha Muhammad. That's weird for people who know 5%. That's weird for people who know Soul Aquarius. That includes Jay Dilla. It's weird for all those people in Zulu Nation, and Africa Bambaataa, and Q-Tip too. It's really weird for all these people who have Moorish sciences to never have said the word Moor ever. Even fucking Stevie Wonder got a song talking about the Moors coming to the shores for the soundtrack for fucking Spike Lee. People go from Moors to Spain to 1492. That's what happened. That's why people talk about it 600 years later. Some random niggas on the island we never been to. were black and had a castle. The end. I'm in North Carolina, bastard. So why? Let's be fucking serious. Do you know the niggas in Papua New Guinea and they're gangsters? All right, then. So why the fuck would you know about some? Shut your ass up, Moor. So the Moors in America. So yeah, that's what we are. That's just a bigger branch to tell you who's not in America. You just zoom out. Like, Moors are a pedigree of people with old blood type. That's theirs. Okay, you can come into America and you sit around like, oh, those are the Moors, those are not the Moors. Can I speak to your leader, Moor? That's how you conduct yourself civilly. You like, I speak to my grandmother or speak to my father. We have brothers and sisters and crazy people and plenty of drug addicts. How you doing? But you ask the Moors that in their territory. Get it? Today, this is not that. This is a whole different thing. We're under occupation, colonialization, imperialism. These are all paperwork degrees. It gives an excuse for other people to be here and justification for you to not fucking murder them where they stand on your land that they play in your face, raped, killed, and stole from you on all of their books. So it's a catch-22, but that's the witchcraft part of it. They're controlling your feelings and your thought by certain grids they installed through their education. You probably don't even know where it started. Like, what I'm saying is they perfected this. This is all they work on in their secret societies. It's spellcraft. This is the thing that they're failing at currently, though. White House ain't got juice no more. CNN ain't got juice no more. Fox ain't got juice. And then the black community of well-to-do niggas, Atlanta and all that shit, that real estate thing is hitting them too. Airbnbs and all that, they're losing money. Interest rates, it's more expensive to keep all their properties. So the way they ran it up through all the underworld stuff and went legit like Stringer Bell, to hold on to it, now it's just burning down. But niggas worry about what I'm talking about. It sounds like y'all need to diversify your portfolios and fuck with these bricks niggas, boy. Since y'all flip bricks, nigga. Like, it's written out for you, your next step, jackass. But they still worry about people like us on the other side of the underworld, if you will, who, I don't know, maybe we just remind them of the fact in a recent generation that our ancestors weren't capped. And although they gave up on righteousness and keeping commandments, that doesn't mean that that covenant or that agreement or that the God that we're talking about in our book ceased to exist somewhere. Like, even in Supernatural, Sam and Dean was looking for God, and that nigga was just chilling in the comic book store. He's taking the Sabbath. God was like, yo, I'm living in this virtual reality like I'm Zeus, trying to have a Hercules. You see what I'm saying? That's Fibonacci. It repeats. Like, that concept, like, what would God do? Maybe he's down here too. Alanis Morissette. What if God was one of us for real? Hebrews 13. Be careful who you entertain. You got angels, demons, and maybe God's down here for real. Which one, though? They're jealous. Well, it might be multiple gods down here then. Like, but that's not even important, though. You feel me? Like, trying to muster the comprehension of the hidden part of that doesn't even matter to us. We're not dealing with if it is or isn't God in a body here. No, we're dealing with what's here in terms of bodies, what the narrative is, what the story is, and the magic that was sown across everybody's mind, and how to deprogram from that, how to decouple from that, how to preserve yourself from a apparent psychic attack. And they're fucking with the weather, they're fucking with the radiation, and they're fucking with people's money and livelihood, safety and security, political parties, things they thought were virtuous, protection, securities that they never had, because this whole time these motherfuckers been talking about money. And not your damn body. Your body is the collateral. Your cattle, chattel, sheep. Like, and maybe because if your family aren't farmers or you haven't seen farming people treat animals a certain way, it's not like they treat them cruel. It's just that they're not giving a fuck about why why the cow's going moo. All right, Bessie, come on now. Get over here in this grass and do your work. All right, Bessie, it's your time to go. We're gonna make you into some hamburgers, cannibal, and make some more money off of that when you're done. After selling your milk for years to everybody else's sons. You feel me? And that's just one cow. You see how many utilities one cow has, or one pig even? Or even one donkey, or one horse. Now, a plantation of 350 million people doing whatever the fuck they seemingly want, but they have to use the same debt note currency, same bondage, same security bond, same treasury bond, same US dollar.
And I'm doing all the conjugations for you like we're learning Spanish. Ir plus a plus infinitivo. That's all I'm doing with the language since my grandfather Charles V. Same story. It's a different way of expressing thoughts. It's not a different language. Well, it is, but it's not. You feel me? They didn't create a different language. They created different modalities of thought. Then someone else named it. They were thinking before they named it. So anyway, it's the way they think about certain things. So one would be for commerce, one would be for religion or lore, one would be for art, one would be for like, niggas chatting. And then niggas chatting with different captains may come up with a different Morse code to deflect and keep their business private. Code switch. A code switch with like bending the language. They're bends. They're not completely new languages that started from zero. No, they're different adaptations of the same root language because they're the same root grandparents. Dispersed, leveled up, dealing with life in society wherever they are, and they come up with a new slant to it. And you notice now with black people in Ebonics, Atlanta niggas say like this. You got these niggas joshing, these niggas jocking, these niggas jacking. And you said nothing but the vowel change, more, mer. Like, come on, my nigga. This shit on fire. This shit hot. This shit the bomb. Different intensities, and everything is talking about intensity of energy. Fire, hot, and bomb. Like, did you see it? Do 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 do. What's up, cousin? What's up, bro? What's up, broski? Yada I mean, you feel me though? You heard? Yerp. Those are conjugations. Those are all American United States citizens with a Board of Education English dictionary. And they all have these spin words that are describing the same frequency and energy. But I told you all of the conjugations of Moorish, French, Spanish, and Latin to describe the same type of silly nigga shit. Are you following so far? This is important because that's how fast language changes. But remember, we're using the same root science, the same root country, land, ideas, same root school, same King James English letters from Greece or Hebrews or something. Like, you understand how fast that happens? Like, we saw that happen faster with TikTok, Vine, and now on Instagram. It's happening again. We went from clocking this shit to where it's not clicking, to it's not clocking, to clocking T, to making it click, to just hear the like. You have all these different things happening all off the same root word and alphabet language. And the only thing that changed is where the nigga lives that says it and how many niggas this nigga can get to hear them say the shit out loud. Welcome to your music industry and entertainment and influencers. And that disperses language and concepts faster. It's mass hyper communications, hyper novelty, data transfer, Age of Aquarius, Soul Aquarian Gospel of Jesus, Noble Joel, you have 100 years. Your brother will sell you a saber for another 100 years. He knew what these fucking snakes were doing. He wasn't trying to give you a clue that you got snakes. He knew it. He's saying you got 100 years. You died in 1929. It's 2026. How you doing? Agenda 2030, I guess, niggas. But Noble Joel already told me they had 100 years back then. We don't know if he said that in 2029, but I'm just saying, like, that'd be the dead end of his prophecy. So, TikTok. It's 2026. He said 100 years. And it looks like, he don't miss. It seems like it's right on time. It does. It really does. And that's crazy. That's another noble prophet one more time from Israel. So, like, they all do the same thing. They always give you the heads up. The prophets give you the heads up that judgment is coming. He said 100 years. He said less than 5 good Moors. He knows the story about Lot and the sons of God coming to destroy everything because they couldn't have more than 5 good people there. Remember? Mr. Soul Aquarian Gospel of Jesus prepared for you, but he's a Mohammedan. Do science. Why is this Moor carrying a Christian Bible? No, that Moor is telling you about Israelites. One more time, we're not Christians, Jew. So neither was he. Hence, the Quran and all that. How come he didn't give you a Soul Aquarian Gospel of the Quran then, nigga? Y'all don't understand anything. He gave you an Israelite doctrine. He didn't give you a Christian doctrine. He didn't give you a Muslim doctrine. Muslim, man. Peace, freedom, justice, Justice League ass niggas. You Levites, nigga, no. You need motherfuckers who know how to fight now. Now niggas have etiquette and how to use words and write books and do reports
and do the legislature and do all the itemizing and stationery and the paper offices and categorizations and sorting people in nice little boxes, and the game is the game. You can try harder if you want to. Yeah, that's 100 years ago. That's not what we're doing now. That's y'all digitizing crypto now. I guess the crypto Jews went underground one more time. Bitch, get it? All Andalusia had a crypto Jew problem. Hidden families of Jews right in front of them. Please look into it. The crypto Jews of Andalusia stay behind Andalusia. Well, they're not there no more. They're in America. So the crypto Jews of the fall of Granada who stayed behind finally brought their asses to America. What color are they? They're crypto Jews. Don't be stupid. So the crypto Jews came to the Carolinas. Huguenots, South Carolina. That's French, by the way, for some reason. Must be a family thing. I need to find out who Franz Zia is. You see how easy it is? I'm decoupling language from region and places so you can understand that language is not a thing to begin with, to identify what happened. Because it's the same people using all those languages, depending on the context and the role that they're in. The same way that I know English language from honors, AG, and all this bullshit, but if I go to Newark for the summer, I have a different language model. If I go to North Carolina for the summer, different language model. And I'm out here learning a new language model. And the internet, emojis and stuff, what they mean? New language model, emails, business to make money, new language model. Go to work, Apple, hey, welcome to calling, thank you for calling AppleCare. Different language model, different language model, different language model. All of it's in English though, but we're not all talking about the same things when we use those words. So meaning that happened before the version of English we have. That's why it's Proto-Indo-European. That's why there's High German. That's why there's Classical Arabic. That's why there's Aramaic. That's why there's like these rooter languages. All we're saying is my grandfather taught this dialect of it, root. My other grandfather, his great-great-grandson, the sixth, at his time, in this conflict, they talk like this. Then they mix with these people who had certain words, and they make this new word, and then you go up, and then you go up, and then here you go in 2026 speaking English. This language is a summary of all of the Jews' dialects. It's mixed-ish Ingles, the mixed Engle dialects. We all didn't live in the same place for the same amount of time, you know? They had their own parallel realities at a distance. Just like right now, there's Puerto Ricans out there I'll never meet. Still be cousins, probably. There's brothers, obviously in South America, Venezuela, and Colombia that I'll never meet. And they're related to Mama Inga just the same as I am. And they're growing independently in their own situations, $4 a week, $4 a week. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's all the same story. And eventually, if we cross paths politically or open up the borders and really do the family reunion thing, that would be beautiful for sure. But that may never happen again, and yet still in 100 or 200 years, one of their kids will wander up here, one of our kids will wander down there, and they'll cross blend again, and it'll still be the same story. All over again. Be Jerusalem and Israel all over again. Be North versus South all over. Be red and blue and white all over again. Yeah. That's the beauty. But that's what I'm saying. That's what humanity is though, guys. That's not flexing because of God, Jesus, Bible. No. That's our genetic dispensation here. We're doing this thing over time. If you could just see it as an ocean of blood and particles and traits and gifts and experiences and memories and data. It's a linear quantum transfer of data for the vessels, continuums. I can't explain the unseen stuff. Not there yet. But the blood part of it, why that the book that we have that we all favor is about that. That makes sense. It's about prospering your progeny. White people have something called a hegemony, very similar. We have progeny, they have hegemonies. You see how these words are in the same degrees? The what we think is white supremacy is actually a hegemony, meaning it's not really about their blood or anything. So you have all kinds of colors and cultures and regions of people and languages who participate to the advantage of it. They're trying to keep that corporate board members. Whereas in hegemony, it's the round table of family, blood members. Most blood and family members don't get along, have you noticed? So the corporate demonstration lasted, it lasts through family betrayals and baby mama betrayals. It'll last for business. Whereas that wasn't supposed to be a substitute. You're supposed to have the hegemony over your corporations and your trade routes or your drug trade or whatever you're doing. Mind your business, right? Your church, even your pimps, whatever, your whores, your stable. They let fucking Hugh Hefner do it. They got the Bunny Ranch in Vegas. They let them do it. So like the fuck, you ain't in the wrong, nigga. They know when to allow a nigga to do it. And the only thing they'll tell me is imaginary a line that they drew on a grid of a map. They ain't in the shape of the fucking place. All right, eat a dick. So like, what I'm saying is the hegemony was in charge of that, right? And it'd be all kinds of different things because the thing that joins them is the prophets. Whereas on a hegemony, Israelites, the thing that joins us is our prophets. You see how it's the same language model with people who couldn't read and write, but they're saying the same words all the time. So when they're chatting and talking about it at a fire or a powwow, you know, for a foreigner listening, he may think you understood what you were saying, especially if he's a banker descendant. Looking at Banks descendants. Like we talking about prophets and how we do the thing and mix the ingredients to make sure we turn a good profit. And they listen to that same thing. It was like, hey, I think when they're eating and preparing, the grandmother's preparing stuff in that pot and shit, that she's putting these different ingredients together, and they're smoking on some shit. And they said if you put these ingredients together, as they watching little Ray Ray roll up his blunt, like, yo, you can make a lot of profits. Like, and it's very easy to see like how easy it is to get us fucked up because of English. Nah, I'm saying, bruh, connotative linguistic is demonic. It insinuates secret societies, it insinuates deception, it insinuates you can spin variables and degrees. You can say the same, I can tell you the same sentence 3 different times and I gave you 3 different things, and then when you add them up together and go backwards, you get a 4th thing every fucking time. If I'm saying if you weaponize it and charge it correctly. And I'm saying these motherfuckers are royal high priest wannabes, so they're charging them, I don't know if they're charging them correctly, but they've charged them differently since we started using it. There we go. We're using words and concepts that are charged incorrectly. And we go, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, everyone says it. Yeah, everyone says it incorrectly. It's like a game of telephone. That's what they're telling you. Our whole civilization is a game of telephone. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? That's kind of how it works. Can I talk to a manager? Can you check this real quick? And you get a manager and supervisor who have no idea what the fuck going on, but they finally make a random decision and it works. And then they have the attitude like you bother them. You worked at that place. So imagine that in every other space of this current level of humanity. No one's better than that. No one knows the answers this way. It just kind of works. But now the financial system doesn't work. So obviously it didn't work at all. They were just had time to fuck it up more. Now they're running out of time to fuck it up at all. To God be glory. You can't worry about me or y'all no more. No matter what I say or what you say, whatever we do or think or believe, the thing they're trying to protect or the thing they're trying to keep secret or the thing that gave them their advantage, that's crumbling now. And they know it's impossible. They know I couldn't do anything about it. Look at me. I'm a nigga somewhere randomly. Hopefully, you know, I got somewhere to live tomorrow. You know what I'm talking? But their shit falling apart. I'm just talking about it. What I'm saying is they're about to lose stuff way more than I've ever gotten. So if you do it on paper, to lose a negative $1 million, a negative $1 billion, a negative $1 trillion, and that's negative now because you ain't got it, you lost it. And you owe more because you know how debt works. They gained all that, right? And now just with a flick of a Trump, relying on a Federal Reserve note. Even Donald Trump is trying to get out of it. He has $1 billion not in Federal Reserve notes. Don't miss it. That's how the video started. So on a personal level, not on a board level, not on a corporate level, not on a president level, but on a personal level, he has been trying to diversify his portfolio. He's the Stringer Bell of Nazis and Germans. He's trying to turn all his bullshit into a legitimate business for his kids, I guess. I don't know what the fuck. He ain't got time left. But he was trying. And you know why he was trying that? And this is going to be the most cheesiest cliche answer fucking ever. Because that's what his dad did for him. I could have sworn that's what our dad did for us. So who's tripping? Us or Trump? Yeah. Dwayne DeSantis Smith. Till next time. Prayers up. Peace.